an option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds this weekend, including an 11-inning walk-off win on Friday night. The Snakes, however, dropped the series finale 6-1 yesterday. The D-backs still find themselves 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot as they start what is a very difficult 7-game road trip today in Milwaukee against the Brewers. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up their preseason on Saturday with a 2010 win against the Las Vegas Raiders, and here's what head coach Jonathan Gannon told the locker room after the game.
Yeah, tonight I told them, look around the locker room and appreciate your teammates because everyone laid it on the line, and that's cool, and they understand the business side of football. This is the last time this group, this 90 guys, is going to be together.
Initial 53-man roster cuts will be taking place on Tuesday as the Cards will now turn the page and get ready for Week 1 in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Hey, Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. Doors are open. Welcome to another week of Valley Sports Conversation. Before we get started today, big thank you to everybody who participated in last week's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Another record-setting performance by everybody involved.
Over $2.4 million.
Nice.
2.45 to be more exact, but not completely exact. Yeah, it was another great event. Being out there on Friday is it's a special day. It's a special week, but when it caps off at the actual hospital facility on Friday, it's great.
My the highlight of my weekend was when one sports fan on social media went at Kevin Durant for bullying sports fans. You see this?
No, I did not see this.
No. He tweeted out, "When has Michael Jordan ever bullied a normal person in the real world like KD Trey 5? Not another pro athlete or rapper, but a random everyday person. And when did MJ ever have a heckling fan ejected like the overrated King James?" That's 2 very fair questions, Vinny.
I'm sure that's going to end well for the person who pointed that out.
No. Kevin Durant already responded. He said, "Why are you bullying me?" to the fan. It's a pretty good response, actually. So it just proved basketball season isn't far behind, right?
It's always Twitter season.
Uh-huh.
Apparently.
Uh-huh. Yeah, apparently.
That's fantastic. Yeah. I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's all I got.
I don't know if I'm following Kevin Durant on social media
That's
anymore.
okay. Yeah. You don't need to. Basketball season just over a month away, if we're being honest.
Look, we got the AmeriCup going on. We got Eurobasket going on.
If
you see the AmeriCup roster?
Oh, yeah.
Langston Galloway.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Yep, there you go.
How did I miss that? I usually have that at Google Alerts, usually Langston Galloway.
Yeah, Eurobasket, all these NBA players are playing for their respective teams. And then the AmeriCup, It's a U.S. sanctioned event.
All right.
They're not going with their A, B, C, D, E, or F teams.
Clearly not.
I might get an email this morning.
Yeah. How's your hip?
It's feeling good. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I had one of those moments this morning driving to work. Let's call it like a sliding doors moment. Have you ever had something like that where you're like, if something would have just gone slightly different, my whole life could be different?
Mm-hmm.
I was driving from my house to the highway, which is pretty close, like a half a mile away. And it's 4 a.m. so it's dark and and all of a sudden just a guy just walks across the street, not a light, not a crosswalk, nothing. He's just walking across the street, and I see him at like the last second, and I slam on my brakes, and he just like looks at me and keeps walking. He's got a backpack on or whatever, and I'm like, if I would have just like missed him by 1 second, and your whole life could change on one tiny thing like that. Just because, somebody walks in front of your car or something, or you run a red light or a stop sign or anything like that,
And this was on a main road, but not the freeway?
Yeah, it was on Greenway.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
It was just a guy walking with a backpack in the essential middle of the night, just across the street, in the middle of a street.
And I'm sure you were the only car.
I was the only car, It's...
That's what. And clearly you weren't wearing your glasses, right?
Well, I wear them. So that's not point that out in case the cops get involved. But but isn't that funny?
You should be wearing corrective lenses, Mr. Carlin.
Or like you're somewhere and you like the car stops in front of you and you stop at the last second so you don't rear end them or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know.
Do you ever look
about.
back at those moments, or do you just like you can't do that, or because everybody has a million of them?
It's absolutely you look back at those moments. Then if you dwell on them, you'll go absolutely nuts.
Wow.
You'll really start questioning your own mortality on how things can change just by a second. Like you said.
That's why every vehicle needs to have dash cams installed in them. Because, like, say you hit that person, and that person shouldn't have been crossing the street.
Right.
How would you prove that?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, also, they'd be like, oh, was he texting or was he not paying attention?
You know what I always wonder about in that instance? Is with the propensity for NBA players to flop and embellish fouls. Like, what if you're pulling up to a crosswalk and somebody just flops in the crosswalk?
There are people that do that.
This happens. People get in front of other cars, slam on their brakes so you can hit them from behind, then they get out, act all aggrieved, and next thing you know, you got to get a hold of a lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, brutal.
Oh,
well, I'm glad you didn't hit anybody, Ferret. Start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks going for a 3-game sweep of the Cincinnati Reds, but a couple of familiar issues prevented that from happening in a 6-1 loss Sunday. At Chase Field, D-backs bats went completely silent after a first-inning run. Geraldo Perdomo led off the game with a triple. D-backs did not get another base hit until a Corbin Carroll single with 2 outs in the 8th. Zach Gallen allowed just 1 run over 6 innings. He left the game tied 1-1, but the Reds pounced on the D-backs bullpen for 5 runs in the 8th to put it away. Like I said, familiar issues. Reds remain the only team in Major League Baseball not to be swept this season. The D-backs will start a 7-game road trip tonight in Milwaukee against the Brewers, who, oh, by the way, have the best record in the majors at 81-50. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Brewers right-hander Brandon Woodruff. First pitch, 4:40. You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 4 o'clock. Overall, decent weekend for the D-backs yesterday. Little bit of a damper. Not exactly an exciting watch yesterday. At
No. We've seen yesterday's game many times throughout the course of the season.
Elsewhere in the NL West, the Dodgers fought off a sweep at the hands of the Padres with an 8-2 win in San Diego on Sunday. Freddie Freeman homered twice, drove in 3 runs. Dalton Rushing had a 3-run homer of his own in the LA win, which once again knots things atop the division. Dodgers and Padres go into this week's action tied for first in the NL West, 74-57. And by the way, they're done with each other on August 25th.
Literally and figuratively.
How about that team, that schedule? Those two teams not playing each other for the last month of the season?
That's weird.
More history made by Seattle Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh. The big dumper homered twice in the Mariners' 11-4 win over the Athletics, giving him 49 on the season and establishing a new record for most home runs in a single season from a catcher. Raleigh passed the record of 48 set in 2021 by Kansas City's Salvador Perez.
I almost got that right, that prediction. I said he'd hit 3 and get to 50 and set the record.
I was really close on a prediction, too. And it was a bold prediction, and I almost nailed it. Cardinals preseason in the books. They finished it with a 20-10 win over the Las Vegas Raiders Saturday night at State Farm Stadium. Starters did not play for the Cardinals, but third-string quarterback Clayton Tune did start, played the whole game. He threw a first-quarter touchdown pass to Simi Fehoko on a 4th down. And in the third quarter, Arizona got a 67-yard touchdown run by Bam Knight. Cardinals did have 210 yards rushing on the evening. They finished the preseason 2-1. Now it's on to the regular season, but before we get there, the Cardinals and every other team has to get their roster down to 53 players by 1 o'clock Arizona time tomorrow.
Yeah. And then they'll pick up more players, then cut more players, and
Yeah, the waiver wire and the NFL is something to behold.
Right, these deadlines and dates, they're not what they used to be. We've talked about what Ron Wolfley said about that, and he is so right.
Yeah, Vikings shuffled their quarterback room on Sunday. They signed veteran Carson Wentz, traded backup Sam Howell, and a 2026 pick to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a 5th-round pick next year and a 7th-rounder in 2027. By the way, for Wentz, 6th team in 6 years.
Okay.
Finally happens for Tommy Fleetwood. The Englishman fires a final round 268 to win the Tour Championship by 3 strokes over Russell Henley. Patrick Cantlay, first ever PGA Tour win in 164 events. And oh, by the way, it comes with a $10 million first prize.
Good. That's a good first tournament to break through and win, isn't it?
It is.
Not too shabby.
Not too bad.
U.S. Open singles play got underway Sunday in New York. On the men's side, a couple of highly seeded Americans advanced on day 1. Taylor Fritz through in straight sets, as was Ben Shelton. Novak Djokovic, the 7th seed and 4-time champion. He won in straight sets over American Lerner Tien. 13th seed Daniil Medvedev. His nightmare season continues, ousted in 5 sets by Benjamin Bonzi. 3rd straight exit in a Grand Slam in the first round for Medvedev. Women's side, top seed Arina Sabalenka highlighted play with a straight sets win over Rebecca Masarova. Venus Williams in the field. In the singles field.
Wow.
She won this event twice.
Just wow.
In 2000 and 2001.
Well, she needs that health insurance, man.
She does. She'll face 11 seed Karolina Mukova at Arthur Ashe Stadium today. And Chinese Taipei beat Nevada 7-0 to win the Little League World Series in Williamsport. First championship for the squad from Chinese Taipei since 1996 and their 18th overall. The longest sporting event on the calendar is finally over.
Yeah.
The Little League World Series. I think it lasts longer than the Olympics.
It feels like it.
It lasts so long, some of those kids are in high school now.
They are. A couple of those kids just signed major league deals. There you go. There's your splash for Monday, August 25th. Coming up, the Cardinals preseason is over. We'll give you our takeaways next. It's Bickley of Arata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. I mean, right there. Fastball, strike 3 called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, I visited their beautiful facility in Chandler, heard another great success story. They had a former rugby player come in with crippling back pain, had no relief from it whatsoever, whether he was sitting down, standing up, lying down. As soon as he began treatments at QC Kinetics, he started feeling better. After his 3rd treatment, he walked back into the office, handed them back his walking cane, which he no longer needed. This is what people are getting from QC Kinetics. They are the leaders in advanced regenerative medicine. They are transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with this innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatment that delivers lasting results. They use state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and the patient satisfaction reports are 92%. That includes former NFL great Emmitt Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with his joint pain. So if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, chronic joint pain, pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulder, whatever, go find out what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. Get a free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks A Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, Donnie, yeah, it is. There's going to be some tough decisions ahead. There's no doubt. Roster's in good shape. Our health is in pretty good shape. You know, and I really, what makes it really going to make it hard is, and it's a credit to the players and the coaches, is a lot of guys developed. You know, you asked me that the other day, Teo, like what's the, I forget the question, but what are you most pleased or something about camp, right? Player development. You know, that's what you got to set out to do for a month when you're at it. You got to get better every day as a football player. And I think a lot of guys did that. You know, and it's good for those guys.
It's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals, Saturday night after their preseason finale, a 20-10 win over the Las Vegas Raiders at State Farm Stadium. So it's in the rear view. Now there's Jonathan Gannon talking about tough decisions ahead on this roster. What to glean from the game? There wasn't a ton. We knew the starters weren't going to play. Jacoby Brissett, the second-string quarterback, didn't even play, although he was in uniform for emergency purposes. This was a Clayton Tune production. I've probably seen enough of Clayton Tune.
Oh, come on, man. Clayton Tune is the only Cardinals quarterback to beat the combination of Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. Come on. Give him his due, man.
I hadn't really thought
Give
of it
him
that
his
way.
due. Give the man his flowers. No, I'm with you there. I think Clayton Tune is going to be one of the dudes cut, and I think the Cardinals might go shopping for a different practice squad quarterback. I would think that's what they're going to do. No offense to Clayton Tune. He hasn't been given the greatest of opportunities. When he did get a chance at playing football in a live game, it was that opportunity was quickly yanked from him and not really given another chance. So, I think his yards per completion are less than 4 yards per completion. I think it is.
Yards per attempt was like
that's what it is.
3.8
per attempt, which is even worse.
Per attempt,
yeah, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
I did have the nice touchdown throw to Fehoko in the first quarter after the Cardinals forced a turnover. Elsewhere on the offense, I mean, nobody really that's going to be a key contributor. I think played this year or played in that game on Saturday night. You can make the argument. I mean, one of the things looking at position battles, the running back battle was talked about a lot. Michael Carter continues to shine. That run he had where he just kind of disappeared away from a defender and broke it outside for a 38-yard run.
Yeah. There's nobody else on the Cardinals team that could make that run. Reverse field and turn it up and beat a guy to the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, this is this to me, when you talk about takeaways from camp, clearly one of the talking points from the game against the Raiders was Jordan Birch, a young rookie who appears the Cardinals got something legit in this kid. And so that's encouraging. Xavier Thomas as well over the weekend. They made some flash plays. The struggles of Will Johnson, a rookie who's basically played all throughout the preseason. To me, the Michael Carter question is the biggest question facing this football team because this is a really good player. This is a dynamic running back who can take it to the house. And it looks like, I don't know if they're going to if he's going to get squeezed because DJ Dallas has a slot, which means mostly because of his special teams play. So now it's going to come down. Do you take Michael Carter over Amari DiMercato? And Amari's already got a little bit of a track record here, including that great touchdown at the end of the first half against the Bears last year.
Yeah, so Amari DiMercato also had the long touchdown on the screen pass in the first preseason game, and he's got that kind of ability on third downs. And I think the difficulty is Amari DiMercato, you talked about track record, yes. They love what he does on third down, not only just as a threat, but also as a pass protector. That gives him the advantage over Michael Carter. I think in terms of running the football, Carter's better. In terms of receivers, I think they're both really good. So what does it boil down to? It boils down to the other categories and responsibilities as a running back, and DiMercato's got the advantage on Carter there. And you mentioned the DJ Dallas decision. How much, look, kickoff returns are going to be a bigger part of the game this year. DJ Dallas was really good in that role last year, averaged over 30 yards per return. Yeah, I think it was like 15 or less returns for the full season. I think that number's going to go up. But he's got that role, and he's good in that role. So it is an uphill battle for Michael Carter. Defensively, Jordan Birch, you mentioned him. He stood out. Xavier Thomas needed a big game and had a really good game. How about that? Two high school teammates combining on a strip sack fumble that led to the Cardinals' first touchdown. Here was Jonathan Gannon talking about Jordan Birch's performance.
Well, I think he's done some good things. I think he's got a long way to go. But honestly, Teo, that's probably all of our guys,
Yeah. In general, Gannon very, very pleased with the defensive performance.
They try to do what they're coached to do, and they can win when they get to their technique quicker. I thought they both rushed well. I thought the inside of the pocket was pretty good most of the day. It was good by the D-line. To have pocket integrity as those guys are rushing around the edge. So as a whole, I thought we affected the quarterback like we needed to.
Yeah, and the Cardinals, I mean, the guys that did go, they got reps against the Raiders once. I mean, Geno Smith played, Max Crosby played, Ashton Genty played. So it was a little bit, I think a little bit more valuable from a learning experience and an evaluation experience than week 2 against Denver was, no doubt.
Yeah, listen, I thought from watching the game, the Raiders pretty much pushed around the Cardinals on that first drive, and there's a lot of people who cover the Raiders who are raving about this offensive line that Pete Carroll's putting together in year 1, which might make things interesting for them in that AFC West, which is a very, very ridiculously difficult division. So I don't know what to take away from that, but I do think from beginning to end, and Yeah, getting through these preseason games, man. I'm sorry if you use the word chore to describe watching football, but preseason football is a chore. The one thing that I did like is that defensively they were consistently getting after it. There's definitely some willpower on that defensive side of the ball, which is good.
Yeah, I would agree. Some other guys didn't have the greatest nights. It was a tough night for Denzel Burke in the secondary.
Terrible.
I thought. And there was issues in the secondary all throughout the preseason. But again, you're going largely with those guys that are going to be depth guys if they make the roster at all.
That's the one room that I think the perception of diminished over the course of the preseason. So the one room that where you look now and you're like, if there's any injuries at all, the depth, the quality of depth might be an issue.
Yeah. Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting next Tuesday. We're giving you the chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page to get entered for that drawing. Coming up next, once again, the Dbacks gave us a glimmer of hope this weekend, only to have it squashed in their final game. We'll get into it in Dbacks Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cutdown day comes Tuesday.
You might think you're on the outside looking in, but you might not be.
This is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53.
The tape you put out there is not just for our team, it's 31 other teams. If it happens where you don't fit our team for whatever reason, there's 31 other opportunities. If you put good tape out there, you can fit that team too.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals preseason is officially in the books. They finished with a win on Saturday over the Las Vegas Raiders, 20-10, and here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Good win. I liked some things that we did out there today. Thought it was a much better performance, so it was cool to see us learn from week 2, made improvements, and did a little bit better today.
For more on what we may have learned from the preseason finale, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks couldn't complete the sweep against the Reds Sunday in a 6-1 loss, but won the series, their second straight series win, as they now head on what is a very tough 7-game road trip that starts in Milwaukee for 3 against the Brewers tonight, as Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 4:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Labor Day sale is going on now through August 25th. Get 25% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs looking for a 3-game sweep and a 5th straight win Sunday afternoon against the Cincinnati Reds at Chase Field. Reds came into Sunday as the only team that hadn't been swept in a series all year. Zach Gallen on the mound for Arizona. He would spin a 1-2-3 inning in the first. D-backs facing right-hander Brady Singer, and they'd get to him pretty quickly. Geraldo Perdomo led off with a triple to right field. Corbin Carroll would draw a 1-out walk. That brought up the red-hot Lourdes Gurriel Jr. into the plate.
First pitch, and Gurriel swings, sends a fly ball to right center field. Friedel racing after it, makes a sliding catch. Perdomo will tag and score. It'll be an RBI sac fly. The D-backs take a 1-0 lead.
Chris Garagiola on the call. 5th straight game with a run batted in for Lourdes, his 29th RBI in the month of August. D-backs had a 1-0 lead. Carroll would steal second, but stayed there as Singer struck out Pavin Smith to end the inning. Gallen would wiggle out of trouble in the second. Singer did as well in the bottom of the second as his defense made 2 errors behind him. Things would actually stay 1-0 until the 6th inning. 1 out, bases empty. Noelvi Marte stepped in to face Gallen.
Now the pitch swung on, and a ball hit to deep center field. Thomas went in, now goes back, it's over his head. One hops off the wall. Marte makes the turnaround second, going to try for third, and he is in there with a diving triple. Now the throw hits off his foot. He's going to break home. Alexander can't pick it up, and he will score. Bad defense all around on that play, and the Reds are able to tie this thing up at 1.
Yeah, Perdomo gets charged with the error on the throw. An ill-advised throw, got a bad break. It did hit Marte in the foot, and the Little League home run. Fitting on Little League World Series Championship weekend. Gallen got through the 6th without further damage, but his day would be done after 95 pitches. He leaves a tie game. Juan Murillo came in for the 7th, and the first pitch he threw got laced by Spencer Steer for a ground rule double. He'd later load the bases after walks to Ke'Bryan Hayes and Miguel Andujar. Kyle Backus called from the bullpen to get out of the mess, and it took him one pitch to do just that.
Lefty Friedel swings, hits a ground ball up the middle. Perdomo gloves, steps on second for one, throws to first. And there you go. There's your threat erased. One pitch, 6-3, inning-ending double play.
Yeah, Dbacks would go down 1-2-3 in the 7th and still one hit on the day to that point. The wheels would fall off in the 8th. Backus allowed a leadoff single to Marte, who then took second on an Ellie De La Cruz fly out to right field. Torey Lovullo called on a right-hander Juan Burgos out of the pen, and he would be greeted rudely by the other Hayes in the lineup, Austin Hayes.
There's the 0-1. Broken bat liner into left center field, a base hit. Reds are going to take the lead. Marte rounding third, he will score. And it's an RBI single on Hayes' third hit of the day. Reds in front late here, 2-1 our score.
Yeah, first lead at 2-1. They were not nearly done, though. Gavin Lux followed with a single. That brought up Spencer Steer.
As this 0-1 pitch swung on and pummeled out to left field. And McCarthy, all he can do is watch it go. 3-run shot for Spencer Steer. It's his 16th. And the Reds take a commanding 5-1 lead here late.
4-run lead at that point. They'd add another run when Friedel knocked in Matt McClain with an RBI single off of the third Diamondbacks pitcher of the inning in John Curtis. 6-1 Reds, that's the way it would end. The Reds avoid the broom again, the 8th time this year they've fought off a sweep this season. As far as the Diamondbacks go, Torey Lovullo summed it up.
Zach was doing all that he could. He was keeping us in the game. He kept that lead. He got clipped for that one run, very awkward run. But overall, I thought he was real good. He was on the attack with several pitches, reading swings, just going to work and doing his job the best way that he could to keep us in this game. Things unraveled there in the 8th inning. It's not anything you predict. We made some mistakes in the middle of the zone, and that's what happens when you have good hitters that come up and crucial situations are ready to execute. We can't make those types of mistakes.
Yeah, and the other issue, I mean, obviously the bullpen imploded, but the offense was just non-existent. After the first inning. One hit after the first inning, 2 in the game. Season low for hits for the Diamondbacks.
And that didn't come until a 2-out single in the 8th inning from Corbin Carroll. So it was one of those games, we've seen this game from the Diamondbacks before, where they do something good early, then go to bed and go nighty-night. Mm-hmm. And that was the kind of day for them yesterday. The more influential thing really is the start from Zach Gallen. Incredibly, that was only his 5th no decision in 27 starts. That's a very weird stat in today's day and age of pitchers not lasting that long in games. He's got 22 decisions. That's first in Major League Baseball, which means a lot of his losses he's getting tagged early. How else to explain it?
That's a perfect way to explain it.
Has to be it.
You're only getting a decision on the positive side if you're lasting
longer
than 5.
That's right.
With the lead, which has not been the case. He's been way more than serviceable in his last handful of starts. Mm-hmm. And that was another tough luck loss. I mean, his last 2 losses, the Diamondbacks have scored 1 run each.
Yeah.
In each of those 2 losses. But overall, you look at the homestand and you take 4 of 6 from Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great, doesn't it? But the Diamondbacks are in a situation where 4 out of 6 isn't going to get it done. And Torey talked about that yesterday, having to string together these stretches of baseball where you're winning 10 of 11, 13 out of 15.
Yeah.
That's really the only way that this team is going to get back into this.
Right.
And they haven't shown the propensity to do that. And that would have been a big feather in the cap going on this road trip. They go to Milwaukee now for 4 games. Milwaukee's got the best record in baseball. They've cooled off a lot since their 15-game road trip or win streak, which sounds stupid to say, but they're 3-6 in their last 9 games. Still a tough place to play. And then you get the Dodgers on the back end.
Yeah.
But there's no wiggle room for this team.
No, listen. And so, going into yesterday, it was one of those things. Sammy was the guy with all the optimism on Friday. He was believing a sweep was coming.
What a dumbass.
And I sat down yesterday. I'm like, I can't believe we're doing this again. And now we're not. Well, they had an opportunity yesterday with that Mets loss. They could have been 4.5 back of the Mets and only 2 back of Cincinnati, and you can talk yourself back into contention. But again, I think that yesterday's game was once again a reminder that this bullpen is flawed to the point where you're not going to go 10-2 over 12 games.
You can't have long winning streaks because you can't play close games. As Nick Pecoro and others have pointed out, the Diamondbacks went into yesterday's game with the exact same record as the 2024 Detroit Tigers, who were sellers at the trade deadline, and then after selling at the deadline, made a run to the postseason. And so that team has been sitting there like an example of what you can do if you get hot late. The big difference is that 2024 Tigers team had a lockdown bullpen. The Diamondbacks don't, not in its current iteration.
No, I mean, anytime you go to the bullpen, and they've been better, generally speaking, as of late, but it is a cross your fingers and hope for the best.
Yeah, and yesterday it was Juan Burgos' time to take it on the chin, and he did, and not that it really even mattered, though, because the offense was just somnambulant.
What? Whoa.
Yeah, I've used that word before, Jared. Don't ask.
I love it.
Yeah.
Very sleepy.
Very sleepy.
Here was Torey Lovullo talking about trying to grit it out and sustain that kind of run that we mentioned.
You look at me. How do you think it takes its toll on me? I can't explain it. It's been very dysfunctional, and we're grinding. But like I say, we play for a gritty state. We're going to be as gritty as we can be, and we're going to go out there and accept what's going on and try and improve every single day. And that's all we can do. I want to get on a run. I've been waiting for that 8 of 10, 10 of 12 type of run. And we're playing that type of baseball where it's sitting right there. We just got to go out there and finish the job.
Would you say this team is Arizona strong?
I'm tired of being gritty. I want to be winning.
Right.
I want to win it.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah, just beat
it's great.
Laugh at them.
It's great for a manager to be proud and all, but the winning thing, right? Let's focus on that.
I hope Jonathan Gannon's saying this is a winning team.
Right.
Yeah, but at the beginning of that soundbite, the last one, Torey Lovullo was asked, "Hey, how is this wearing on you?" And he took his hat off.
Yeah.
And he says, "How do you think it's wearing on me?" Look, I say what you will, and I know Torey Lovullo, he mentioned the word dysfunctional, and it's been a tough season for him, and he's had a lot of criticism, and I'm not even going to sit here and say it's not deserved criticism at times this year, but make no mistake about it. He wears it, and he looks like a manager that's been through the grind. Whether things are going good or bad, he wears whatever happens.
The team has not given up since the trade deadline, and they were sellers, which has got to be a feather in Torey Lovullo's cap for the keep Torey Lovullo crowd, that the team is still playing hard for him.
Yeah, but it also indicates to me, Jarrett, that this team was so fragile at times that with diminished talent, they're competing and playing hard. Why weren't they this competitive when the thing was actually still salvageable or more salvageable than it is now? That's a big question. I mean, they had a guy at third base hitting 36 home runs in Gino Suarez. They couldn't win games.
Yeah. They had a guy
I'm not pinning it on Gino.
Yeah, no, I know. They had a great contact hitter in Josh Naylor who, listen, the vibe of the team, it's deeper than the injuries. The team, I don't think, was a good fit for the manager and the message. That's my viewpoint on it, looking back on it. And I think a younger team full of younger guys who see this as an opportunity, it's being received a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next, Shedeur Sanders survives a cutdown in Cleveland, and Micah Parsons performs a laydown. We'll get into it in NFL Hash Marks next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We're talking to the legendary Jake Plummer here on the Wolf and Luke Show.
When you look at a team that is coming into this upcoming season with these expectations for ASU, what's the first thought that hits your mind?
I love that Kenny Dillingham's their coach because he just kind of hits that straight up in the face and will tell these guys that, basically what we want to tell them, that you haven't done anything this year. You're nothing so far. Great. It's nice to have people love you and tell you how good you are. But so far this year, we have done nothing.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, your life changes instantaneously. Your car is broken. Your body might be broken. It's a real devastating time. You are not alone, though. Sweet James Accident Attorneys ready to take your phone call, ready to fight all the battles so you don't have to. And here's a story why you should never face those insurance companies alone if you're hurt in an accident. So one of our listeners, seriously injured in a trucking accident, thought he could go it alone, thought the insurance companies would be reasonable. Guess what they offered him? Nothing. Indignant, angry, he picked up the phone. He called Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Not only did they get his car fixed and the medical care he needed, they secured a whopping $10 million victory. That's a life-changing victory, and it's proof that hiring the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Now, no, Sweet James can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in our legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference in the world, and Sweet James not only wins 98% of the time, they win big, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Do you feel like you belong here on this team?
Obviously. I think overall as a player, I feel like I put in the work. I feel like everything I do, I try to do it to my best, and that's all I ask for. So I feel like everybody feels like, they should be on the team. And if you ask anybody on the team, would they feel like they belong, in their own eyes. So I feel like I do, but I'm my own player. I think about myself in a high regard.
That is Shedeur Sanders, who is the world's most talked about fourth-string quarterback, being asked if he deserves a roster spot. That was after the preseason finale. And it was a weird circumstance. Sanders was in the game. He played third-team reps. Flacco started. Dylan Gabriel got backup reps. Shedeur Sanders came in to play third in that game. And then with the game on the line and 2 minutes to go, Kevin Stefanski removed him from the game and put Tyler Huntley in the game. Tyler Huntley has since been released.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
Right.
And there's been so much talk about this four-quarterback room or setup with Cleveland. And the question came up post-game again to Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, because he's being accused of sabotaging Shedeur Sanders, not putting him out there for the 2-minute drill. Here was his reaction to that.
I don't concern myself with outside type of things, but I'm committed to his development, just like all of our rookies. So we'll continue to focus on getting our guys better, and that's what we'll stay committed to, and that's what's important to me.
And did you, I'm sure you kind of answered this last night, but why didn't you keep him in for the 2-minute, or why did you decide to take him out?
Yeah, nothing more than decided to give Snoop some work at the end of the game.
Yeah, so he gave a quarterback who's not going to be part of the team work. And look, if you want to read into that or you poke into it and criticize it, certainly you can. Shedeur Sanders also was having a nightmarish time. He got sacked like 5 times in 15 snaps.
Yeah, listen, this whole idea that they're intentionally sabotaging Shedeur Sanders, it's gotten to the point of ridiculousness. I mean, look, if Kevin Stefanski is angry at Jimmy Haslam, his owner, for drafting Shedeur Sanders, would a normal response be to bench him? I mean, the whole thing, when you think it through, it's asinine. Shedeur Sanders has got a long way to go before he's ready to be an NFL quarterback. I think everybody saw that first preseason appearance and went, wow.
He was thrown to the Wolves.
He was right. He's thrown to the Wolves, and look at how well he did, and look at how well he played, and how can they put him back on fourth string? This is a travesty. Kevin Stefanski is a really good coach, a 2-time coach of the year for the Cleveland Browns. If Shedeur Sanders was all that, he would be playing football. I'm sure this had something to do. They might, maybe for a minute, they thought they could trade Tyler Snoop Huntley.
Ooh.
And maybe
He's
thought
a Pro Bowler.
if they throw him out there and he does something good in a 2-minute drill, that maybe you could peddle him somewhere, and then maybe you realize you couldn't, so you cut it. I don't buy any of that. I really don't.
Yeah, and then this reaction, too, to the Browns keeping 4 quarterbacks. Gasp.
Yeah.
Didn't they make that clear on draft day, on draft weekend? They had already signed Kenny Pickett, or traded for Kenny Pickett. They signed Joe Flacco. They drafted Dylan Gabriel, and then in the 5th round, they drafted Shedeur Sanders. Mm-hmm. Didn't they tell the whole world, hey, we're going to do things a little differently here?
Mm-hmm. And what this also really tells you is that they don't think Gabriel or Sanders is ready to be a backup quarterback.
No, because Kenny Pickett's done nothing this preseason.
Right.
He's been injured for most of it. And Kenny Pickett's track record isn't great
right.
either.
And he sucks anyway, is what I was going to say.
And the little bit that I have seen of the Browns, Dylan Gabriel at least looks more like he understands how crisp you have to play the position at the NFL level. Shedeur Sanders, you saw it. He just holds onto the football holds onto the football.
He had a couple of, the difference between NFL and college football sacks, where he's just running around. And in college football, he'd be able to outrun the defenders and make a big play, and instead he takes like a 20-yard sack.
Yeah, and that stuff will drive your coach crazy on the NFL level.
Yeah. Elsewhere this weekend, Friday, the Cowboys finished up their preseason, I should say. They were in Atlanta to play the Falcons, and there was footage on game night. Micah Parsons walking in the bowels of the stadium, and some Falcons fan says, "Hey, Micah, come to Atlanta." And he kind of gives the signal, "Hey,
call me.
Give me a call.
Call me, maybe."
Then on the sideline during the 3rd quarter, Micah Parsons was on the sideline with the Cowboys, was the only player not wearing a jersey, but decided to lay down on the trainer's table. Mm-hmm. Mike Leslie from WFAA in Dallas said, in the interest of clarity and fairness, Micah Parsons was not laying down on the training table all night. In fact, it was only a relatively short portion of the evening. Parsons quote tweeted this and said, "I actually appreciate this. The way media shapes perception and narratives is wild, and if he hadn't said anything, everyone would have just run with it. I'd never disrespect the guys out there fighting for their lives, except you did by laying down on the table. Like, I want to be on Micah Parsons' side on this, but what are you doing? Why even do that for a split second?
Because he's got no other play other than to act the fool, because he's not going to get traded otherwise. He's not going to get traded, period. Jerry Jones is going to squat on him. It's pretty obvious to me. But the only way that you avoid that outcome, it's either you act the fool or you come back and play football. That's all he's got. That's all he's got left for decisions.
I guess.
The fact that Jerry Jones is sticking to this, I negotiated with you and we had a deal, it's insidious.
Well, now there's people in Dallas writing, don't discount the role of the agent David Mulugheta in all of this and how he drags out negotiations and tends to make them difficult. And people are pointing at the Deshaun Watson example in Cleveland. But overall, Jerry Jones, if you want to put a ranking to the silliness in this story, Jerry Jones' recent comments late last week about, I don't think there needs to be an agent present for negotiations.
Right.
I mean, that's just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And to take it a step further, yeah, there are people who think that maybe because some other people have signed deals that now David Mulugheta has upped his price tag since, unreasonably since they had a framework of a deal. But again, you can't negotiate directly with the player. Whatever. It's the Cowboys, and they're going to Cowboy.
And we're a couple days from being in the week of football, and 3 of the top 40 guys in the NFL still don't, quote, have deals. I don't know if that's concerning to those fan bases. I would be a little concerned.
Well, they have deals.
Well, yes.
They just don't have their new deals.
They don't have the one they want.
Yeah.
Right.
Damn the present. Let's look to the future. Want to remind you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast, the Bickley and Marotta Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, this has been a preseason unlike any other for Jonathan Gannon, and this weekend the Cardinals head coach admitted one of the reasons he's doing things differently. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa has kicked off Labor Day savings, and those savings going on all month long. No bull. We are talking about huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Breathtaking vehicle. You can save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing on approved credit. Earnhardt Buick GMC even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you're looking for an SUV, they got you there as well. You can save up to $5,000 off MSRP on brand new 2026 Buick Encore GX models. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details, and these offers end September 2nd, 2025. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC because these deals won't last long. They are located right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Oh, the Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through August 25th. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. You work hard, Basin Orleans, and you deserve to sleep easy during the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds this weekend, including an 11-inning walk-off win on Friday. The Snakes did, however, drop the series finale 6-1 yesterday, and the Snakes are still 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot as they start what is a very difficult 7-game road trip today in Milwaukee against the Brewers. First pitch will be at 4:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up their preseason on Saturday with a 20-10 win against the Las Vegas Raiders, and here is what head coach Jonathan Gannon told his locker room after the game.
Yeah, tonight I told them, look around the locker room and appreciate your teammates because everyone laid it on the line, and that's cool, and they understand the business side of football. This is the last time this group, this 90 guys, is going to be together.
Initial 53-man roster cuts will be taking place on Tuesday as the Cards will now turn the page and get ready for Week 1 in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. The Labor Day sale is going on now through August 25th. Get 25% off everything online or in store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Bedding.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Marotta talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
Yeah, I mean, with some wiggle room, but looked at how many game reps he could get. Just honestly, all our rookies. Kind of a change that I felt like we needed to make going into this year. That was one of the things in camp, talking with the coordinators and Monty, get these rookies a little more reps. Probably I'm looking in the past now, so I'm going to get depressed, but probably a mistake by me, truthfully, first 2 years. So we wanted to correct that.
Jonathan Gannon Opening up after the game on Saturday night, asked specifically about Will Johnson, the second-round pick out of Michigan in his preseason. Johnson, I think it was an up-and-down preseason. He played 22 snaps on defense, 31% of the defensive snaps on Saturday against the Raiders. But you don't hear coaches that freely admit, hey, probably a mistake by me in the past.
Yeah.
Wanted to correct that this year, and here we go. And I think a lot of this stems from the Marvin Harrison Jr. experience.
Exactly. Because I don't think without the Marvin Harrison Jr. experience, I don't think anybody would ever think that was an issue in Arizona. I also think it's pretty cool of Jonathan Gannon to broach that subject voluntarily. Mm-hmm. Not run from it, not cringe at it, not, bristle at the criticism, but just to go, you know what? I messed that up first couple of years. We had to change that. Yeah. And I think you're right. I think it has to be applicable to the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing, who clearly was not ready to play NFL football after last year's preseason. So good on him for noticing that, and I hope it makes some sort of difference for this football team.
That was just what I thought, is they asked him a question about Will Johnson, and he answered the question about Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Because that was the not-so-subtle reference there. And it's sort of the bigger picture of him sort of treating this preseason different than his first 2 years and learning from his mistakes, just playing the starters, even if it was one game. That was the first time he did that.
Well, what it also does is it prevents Jonathan Gannon from looking like he's just bashing Will Johnson over the head by saying, yeah, you got to play, man. You're not that good. You're not what we thought. You got to play. This is him just saying, no, this is course-correcting philosophy. This has nothing to do with
This is what we should have done the whole time. It has nothing to do specifically with you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Vic, because if you look at the did not play list, especially from Saturday night,
oh yeah,
it is basically who's going to be playing a lot for the Cardinals this year. But then you see Will Johnson, a guy who's going to be counted on playing. It's different for rookies. Mm-hmm. And look, I think this is a good development for this coaching staff. You can't go back. You can't change what's happened in the past, but you can affect what's happening in the future. Mm-hmm. And look, 22 snaps on Saturday night, is that going to make or break Will Johnson's rookie season? Probably not. But when you come away unscathed from it, and you hear that so many times in the preseason, every rep counts, it can only help moving forward.
Has to. Yeah, especially in a guy like Will Johnson. And again, this is the way to do this without singling him out and saying we've got a problem with this kid. This kid isn't progressing the way the others that are sitting over there watching are. So, but again, I think that's the smart way to do it. I don't think, as this whole thing evolves, and this whole preseason this year has just felt absolutely ridiculous in terms of what it means and how irrelevant it really is. Watching, coaches waffle with commitments. Do we play? Do we utilize it? Do we follow the leaders of the industry like Andy Reid and how Bill Belichick used to do this thing? I think clearly it's really more patterned to the individual, and the quicker you can get rookies to kind of get an idea of what this league is all about, the better off you are. Now, again, it's a sliding scale because if you're not out there against players who are going to be regular heavy contributors to their teams once the regular season begins, then what are you really getting out of it? You're getting reps against inferior competition. You're getting reps against people who aren't good enough to play when the real stuff actually matters. So you got to look at everything individually, I believe. But in the case of Will Johnson, who flashed early in camp, who a lot of people thought, wow, hey, don't you remember there were people saying, that might be the steal of the draft?
There's some people that still believe that. There's some people that look at the preseason performance and now think otherwise.
Mm-hmm. This is why he slipped.
Yeah, Will Johnson wrote a piece on the Players Tribune as well, and it's a really good read. But it starts on that draft night experience, and you remember some of the comments Will Johnson made right after getting drafted, and the chip that he had on his shoulder. And one of the lines that stands out from this Players Tribune article: watching team after team pass on you, knowing you're better than some of the players they're drafting. It's a feeling that's hard to put into words. The longer I was in there, the more comfortable I was. He talked about leaving the draft, going back to Detroit on day 2. That's where he got drafted. A lot of it sounds like the attitude that Josh Rosen had, which, it was lauded at the time and certainly is it's not a great look now all these years later. But I like the chip on the shoulder. He also cleared up the injury history and said the knee was not the issue in his final year of college. He had the knee injury, played through it. He says he's had no problems whatsoever with it. The turf toe is what sidelined him last year. But he even singled out, thought, hey, the Chargers in the first round, that's my old head coach. Jim Harbaugh is the head coach of the Chargers, and he passed on me too? That really stung. So now it's got to turn for Will Johnson from having a chip, being bitter, whatever, however you want to phrase it, to being productive. And make no mistake about it, there's pressure on him because I think overall the secondary remains, the cornerback position remains a big question mark.
I would, if I were consulting young football players before the NFL draft, I would caution every single one of them. It's super fine to have that chip on your shoulder over where you were drafted. Don't verbalize it. I don't know of a situation where it's turned out good for anybody.
Josh Rosen.
Especially Josh Rosen, right? Because, again, there's only two outcomes that can come of that. Either you can be validated or you can be mocked. And look at Josh Rosen. We've been mocking him for years.
Josh Rosen.
So, look, it's fine to be motivated by the people that did not draft you, but to take it excessively personally, Jim Harbaugh, I'm sure, loves Will Johnson as a football player. Should Will Johnson take it personally that his old coach didn't think highly enough of him to draft him? He might have been looking at different needs or different positions.
But you know what's a good way to do it? When you prove everything wrong, then you say, you know what I've been using as motivation? The fact that I got passed over and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Once you accomplish something.
Right.
Or else you're right, you're setting yourself up to fail.
Yeah. Going back to where this started and Jonathan Gannon's comments about handling things differently this preseason as opposed to his first 2 years and what that meant for the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing. We've had a lot of Marvin Harrison Jr. discussions, and I think generally speaking, the consensus is it was an okay rookie season. There were flashes. When you look at the overall production, it's really hard for me to term an 885-yard, 8-touchdown season as a bad first season, especially when you consider the optics. But outside of Arizona, I don't know if you caught wind of some of the commentary on the Bill Simmons podcast, and it was from a fantasy football standpoint. Cardinals fans are absolutely irate about it. They make up. Bill Simmons is famous for making up categories. If you listen to the rewatchables, there's a category for everything. So the category was a guy who put on so much muscle that you wonder what he's doing. And we all had Marvin Harrison Jr. as the winner of this. And then they were just making, why would you do that? Why would you put on that muscle? Look what happened to David Boston when he put on all that muscle. It wasn't the consensus, if you watched Cardinals football last year, wow, Marvin Harrison Jr., one of the things he needs to do is get stronger.
Mm-hmm. He needs to feel more comfortable on a football field.
And then he goes and not only makes that a priority in the offseason, but the visible difference is impressive. Mm-hmm. It's not like he put on 50 pounds. They were acting like he's a bodybuilder out there now. So he went and did what was tasked of him, what he thought was necessary for success in the NFL, and is getting ripped for it.
That was a frustrating listen. I listened to it over the weekend.
It really was.
And not only with Marvin Harrison Jr., but with Kyler Murray as well. He just is not his biggest fan in any way, shape, or form. And it was a tough listen.
Look, the reality is you can only watch so much.
100%.
And those guys look at box scores from a fantasy standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. Nobody's watching the Cardinals from that podcast.
No. And listen, when I look at Marvin Harrison Jr., we've already drilled down to the why. Why did he feel compelled to do this? And we saw the way he looked in the first month of the NFL season last year. He was not a kid comfortable in his environment.
No,
the physicality, the speed, the violence. He was not. He was. You could tell it had taken him by surprise. That's the reaction.
Yeah.
So he can dish it out now.
Yeah. No
it's
surprise.
Perfectly appropriate.
No surprise in year two. Coming up, how much has Zach Gallen's recent performance affected his possible future with the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if your backyard is kind of cringeworthy, if it keeps you from having company over the weekend, don't fret, you're not alone. Happens to a lot of us. My friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. Custom barbecue grills, custom fire pits, waterfall features. In short, they do everything but pools. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green sparkling lawn without the hassles and the water bills that come with trying to grow grass yourself. If you're a golfer, they are fantastic. It's state-of-the-art, customized putting greens. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out some samples of their work. While you're there, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews. Gives you a real clear indication to the character and the professionalism of this company, and people rave about the quality of their finished product. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Burns here, a series win, but not a sweep for the Diamondbacks against the Reds. So can they keep chipping away again today against the Brew Crew? We're talking Diamondbacks at straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
And the 2-2. I mean, right there. Fastball, strike three called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He struck out half of them.
Zach was doing all that he could. He was keeping us in the game. He kept that lead. He got clipped for that one run, very awkward run. But overall, I thought he was real good. He was on the attack with several pitches, reading swings, just going to work and doing his job the best way that he could to keep us in this game. Things unraveled there in the 8th inning. It's not anything you predict. We made some mistakes in the middle of the zone, and that's what happens when you have good hitters that come up and crucial situations, they're ready to execute. We can't make those types of mistakes.
That's Torey Lovello talking about Zach Gallen, a starting pitcher yesterday. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. He only walked 1, struck out 7. Left a tie game after 6 innings. You heard Torey Lovello make reference to it. It unraveled at that point in all too typical Dbacks bullpen fashion. But Zach Gallen is an interesting case. He was expected to be traded. I think his performance this year to that point had prevented him from really having a market. The market was such that Mike Hazen, the general manager, said, I'm not going to just trade this guy because everybody thinks we need to trade him. He is in the last year of his deal. This is not the way contract years are supposed to go for pitchers the quality of Zach Gallen. But I will say this. His last 6 starts or so, he's been pretty good.
Well, yes, and I agree with that, and I think a couple things about this. Number one, whether he was speaking metaphorically or literally, Mike Hazen dropped the phrase high A ball player in return for Zach Gallen. That is how thin the marketplace was for Zach Gallen around trade deadline. I wonder if some teams are kicking themselves. Some teams that needed high-end frontline pitching, watching what Zach Gallen is doing right now. This is interesting to me because the Diamondbacks have, 31 games remaining? That would mean Zach Gallen has, if he stays in the rotation to the very end, 5 to 6 starts left. If he continues to shine, that will be a big body of work on the way out of the season that his agent might be able to leverage for a multi-year contract with somebody. So the idea of Zach Gallen and what this looks like, it's going to be interesting to me, especially, when it comes to the Diamondbacks. We've talked about the scenarios. Given the fact that Corbin Burns is not going to be around next year, given the fact that you're missing a couple of high-end relievers as well, having a Zach Gallen back or having a Merrill Kelly come back for next season on a 1-year deal has a lot of value, unless you're the player and you want something longer and with more security and more money. So Zach Gallen might be pitching himself into another job elsewhere.
Might be.
At the moment, while we're watching.
Well, I mean, you consider the individual and say, all right, Zach Gallen seems like a guy, and he's been very honest about his struggles this year. Hasn't been able to get it together outside of the last 6 starts, where his ERA is 3.6. So he kind of strikes you as a guy, hey, I'm gonna reprove myself for a year and improve my market. He's still young enough to cash in free agent wise, should things go well, regardless in 2026. But then you consider the agent. He's a Scott Boras client.
Yeah.
And Scott Boras is going to do what's best for his client. And
Scott Boras ain't what he used to be, I'll say that, over the last few off seasons.
Because he couldn't get Jordan Montgomery a deal?
Among other things, though, it's teams aren't sort of caving to him as much as they used to, it feels like.
Look, I mean, I think Gallen's performance, and there's, still 4 or 5 starts left for him, ideally, if he makes every start?
If he pitches every 5th day, you got 31 games left. You got 6 starts left.
Okay. So there's a lot that can be determined. And when you look at that, if he finishes strong, that's 12 good starts to end the season. His market's going to look a lot different.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, because he was really good. Yesterday, he had that live fastball. And that, to me, that seems to be the deal with Zach Gallen. You know what I mean? Because when he doesn't quite have it, there's a lot of the nibbling. There's a lot of steady diet of curveballs. And you throw a lot of steady diet of curveballs, you're bound to leave one up in the zone. And when that happens...
And that's been his biggest problem all year is the home runs and walks.
Yeah.
And if he's a location pitcher, and if his fastball is humming a little bit, it sets up what is and can be a nasty knuckle curve.
Yeah, here was Gallen after the game talking about his team turning things around to a degree on this homestand.
We played really well. Two really good teams, 2 teams that are fight just like us to get in the playoffs. 2 teams that play you, I would say, fairly similar. Good pitching, timely hitting, decent bullpen. So, I think especially for us to answer back in those last 2 games against Cleveland and then come out strong and play 2 tough ones against Cincinnati. It's a good team, but we just got to keep it rolling. I mean, we're going to kind of go through the gauntlet here, just kind of see what we're made of. But I think everyone in here's kind of knows what's at stake, and we're just keep playing well.
Look, no team in Major League Baseball has a better feel of the player, the person, the professional that Zach Gallen is. People throw around the qualifying offer. It's probably going to be in the future for Zach Gallen this offseason from the Diamondbacks. If you're Mike Hazen, though, are you willing to invest more than that? Are you willing to invest the next free agent deal right now on Zach Gallen?
The answer for me is no.
Even considering the gaps that they have potentially in the starting rotation next year?
Yeah.
Because without Gallen, without Burns, Merrill Kelly, everybody seems to think he wants to come back, but I mean, I think that's a long shot.
What's our update? How's he been doing in Texas?
He's made 5 starts, 3.10 ERA, 1-1. He's got 26 strikeouts and 8 walks in 29 innings. So he's basically doing Merrill Kelly things. Yeah.
He's going to take the money. That's my opinion because of his age and because this is his last chance.
And he has to. Yeah, he has to. So I doubt Merrill Kelly back to the Diamondbacks because I do think there'll be some sort of a market for him. But again, I think it all gets down to what does that number look like, and if Zach Gallen finishes up the season on a roll, say he makes all quality starts from now to the end of the season, he's going to look a lot different on the free market than he did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Or 3 weeks ago at the deadline when nobody wanted him.
But from the Diamondbacks' perspective, you said right now the answer is no. Can that change? The market's going to look different elsewhere for Zach Gallen if he finishes strong. Does it change your mind for the Diamondbacks?
To me, I don't know how they could invest another big deal into Zach Gallen at his age. And I know he's not Merrill Kelly old, but what we've seen for a lot of this season would give me pause to do it.
Well, it's going to be the money and the years. Because, 3-year deal, but you wouldn't give him 3 year $100 million. Would you give him a 3 year $60 million?
I mean,
if you're asking me yes or no, I would say yes.
3 years, 60 seems pretty reasonable. He just turned 30.
Yeah. And someone has to pitch for us next year.
But if you're Zach Gallen, why would you do that? If wouldn't you just take a 1 year at 20? If your goal is to make $20 million, why wouldn't you just take a qualifying offer and then try to reset your value?
Because if you're mediocre again next year and a year
then
older,
why would you want to sign him?
And it's a complicated thing.
Because we don't know what's going to happen. Look, I'm not saying it's an easy decision. I'm just saying I've been encouraged by what I've seen from him for the last month and a half. Or a month.
Yeah. Well, he's gone on 2 or 3 stretch starts where he's looked good. He's looked like the, quote, old Zach Gallen, or he's figuring it out. And then he'll have an outing where he'll go 3 innings, give up 5.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about the next day of Zach Gallen still has things to figure out, you know? So it is encouraging. But, again, the next 6 starts for him may decide if he gets $20 or $30 million.
Yeah, the D-backs are 3-3 in his last 6 starts. The 3 losses, they've scored a combined 2 runs in those 3 losses. So
there's that too.
We very easily could be talking about a stretch where they've won 6 straight Zach Gallen starts in a row. It's going to be that's something to watch for the rest of the season. There's no doubt about it. Coming up next on this Monday morning, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories in the Rush Hour reboot here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Geometry matters, basically. You got a guy who's a square and a guy who's a rectangle, Calais Campbell. The square and the rectangle are going to provide some interior, in-your-face push. Calais doesn't even have to get a lot of penetration to actually throw his hands up and actually impede an opposing quarterback from throwing the ball.
He can just stand up.
Hey, Calais, he's a rectangle with a head. I love this guy, and everybody knows it.
Next time we have him on the show, can you introduce him that way?
He would laugh.
He would.
Trust me on that.
He would. And you would hear him laugh because he's huge.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Are you thinking about the holidays in July?
Of course not, and neither are most jewelry stores. They just wait and order from some wholesaler in New York.
But at Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond, we are thinking ahead. Why?
Because we're the importers, the designers, the manufacturers.
If we want the best quality diamonds and a strong selection ready for you this holiday season,
we've got to start now. That's how we stay steps ahead every year.
So when December hits, you're not stuck choosing from leftovers.
You're getting something stunning, hand-picked, and priced the right way at wholesale.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals preseason is officially in the books. They finished with a win on Saturday over the Las Vegas Raiders, 20-10, and here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Good win. I liked some things that we did out there today. Thought it was a much better performance, so it was cool to see us learn from week 2, made improvements, and did a little bit better today.
For more on what we may have learned from the preseason finale, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks couldn't complete the sweep against the Cincinnati Reds on Sunday in a 6-1 loss, but won the series, their second straight series win, as they now head on what is a very tough 7-game road trip that starts in Milwaukee for 4 against the Brewers tonight, as Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It is the Labor Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Big stories on this Monday morning, and Sammy's going to take us through them. What do you got for us today, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. Happy Monday, guys. Hope you had a awesome weekend. But the Cardinals, they were...
Sammy. That one caught me off guard.
I'm just expected at this point now. But the Cardinals did wrap up their preseason play on Saturday with a win. And this morning, ESPN predicted the top 100 players for the 2025 season as they do, and Kyler Murray was 99th, Budda Baker 93rd, Trey McBride 44th. Do these rankings with the Cardinals players, do they make sense to you?
I don't think there's 92 players better in the NFL than Budda Baker at football, but that's just me.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment, but I also think it underscores a fundamental point about this team. At this moment, they do not have a lot of perceived high-end performers.
Did they miss anyone, do you think? I think Paris Johnson Jr., although it's his third year, I think he's very good. They may have missed him.
He seems to me to be a guy that's on the brink of being a star, like one of those perennial Pro Bowl left tackles that you see.
Yeah.
He's probably just not there yet. And again, it's the Arizona factor. You've got to be really, really good to stand out to people who put together lists.
I think James Conner's underrated always.
I think he's always underrated too, but I'm scrolling through, and I'm at number 70, and the lowest rated running back in this list is Jonathan Taylor, who comes in at number 69.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor's pretty devastating running back.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also have to look at it. 100 sounds like a long list of players. It's basically 3 players per team.
It's a good point.
That's
a good point. You're right. It sounds on its surface like, how could that be?
Right.
Yeah, and then when the Eagles have 6 players, you're like, okay, well.
Well, and we did this with the list that had James Conner ranked 11th among NFL running backs.
Right.
You hear that and you immediately balk at it. Then you look at the list and you're like, yeah, those are really good running backs ahead of him.
Yeah. So we talked last week about The Athletic. They did their model on the NFC teams and the win projections. They did a reaction to that with their NFL experts, and the verdict on the Cardinals is that their win total was too low at 8.7. So do you think this team should be expected now to win 10-plus games? Is that what people are thinking around the league?
I don't know if people are thinking it around the league. I think that should be the unstated goal for the Cardinals because it puts you into the playoff mix. It continues the upward trajectory of this coaching staff and this movement in conjunction with the front office. So, yeah, double digits I think should be the goal for this team, but I can't speak to what I do know what people around the league think about the Cardinals. They think it's pretty much a 500 irrelevant team, and that can't be the product this year.
Will less than 10 wins feel like a disappointing season as a Cardinals fan?
Generally, yes. But we always do that, too, and we get trapped into it on this show without knowing what the optics of 9 wins would look like.
I mean, it's you just I don't think you can just say that as a blanket statement. I think that 10 wins or more is doable and embraceable, and it should be their goal. But I could see where a 9-8 season would feel like a success.
Yeah.
And to Vinny's point, it's a matter in how they win these games. Like, we don't know. We could lose 3 one-score games where we're like, man, those should have all been wins, and, all of a sudden they're 3 losses. So we'll talk about the Diamondbacks now. They got 1 game back on the Reds. They won the series, but they're still 5.5 games back in the wild card race. And if they want to make, quote, a run at this thing, what is a bigger factor in helping this struggling bullpen? Is it high-quality starting pitching, or is it more and consistent offensive run support? Obviously, you'd love a combination of both, but what's more important to help a struggling bullpen?
Yeah, I don't think the starting pitching, generally speaking, recently has been an issue. I think for the challenges they've had, and
I think it's been really good.
It has been, and even like being forced into a bullpen game. Nabil Crispat's been great for 2 games, even though he didn't start that second game. To me, it falls more on the offense. If your bullpen's going to struggle and give up runs, Zach Gallen did everything he could to win that game yesterday.
Yeah. Eduardo Rodriguez has been really good. Brandon Pfaadt's coming off. He's coming off a good outing. Ryan Nelson's been terrific. Yeah. So you've got 4 starters who are burning kind of hot right now.
Yeah. And so how they're going to get back in this thing is a question. Like, can they chip away, keep winning series, or does it need to take a 10 out of 11 game run? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think where they're at right now, they're still, 3 games under 500 now going in. You've got 31 games left. You've got 7 games that are very, very difficult, staring you in the face. The idea of going on that kind of run, I don't think you can do it with a flawed bullpen. I just don't. I think you're going to get got at the end of a lot of those close games like you did yesterday. So that, to me, is why I've become very dubious and skeptical about making something happen this year.
Yeah.
I've been on that train a couple of times.
The slow and steady with the position that they're in right now doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
I agree with what Torey Lovello said. I agree with what Bick just said. 10 or 11, a long winning streak of some point to prove that to prove they're capable of doing it, but B, that's the reality of the situation. Mm-hmm. Winning 2 out of every 3 with the hole that they're in probably isn't going to get it done unless somebody else or multiple teams absolutely collapse in front of you.
Yeah. Last thing here, we did have some college football this weekend. We'll talk about it a little later in the show, but a Big 12 game with Kansas State, Iowa State. If you're ASU and Kenny Dillingham watching that game, what did you learn maybe about those two teams, about the Big 12, and what the season might take to win the Big 12, or what it might take to win the Big 12?
It felt like a Big 12 game to me. It felt like 2 pretty good teams beating up on each other. And that's kind of what the Big 12 is on a week-to-week basis. Other than proving to me that exporting college football has got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever witnessed in my life. Look, if you are somebody who believes Iowa State is a primary threat to win the Big 12, then you're probably happy with the outcome. But Kansas State's supposed to be good as well. I just think it's from my vantage point, it's a testament to just a very deep, good conference.
Yeah, it also, I agree with what Bick said too. It was exactly what you kind of expected. 2 good teams playing in really tough conditions, by the way. Like you said, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
But it also, outside of the international aspect of it, it's so rough to start out with a conference game.
Brutal.
It's terrible. I remember in years past, in the Pac-10, Pac-12 days, ASU would start out. I remember a few seasons starting out with Washington and losing that opener against Washington, and you're 0-1, and you're just digging yourself that hole in week 1. It's I don't know. I like the non-conference first, followed by the conference games. So Kansas State's feeling it doubly right now.
My biggest thing is, if you were an ASU fan, all you're thinking is, man, I'm so glad we don't have to play week 0 and we don't have to go across the world to play our first game.
And why can't week 0 just become week 1? Why can't they give us more?
Why couldn't they just move Kansas State, Iowa State to this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I was excited for that game. I watched the whole game. It was great. And then the rest of the day, you were kind of grasping at straws. Like, I wanted to get into the Fresno Kansas game, and I just couldn't because it wasn't very competitive. But give us more. More!
So you're saying I didn't get that E.J. Warner victory I predicted?
You did not.
Darn!
You did not.
Darn!
Well, there you guys go.
Thank you, Sammy.
Of course.
Sammy. We're all rebooted. Coming up next, we will talk college football of the local variety. Sun Devil radio analyst and legendary quarterback Jeff Van Raaphorst joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And it's gone!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if it's not darn near impossible. But Sharp Money people will tell you the best way to do it is reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. They can save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you're going to wake up shortly down the road. That house payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan to pay off their home, which gives those clients decades to build personal wealth, while everybody else, probably stuck with that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which is really super cool. Gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great things that come with the Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. Give them a call. Find out if you're you're a good fit, because I can guarantee this. If you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back at Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Forks up for ASU night at Chase Field on September 2nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded ASU cap. Visit dbacks.com/ASU.
Hey, it's Luke, and it's game week for ASU football. Can the Sun Devils get back to the college football playoff this season? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, Saturday night, Sun Devils start their season at Mountain America Stadium against the NAU Lumberjacks, trying to defend that Big 12 title. Here to talk about it, Sun Devil legend and current radio analyst Jeff Van Raaphorst, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Rapper, good morning.
Rapper. Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. I was reading a piece. We had Tim Healy on recently, and Tim has a piece on the SunDevils.com. 28 memories going into his 28th year as voice of the Sun Devils. How many years is this for you in the analyst chair?
More than that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. You know, the problem is if you tell how many years, it's like an old actor. They just kind of kick you out of Hollywood, you know, so you just got to be careful when you start throwing out your terms. Question, how young do you feel right now going into the 2025 season?
Better way to look at it.
Yeah. So, Rapper, the big question with the season opening up this coming weekend is will ASU sort of buck the history of you know, coming off a great season and stacking that with another one? What's your level of confidence that this team can kind of reverse that fortune, if you will?
Yeah, I think this team has really got a good foundation. You know, whether it's the players, whether it's the coaching staff. I think it starts with the coaching staff. I think there were a couple of key moves made last year during the season that probably went unnoticed. One was, you know, re-signing Coach Ward, the defensive coordinator, making sure he stays around, then re-signing Marcus Arroyo, the offensive coordinator. They did those mid-season, and then you can just see how, you know, the team got better and better as the season went. Now you stack that with very few exits in the transfer portal. I think we only lost one guy in the top 20, in our top 2 deep on both sides. So, we've had a lot of people that have come in that want to play here. People that are here don't want to leave. They want to stay and play for Kenny. If coaching stability stays the same, I think all of those things bode really well for this season.
Talking with Jeff Van Raaphorst, Sun Devil radio analyst here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Sam Levitt obviously comes into this season with a lot of hype and a lot of expectation on him. In fact, to have a preseason Heisman candidate is not something that's really normal for Arizona State football in its history. But your confidence level in Sam Levitt taking a leap from what we saw last year, because the second half of the season, Rapper, you can argue that he was one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in college football over the last 6 weeks. How confident are you that he can elevate that?
I think he will elevate it because he works so hard. He's so passionate about it. Here's a kid came out of Oregon, went to Michigan State. It didn't work out there. He transferred, and he came in here not doubting himself. He came in here believing himself, and he works extremely hard. He's got good coaching. He's got great strength and conditioning. I think the thing for Sam is going to be realizing that you can't do everything alone. Don't try. You don't have to be Superman. You just have to execute each play and try to give your team, just make the best decision in the moment each time. And if you do those things, you're going to have a really good season. And, he senses the moment. He plays great when the big lights are on. So you don't have to worry about, well, how's he going to play on the road or in a tough game or things like that. I think he's a complete quarterback physically and mentally.
There's a lot of people who wonder, how are you going to replace Cam Scadaboo and not the rushing yards or the rushing yards per attempt, but just the heat that he brought to a football field. I see a lot of that coming from Sam, and I think you're right about maybe harnessing that at times. Your thoughts about whether he can help bring that alpha, that smoke that Cam Scadaboo brought to the field last year?
Yeah, Sam Levitt just naturally brings that. He is just a passionate guy. Jordan Tyson naturally brings that. He's a passionate guy. One of the guys I think that can really be a difference maker for this, we're talking the offense right now, is Ben Coleman. They're moving. He's the guy I'm watching the most, at least in the first game, because he was, a guy last year who played and did real well. Was Big 12 guy as a left guard. He's moving to center. And he's a guy the offensive line can rally around, so he can bring that smoke that you're talking about. Some of the running backs, they may or may not have that personality. Raleigh Brown, he's got that energy and smoke now. Is he a 20 carry guy like we had last year with Scat? Don't think so, but he's a guy that can have huge big plays, and I think the coaching staff will commit to the run game, to that power game. Looking through last year, we had like 6 games over 200 yards rushing in the last 2 games of the year. To your point, back, we had 245 against Iowa State and 214 against Texas.
Wow.
So, we played physical, and a lot of that was from Scap, but it takes other 10 guys in there as well.
Jeff Van Raaphorst, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings as we get ready for the opener of ASU football Saturday night against NAU. In terms of the conference, we saw 2 of the better teams in the conference go at it on Saturday. But there seems to be a lot of people believing that this is, this conference is ripe for ASU kind of making it its playground. When you look at the rest of this conference, who stands out to you, Jeff?
Yeah, I think Texas Tech is a team that's really interesting. I don't know if you go back and read much, about the publications and stuff, but the way they've managed the portal has been world class. They jumped on the portal early. They played around with pre-funding and pre-investing in people. So before basically the salary cap or the limits came into play, they were already way over the top and they were out ahead. So they've added some really good talent. They got an old school coach down there. So I think, at the end of the day, you kind of look around at least on paper, and this is the danger that, that everybody did last year, right? Because nobody mentioned ASU. They picked them last, but conventional wisdom says Iowa State, Kansas State, ASU, Texas Tech. You would have probably thrown BYU in there, but they had the quarterback transfer, so I'm really not sure how they're gonna respond if their backup quarterback plays well. Coach Sataki does a great job of getting guys to play his system. So those are the 5 that jump out at me. What did you guys think from the Iowa State Kansas State game?
Well, it was a sloppy mess in the first half.
The fact that you couldn't see the field lines, I think, is embarrassing. The fact that you're playing college football abroad, I don't quite know what the mandate is here, but it did look like what you would expect from the Big 12, in my opinion. Competent, quality teams beating up on each other.
Yeah, I thought the defenses were solid. I just was watching that and I'm thinking, man, I'm glad that we're not going there. The whole 0 week fly to Ireland. I mean, it's just, so much for student athletes. I mean, these guys are, basically they're student revenue producers.
Yeah, and right, exactly.
Basically.
Love it. That is fantastic. Student revenue producers. That's exactly what they are. All right, I'm curious what you think about this. As one of the hallmark athletes in ASU football history, what level of pride, how deep does this go with you when you see this program on the precipice of another level, something that you efforted to, that Jake Plummer and Pat Tillman and all those guys did? What does it feel like for a player of your caliber and your import to the university to see this unfolding before your eyes?
Yeah, I can just tell you the pride everybody takes, the text chains going around with old players. They really appreciate how Kenny goes about the game. He's an old school coach that's kind of bringing new school tactics. And everybody likes to say, Frank Koshwood ran him forever. Well, Kenny's that hard school guy, and everybody gets a lot of pride. People can relate to Kenny. They can relate to a Jake Plummer. They can relate to a Pat Tillman. So, I think the more that you're out there as a player, being, real, kind of talking to people, the more, the average fan or the ex-players really want to see you do well. The things in the past, ASU's, we've never really had a lot of identity. Like, we've had great teams, and then we had coaching changes, and then somebody else would come in, and we wouldn't recruit Texas, or we recruit California. We went through all that. And, this kind of feels like a bottoms-up approach with Kenny. He came in here with a plan. And, one thing I appreciate, there's a lot of things I appreciate with Kenny, but, he got a bonus last year for, in his contract, and he gave that to staff. Yeah. So he's a guy who realizes that it takes a lot of people to get this team going, and he's visionary. People are responding. I think the community is really jumping behind it from, everything I've seen. Activate the Valley. Obviously, I'm biased. You guys your radio. The fact that, the more that ASU's talked about on radio just tells me the more relevant we are. Yeah. What's your take, and what do the numbers tell you guys? Because you have to put on what the listeners want.
This sounds different or feels different to me, Rapper, than years past. And we're running out of time, and I was going to talk about the whole history of expectations for this program. This feels different, and we've talked about it a lot because of what you just said. Kenny Dillingham being in place and having a real grasp and a real passion for what this program is about. I think they're better equipped to get past it. But, yeah, I mean, I'm out and about, too, and people want to talk about ASU football for the first time in a really long time. So we know this town loves a winner.
Anecdotally, Rapper, the amount of people wearing Sun Devil jerseys, I've never seen it at this level, ever.
Yeah, see, that's good for me because I live in the bubble, right? To hear from you guys on the outside, I mean, that's real. And I think people should be proud of, their ASU's running a great program in a very challenging environment with this whole, transfer portal and paying players and all of that. But that's, a discussion for another day. And I think ASU's doing a great job with it.
Rapper, always good to talk to you, man. And
have a great season,
have a
Rapper.
Great broadcast on Saturday.
Hey, take care, you guys. Always appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff Van Raaphorst, Sun Devil, legendary Rose Bowl winning quarterback and color analyst. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, you get your first dose of it. For the week, The Blast is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Wi-Fi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A final Cardinals 53-man roster prediction ahead of cutdown day. Cornerback Will Johnson debunks knee injury concerns in a piece on the Players Tribune. And Daniel Egan and Tommy Troy are among the Diamondbacks prospects on the rise in the minors. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Wi-Fi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for a half a century, Parker & Sons has been the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They show up on time, they fix it right at a fair price, they treat your home like it's their own. Here are the other reasons why you call Parker & Sons. They're reputable and highly decorated, talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're fast and reliable when you need them. They'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Told you about my plumbing emergency. 4:30 in the morning, I called Parker & Sons, got a live person to answer the phone. That blew my mind. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house. Tremendously impressive. Finally, they're trustworthy, incredible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All have passed background checks, drug tests. They are the company you can feel comfortable letting in your front door. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks took 2 out of 3 from the Reds this weekend, including an 11-inning walk-off win on Friday night. However, the Snakes dropped the finale 6-1 yesterday, and they'll start a 7-game road trip today in Milwaukee against the Brewers. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Cardinals wrapped up their preseason on Saturday with a 2010 win against the Las Vegas Raiders, and here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on what he told his locker room after the game.
Yeah, tonight I told them, look around the locker room and appreciate your teammates because everyone laid it on the line, and that's cool, and they understand the business side of football. This is the last time this group, this 90 guys, is going to be together.
Initial 53-man roster cuts will be taking place on Tuesday as the Cards will now turn the page and get ready for Week 1 against New Orleans. This report is brought to you by the Brooklyn Bedding. The Labor Day sale is going on now through August 25th. Get 25% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Bedding.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NFL preseason has long been the biggest scam in sports. It's expensive and unwatchable. It lays bare exactly what owners think of their customers and their football players, and it's further proof that greed is an insidious disease because the people who have the most money never seem to have enough. But this season feels especially bad, and that's because after their final preseason game, the Cardinals now have 13 days to fill before their Week 1 debut. Now, I'm sure Jonathan Gannon and his staff will use the time wisely, but the delay will seem interminable to football fans in the Valley because it's 2 more weeks of nothingness filled with discussions about Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons, and Shedeur Sanders. Now, eventually, our discontent will be negotiated out of existence. The NFL will cut down the preseason in exchange for an extra regular season game and the caveat that every team will play 1 game abroad and get an additional bye week, which means the NFL's greed will simply be redirected into their global efforts, which is also a dumb idea that penalizes American fans. And the NFL champion will eventually be crowned on the Sunday before President's Day, which means the Monday after the Super Bowl will eventually become a national holiday, which sounds great, right? But leveraging our fandom and our gullibility to pay for trash dressed up as football, well, that's an idea that has never seemed so gross. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Well done, Bick.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Oh, always, it goes without saying. But
well, I appreciate that.
Look, you hit the nail on the head here on preseason football and where it stands right now. And this, even though it's only 3 games for 30 teams and 4 games for 2 teams, which is way too much preseason football, I think it might be at the worst place it's ever been in.
I agree.
In terms of participation, every team's going to have its own strategy. We talked about the strategy employed by Jonathan Gannon in year 3 changing a little bit, but we're still talking about, like, for starters, I think they played 18 snaps offensively. So 18 snaps over the course of 3 games.
Right.
The international aspect to all of this, and we're going to get into it at the end of the 8 o'clock hour on the college football front and what we witnessed over the weekend in Dublin. But this has been brewing for a really long time. Every year in April, when the schedule gets announced, there is an increase in the number of international games played. And what is it all leading to?
Mm-hmm.
Is this leading to, look, I get the global marketing efforts. You want global dollars. You want global interest. You want to enjoy the same fruits that soccer enjoys internationally.
That the NBA enjoys.
And the NBA enjoys as well. But is this leading to a European division in NFL, which seems completely illogical to me to do this?
Mm-hmm.
But if the answer is no, what are we doing?
Exactly. Exactly, Vinny, because there is really no sign that there's significant growth to the point where these countries are going to get so crazy about it that they're going to have their own teams. I don't get it, but it does penalize American fans. And like I said, the idea now that we as football fans have got to twiddle our thumbs for basically 2 weeks now, that's just wrong. It just feels really foolish to me. It would seem to me that there should be some momentum behind this, that you should wrap up your preseason football and your next game should be kind of around the corner. The idea that you're playing a game, then going on hiatus for 2 weeks, then what's the point of playing the game?
Yeah, I mean, the only logical reason for the way it's set up right now, I mean, the rosters get cut down to 53. So roster cut downs are even different. There used to be a more gradual roster paring down process, and they did away with that a few years back. So it's basically one cut. You're going from 90 to 53, then constructing your practice squad with whatever, however you want to do it. But I mean, just think of the difference from a practice logistics standpoint. I don't know if it's necessary to have that long, but you're going from 90 players to 53. It's a little different in terms of reps and how you're handling it. But I don't know if you need a full 2 weeks of preparation for that.
I think the real reason is because the NFL is so greedy that they are starting the season on Thursday and Friday now.
True.
So they can't have the last preseason game be a weekend, and then some teams have a short week going into the first game. So they need that extra week so that everybody starts on the same, sort of playing field.
Although it's not necessarily a normal short week. It wouldn't be a normal short week either because they don't play any preseason games on the last Sunday.
But it still would be a different amount of rest for different teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's some validity to your point, too. It's a shorter week, a shorter prep or ramp up for 4 of those teams, basically.
Yeah. And like I said at the end of the blast, and talking to some NFL people, I've heard this repeatedly, that eventually this is where the NFL is going, that the season is going to basically end 3rd week of February. And it's going to end the day before President's Day on purpose, and then everybody's going to take President's Day off. Because we always joke about how the Super Bowl should be a national... Nobody should work the day after the Super Bowl. That's going to become a reality. But we're also talking about a season now that's going to stretch further and further and further.
See, it's going to stretch further and further one direction or the other.
Yep.
I would rather almost see it start earlier.
I'm in that boat as well.
Because there's just an absence of other intriguing sports in September.
There's a fiend for it. Like when the Super Bowl and playoffs are rolling around, that's when the sports season is like peaking. Yeah. Where right now we're in a mode where all anybody can think of or want is football, whether it's college football or NFL.
Yeah.
And what we see in week 0 is one international fine game, but it's over by 11 o'clock. People want to just keep it going, and they're depriving that of us.
So to me, I take a look at this, and I think of a couple of different things. The NFL expanding its regular season to 18 games, it doesn't seem like a lot. But at some point in time, you're going to push football players beyond the breaking point, like you see in the NBA. Will you ever get to the point where load management comes to the NFL? And I bring it up because I've heard people talk about what Sean McVay and the LA Rams might be thinking with Matthew Stafford and his fragility going into the season. There are people who believe that the Rams might give him an extended break. Like give him 3 weeks off in the middle of the season just to kind of reset.
They might have to.
They might have to out of necessity. But if we get to that point in the NFL where dudes are like, you know what, this is just too much, I got to take this week off.
Well, I've heard people suggest, okay, if you're going to 18 games, and the Players Association is way against it, it's going to happen. It's inevitable. But does every player get a maximum of 16 games of the 18 that they play? Or 17 of the 18. Like everybody is mandated a week off. I'm not necessarily for that either.
But they would do the 2 bye weeks, I would assume, if 18 games become in place.
Definitely.
You'd have to, I think.
Yeah, listen, it's one of the things about sports, and it's why Mark Cuban criticized the NFL in the first place. The whole line about pigs get, what is it, pigs eat, hogs get slaughtered?
Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
That's what it is. Yeah. And it's because why is enough never enough? Why is growth continuing to be the number one priority over quality? At some point, isn't enough? Isn't the integrity of the game and the state of the game? You reach a level where it's so popular and it resonates with everybody. Why keep pushing that line?
Yeah.
Just for more revenue.
But it's not just football. I mean, if you go in any industry right now and suggest better, not bigger, you're going to get laughed at. And
you're exactly right.
Probably shown the door.
You're exactly right.
It's the whole Jerry Maguire philosophy. Fewer clients, more personal care. Look how that worked out for Jerry Maguire, bro. He had one client by the end of that movie.
But what a client he was.
What a client it was. Coming up next, tomorrow's cut down day in the NFL. So what is life like for a player on the fringe? We'll tell you a couple of different perspectives on that next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We're talking to the legendary Jake Plummer here on the Wolf and Luke Show.
When you look at a team that is coming into this upcoming season with these expectations for ASU, what's the first thought that hits your mind?
I love that Kenny Dillingham's their coach because he just kind of hits that straight up in the face and will tell these guys that, basically what we want to tell them, that you haven't done anything this year. You're nothing so far. Great. It's nice to have people love you and tell you how good you are. But so far this year, we have done nothing.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football season literally just around the corner. Great time to take your fandom to the next level. And if you want to upgrade your viewing experience, here's some advice. Stay away from those big box stores. Get in your car. Head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. I'm going to give you some reasons why. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. A lot of people don't know that all big screen televisions are not the same. You need to get one built specifically for live action sports. Waltz can help you with that. That's the kind of insight you'll never get from a big box store. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and you will not pay a premium for all that expertise and experience. Waltz also offers unbeatable prices to prove it. If you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They'll match it. They'll also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you will enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name at Waltz. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
3rd and 14 at the 46-yard line. They'll put it on the ground. Michael Carter looking, dancing, and escapes. Left side, turns the corner at the 40. He's at the 30, first down and more. 20, 15, Michael Carter ridden out of bounds inside the 10-yard line.
Craig Grelu on the call on the Cardinals radio network on Saturday night. Michael Carter, one of the highlights for the Cardinals in their 20-10 win, 38-yard run where he was bottled up. It was one of those plays when I was watching it, Bick. I was like, all right, he's bottled up, not going anywhere, and you look away from the TV. Maybe looked at my phone. I don't know what it was. And then I looked back up, and Michael Carter was still running, and I had to rewind it. See, how did he do that?
Yeah.
That's the kind of ability Michael Carter has. We've been talking about Michael Carter a lot on the show. We got to meet with him and speak with him in minicamp, and he's always a refreshing guy to listen to. And he did a legendary press conference last week, but he talked a lot about being on the practice squad, which is where he spent most of the time last year. Here's what he said. This was pregame leading up to the game against the Raiders.
Yeah, being on a practice squad was like really hard. But I had some armor. You know, I played for the Jets, so that's a hard experience too. And from the perspective of there's a lot going on around. Not the actual Jets. They do great stuff over there. And so. Man, stop, man. I'm just trying to. Okay, so this is what I mean by that, to clarify before I make headlines. There's a lot that goes on from a day-to-day perspective, like there, where it's like, whether it's media or it's like, you know, everybody has an opinion there, whether it's the fans or where, you know, this might be like a little bit more quiet market. So I went through a lot there mentally that kind of like shaped and got my armor ready for another tough experience down the line, whether it was football or whether it wasn't. And so being on the practice squad, knowing that I was good enough to make plays in a real game, it helped me because this wasn't the first time I had gone through something difficult. That's what I meant by that. So, and by the way, as a practice squad player, you kind of practice a lot. You know what I mean? That's your job. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I mean, he's got a smile on his face when he's talking about it, but he's got to be feeling like if his name is on the cut list tomorrow, regardless of what happens, and would a team come after Michael Carter and sign him to the active roster? That remains to be seen, because he was available to be plucked all last year and nobody did. He spent most of the year on the practice squad. But you got to be asking yourself the question, what do I have to do?
Yeah. This to me, this is one area where I become highly sympathetic with professional athletes who do not find the right opportunity. I can only imagine how frustrating it might be to be a player that knows you're gifted, that knows you're talented, that knows you know how to play the game and you can be a productive player, but you cannot find an organization or the right opportunity. It happens to a lot of guys. Michael Carter is the very latest. You could argue that, look, if the Browns can carry 4 quarterbacks, can't the Cardinals carry 5 running backs? The answer is no, because where are you going to give them carries? If you're saying that our running backs are going to be Trey Benson and James Conner as thunder and lightning, with some Amari DiMercato in the passing game, and then DJ Dallas because he can give you kickoff returns, he can play on coverage teams, where are you going to give Michael Carter the playing time? And yet he clearly deserves it. Michael Carter is one of the 3 top-rated players from the entire preseason, according to Pro Football Focus. Jacoby Brissett, Michael Carter, and Bam Knight, who had a huge touchdown run on Saturday.
67 yards.
And defensively, it's Jordan Birch, it's Darren Hall, and Keon Bars.
Keon Bars, yep.
And so those are the highest, and take it for what it's worth, these are preseason grades, but Michael Carter can carry the football, and he's proven that. He's been an electrifying player at times, and yet he might get crunched again. And I felt bad for him after the game on Saturday. He came out and said, I got to find a place where I'm not subjected to this every year, that people go, oh yeah, he's on the team, because he deserves to be that guy. Yeah, it just doesn't look like there's a window open here.
I'm sympathetic to it as well, because I do root for him, and he's been a productive player. And every time he's been called upon to do something, whether it's preseason or regular season, he's produced. But he ran into the same thing with the Jets. Mm-hmm. He was their leading rusher as a fourth-round pick in his rookie season, and then things kind of went south there by no fault of his own. But then on the flip side, you ask, all right, who's he got a better case then? Because the other guys that have been called on, the other guys that wrestled those jobs away from him last year, they've also produced.
Yeah.
Simi Fehoko is another one of the players who's been kind of a fringe player his entire career. He's on his third different team. He scored 2 touchdowns in the preseason. He's the only Cardinal who can make that claim. But yesterday on his TikTok, Simi Fehoko offered advice to fringe players during cut week.
The only advice that I can give you is that if you do get cut, if you are one of those guys, it's just the start of your journey, I would say. For me, after I got cut, I had an opportunity to go play for the Steelers, and it led me to another opportunity to play at the Chargers that led to this opportunity now that I'm playing for the Arizona Cardinals. So the saying is true: when one door closes, another one opens, and I truly believe that. I've lived it. I've seen it happen with multiple players in the NFL. So if you are one of those guys that does get cut, keep going. Your dream's not over. Just starting. Let's ride.
And he's had a very good preseason, I think, to the point where I'll be surprised if he's not on the roster after 1 o'clock tomorrow. He's been that good in the preseason.
I think he's made the team.
Yeah. And he plays on special teams as well. And what's the difference? I mean, there's a big difference financially. Michael Carter made the joke, hey, when you're on the practice squad, you practice a lot. That's your job. What does it mean financially? It's not a full NFL salary. Rookies get up to $13,000 a week. And veterans can make anywhere between $17,500 and $22,000 a week, which, yeah, it's good money, but it's not NFL millions either.
No, that's it. And when you're a player like Michael Carter, like I said, who's proven you can be that guy, I can only imagine how difficult that must be. So I think this is a really tough decision for the Cardinals, but I just don't know how the math works in his favor. Unless you want to take a chance on Michael Carter over Amari DiMarcado, but Amari plays special teams.
Well, at a certain point, if you're Michael Carter, you might say, like, well, just let me go. Because maybe it's the situation. Maybe I can get a better chance somewhere else. And if I keep staying here year after year, I'm going to keep making the team, but I'm never going to get that opportunity to.
The flip side of that, too, is we talked about this last week, the tendency for teams, even when they cut down their roster, if they're bringing practice squad guys in, they want that continuity of guys that were in camp. So if he comes in and he gets an opportunity from another team, is it an active roster situation? Does he get demoted to the practice squad? I don't know. It's a sticky situation.
It sure is.
Yeah. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, they could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620 to nominate for Character Counts. Coming up next, Michael Carter's chances, Simi Fehoko's chances, and beyond. We'll talk about all of it with Darren Urban from azcardinals.com next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals preseason is officially in the books. They finished with a win on Saturday over the Las Vegas Raiders 20-10, and here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Good win. I like some things that we did out there today. Thought it was a much better performance, so it was cool to see us learn from week 2, made improvements, and did a little bit better today.
For more on what we may have learned from the preseason finale, head to Arizonasports.com. ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks couldn't complete the sweep against the Reds on Sunday in a 6-1 loss, but they did win the series, their second straight series win, as they now head on what is a tough 7-game road trip that starts in Milwaukee for 4 games against the Brewers tonight, as Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Marotta talk Cardinals preseason now.
Yeah, preseason over. Cardinals wrapped it up with a 10-point win over the Raiders on Saturday night. Roster cuts coming by tomorrow as the finalization to 53 comes. And here to talk about all of it with us from azcardinals.com, Darren Urban, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Darren, you wrote, that's all for tonight. Good night to another preseason. Yes, amen to that.
Yes.
How are you, Darren?
I'm doing good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. Look, we knew starters weren't going to play much, if at all, and we saw that come to fruition. The did not participate list was long and impressive for the Cardinals, but there were some things to watch out for on Saturday. I think some running back spots, some linebacker spots. Let's start with the linebackers. I thought, from my estimation, that Cody Simon and Owen Papo were two guys that really had a lot of eyeballs on them, and I think both of them played better. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, it seemed like I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly everything that goes into how they're analyzing those guys. I mean, I always kind of felt like as a fourth-round pick, Cody Simon would really have to be bad to not be on the roster because you're going to give him some time. And Owen Papo, we can talk all we want about him playing linebacker, and that's still part of it, but he's also a key part of special teams and a special teams unit that lost a lot of guys last year. So you got to be careful in terms of how much turnover you have there. So I did think they played better. Cody Simon definitely shows everything that Nick Wallace keeps saying, that he just seems to have natural inside linebacker instincts, and then and mentally he's there. So I liked how they played. If I had to guess, I'm guessing they're both on this roster because of the things we just talked about, and but we'll see how it kind of plays out the next couple of days.
So Michael Carter is an interesting dilemma because he clearly is an explosive running back, but it looks like there's a numbers crunch at the position. How do you think that's going to unfold for Michael?
I was listening to the last segment, and it's funny. I happened to get a chance to briefly talk to Michael after the game because I just wanted to tell him how incredible, and maybe I'm just jaded at this point, but how incredible his press conference had been before the game. And just talking to him a little bit about hoping he was still around, and he was like, yeah, I hope so too. I think it's very much up in the air. I think you guys hit it exactly on the head in terms of what they're looking at. I mean, is he playing well enough to be on a 53-man roster, on this 53-man roster? I would say yes. But again, when you start figuring out the numbers, when you start figuring out all the different things that DJ Dallas does on special teams, how Amari DiMarcado already seems to have a role on this offense, I mean, it's just a question of who you're going to keep on those last 4 or 5 spots. And do you want to keep a fifth running back who, quite frankly, if you kept 5 running backs, I don't see how you're having 5 running backs active every week.
Right.
And then it's just a question of having them around,
Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, our guest here on Arizona Sports. At the quarterback position, we know it's Kyler, we know it's Jacoby Brissett. Whether or not they keep a third in Clayton Tune, or whether or not they keep Clayton Tune or somebody else on the practice squad remains to be seen. What did you see from Clayton Tune Saturday and through this preseason that would convince you that he can be part of this team, practice squad or better?
Well, I mean, I think he played better against the Raiders, obviously, than the Broncos. I know people kind of got up in arms before the Raiders game when Jonathan Gannon, when asked about Clayton Tune, was talking about it's all 11 out there that are, you can't just look at a quarterback like you're looking at a pitcher in Major League Baseball. There are other factors that go into it that the quarterback doesn't necessarily control. I mean, I think everybody knows Clayton Tune has to play a little bit better. I think you saw why they like Clayton Tune in terms of the athleticism. He made a lot of plays with his legs against the Raiders. And the question to me becomes, do you want a guy in the practice squad who is familiar with your offense, or if you're going to go out and get somebody, do you feel like you can coach him up enough that if something that you don't want to have happens, you're comfortable enough having that guy be your backup? So I don't know what direction that's going to go right now. I'm not ruling either one of them out. But I think to me, it seems fairly clear this coaching staff is, going to keep two on the active roster because that's what they like to do, just like they did last year. And
did we lose Darren?
We did.
We did lose Darren.
Totally dropped.
But he was completing the thought that's kind of what they're going to do. Yeah, two quarterbacks, and then you just and in case of emergency, you go shopping, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But there's some logic to that thinking, because if you get that far down in your quarterback depth chart, 99 times out of 100 you're buried anyway, right?
Pretty much.
The NFL is not rich in its history of guys that came out of nowhere to help save playoff spots. Sorry, we lost you halfway through that, Darren.
I'm sorry. I promise I'm just sitting here. I don't know what happened. But
blame it on Jarrett.
Long story short with Tune, I think they have to figure out if they want somebody comfortable in the offense or if they want somebody else who they think they can coach up pretty quickly as that third quarterback.
One of the cool moments on Saturday was when Jordan Birch and Xavier Thomas, a pair of high school teammates, combined to mug Aiden O'Connell. Plays probably bigger for Xavier Thomas, but I want to ask about Jordan Birch, a guy that Cardinals just drafted last April. Looks like they found a keeper in this kid.
I think people, and I'm going to be one of those. I think when they took him, I was a little bit surprised. As we've gone past the weeks and the months, I think he was one of those guys that they didn't think was going to be on the board in the third round by the time they picked him. So it wasn't really front of mind. And then he's one of those guys that by the time you get to him in the third round, you're thinking, oh my God, we can't just pass up on this guy because of how we had him ranked. And he's playing like it. And he's got size. He can do a little of everything, and he's played really well. And he might end up being the steal of the draft. Everybody wants to talk about Will Johnson, but if Jordan Birch keeps doing this stuff, I mean, maybe it turns out to be him.
Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Wide receiver spot seems to be 4 spots locked up with Harrison and Wilson and Zay Jones and Greg Dortch. Do you think there's room on this first 53-man roster for Fehoko and Xavier Weaver? Because I thought Weaver actually played a lot better on Saturday night, too.
I think they are intrigued with Weaver. First of all, I think Simi's on the team.
Okay.
Let me just say that straight out. I think with his special team skills and what he was able to show in limited time as a receiver in preseason, I think he's on the team. That's my estimate. So do you want to keep a sixth receiver? Can you get Xavier Weaver to the practice squad if that's what you wanted to do? I think the last few spots are very much up in the air. And what people need to remember, whether it's Xavier Weaver or whomever, you only get 48 guys on the active roster if you bring up 2 from practice squad or whatever it is. But you're going to have a handful of inactive guys every week anyway. So as long as you're healthy, which, we'll see what that looks like after they get their 53-man roster, some of these guys aren't going to play anyway. So is it important enough to keep them on the roster and not risk losing them? I mean, to me, one of the most important parts of the next couple of days isn't necessarily who's on the 53, but how they organize who's on IR/PUP and who they carry on the active roster. Walter Nolan's a great example. If you think Walter Nolan can play in the first couple of weeks, you don't want to basically cancel out his first month and have him miss 4 weeks before he can even start practicing. But if you think he's that far away and he's on PUP, then all of a sudden there's a roster spot that you didn't necessarily think you're going to have. And I think that is going to determine a lot about what the bottom of this roster looks like.
I thought it was very candid and forthcoming of Jonathan Gannon to kind of question the way he didn't play a lot of rookies in previous training camps. What were your thoughts on that? Do you think maybe it was a way to kind of shield the fact that they put Will Johnson out there a few times to make it look like they weren't being unnecessarily harsh on him? Or do you think just in retrospect he's questioning the way he's approached these preseasons?
Well, I mean, it's something that I plan on writing a little bit about today, and I did appreciate the fact that Jonathan Gannon said that, and it goes to show, every offseason he keeps saying, I'm doing some things a little bit differently. It's not always going to be the same. I'm always analyzing what I'm doing, and this just happens to be a specific example of it. I mean, clearly last year, Darius Robinson played, I think, 10 snaps in the preseason. Marvin Harrison famously just played 3 and never had a pass thrown to him. Some of the other rookies played a little bit more, but I don't think it was necessarily anything shielding Will Johnson. I mean, the question was direct about Will Johnson, and I don't think at this point, with some of the ways teams are playing preseason, anybody's going to bat an eye with a rookie, no matter who it is, playing all 3 preseason games. But I do think it was important for Jonathan Gannon to kind of point out, hey, we felt like the last couple of years we did the rookies a disservice by not playing them a little bit more. And hopefully it pays off, and hopefully they saw a little bit more. Like, I'm curious to see what it means for Will Johnson's playing time early in the season the way he went. Or, does Denzel Burke make this roster with as many snaps as he played? I think that's all going to play into the next couple of days and maybe the first month or so of the season.
Last thing, Darren, and we appreciate your time. I know you covered this on azcardinals.com, but a lot of people took notice, and they showed it on the television broadcast. Anquan Boldin was in the box with Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort, so everybody thinks, everything's good. He's going into the Ring of Honor. You mentioned it in your article that conversation starts with Larry Fitzgerald. Well, Fitz is going to be eligible for Hall of Fame induction. Is it important for the Cardinals to get him into their Ring of Honor before he gets a yellow jacket?
Oof. My first reaction, I got 2 reactions to that. My first one is not my monkey, not my circus. But
I've never heard that before. That's fantastic.
The second one, look, I think, let me put it this way. I think the Cardinals would love to have not only Fitz go in to the Ring of Honor before the Hall of Fame, but they probably would have liked to do it well before this. But I think we all know that Fitz oftentimes has his own timeline. And in my estimation, I think he'd like to do all the feting of all that stuff all in one fell swoop. He's going to end up coming back here like all the other Hall of Famers to probably at a game get his Hall of Fame ring.
Yeah.
And again, this is just my speculation. Talk to no one. I have no idea on this. But would I be surprised if the ceremony to get his Hall of Fame ring and go into the Ring of Honor would all be one night? I would not be surprised.
Gotcha.
Yeah, good
Darren,
stuff.
Great stuff. Thanks so much for the time and the insight. I always appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Thank you, Darren Urban, azcardinals.com. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, why did college football start their season in Dublin? Because it's all about doubling their profits. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cutdown day comes Tuesday.
You might think you're on the outside looking in, but you might not be.
This is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53.
The tape you put out there is not just for our team, it's 31 other teams. If it happens where you don't fit our team for whatever reason, there's 31 other opportunities. If you put good tape out there, you can fit that team too.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some amazing news from Earnhardt Peoria Kia right in time for the Labor Day holiday. Earnhardt Peoria Kia rolling out some awesome specials all month long. And you know it's an Earnhardt dealership, and that's locally owned. They'll treat you right. They will treat you like family. So now is your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for a sedan, they've got a surplus of 2025 Kia K4s. SUVs, Earnhardt Peoria Kia has those too. Like the popular 2025 Kia Telluride, they've even got the 2025 Carnival MPV available. And all gas, hybrid, and electric options. They're stocked with those as well, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You got to check them out. You can even shop remotely with No Bull Express. So discover what drives you at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which players solidified their spots on the Cardinals' 53-man roster during Saturday's preseason game against the Raiders? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Perkins, fourth year as the starting punter. And Dylan Edwards, very dangerous with the ball in his hands, has to backpedal, and he muffed the kick, and it's recovered by Iowa State at the 8-yard line. Aiden Flora jumps on the loose ball, and Iowa State will have it, goal to go.
Yeah, a lot of sloppiness early on. Dave Pasch on the call for ESPN. College football got underway. Top of the morning to you. Did you see what the Iowa State Cyclones did on Saturday?
No, I did.
Iowa State beats Kansas State 24-21. It got to a point in the first half. It was rainy. The field was a mess. It was an Irish day. There's no doubt about it.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about that.
But you start asking yourself, did these teams even practice? Was it a great representation of college football to begin? No, I thought the second half was much more crisply played, and the offenses got going a little bit. The defenses dominated in the first half and special teams, but it just begs the question again: why are we outsourcing all of our good stuff?
Well, yes, especially, and I kind of feel that way, certainly with the NFL as well. I understand globalization in the NBA. I understand globalization in Major League Baseball. These are two sports that have thriving fan bases all over the world. Football, you're trying to grow something where there really isn't that demand. You're trying to create demand, and giving away key games I'm not a fan of, but this is really, really stupid to me. When most of the UK doesn't even understand the concept of college sports the way we do, as evidenced by the Kansas State flag outside the bar in Dublin, not the Kansas State flag, if you know the difference.
Did you see the montage of Irish citizens near the stadium being interviewed on what they knew about the two teams coming in? They didn't know anything.
Didn't know a thing.
That was the point. But is that the goal for college football? Is to maybe drum up enough interest so somebody in Dublin might become a Kansas State fan? It seems so far-fetched to me because there's just no emotional. College sports is about emotional connection because of being a student there.
There's a columnist for the Irish Times who wrote a piece over the weekend. I loved it. It was so naive and yet it was so full of indignation. He went out saying how inhumane it is that college students are subjected to training camps in football. Like, you're working students like mules? What are you, cretins in America? And couldn't believe that athletes are basically, some of them reputedly, they kind of don't always go to class. Is the way I'm trying to say it.
What? Oh, that's new to him.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But this is the European mindset. So when they put their eyes on college sports, they're like, what is this?
Well, they have no reference of university or college sports the way America does.
That's it.
No other country does college athletics like America does. And to Vinny's point of allegiance, like if we go to a school the rest of our lives, we're rooting for that team. No one else in the world has that. For where they go to school, they're able to root for their team the way we are with ASU, U of A, whoever it is.
You're telling me that Oxford's crew team doesn't get easy A classes to get through university?
That's where you're wrong, because I'm a huge Oxford crew fan.
I thought
Are you really?
I follow them intensely.
Yeah.
I just think it's unfair to start. Look, if you want to put two teams and have a high-profile non-conference game, which they've done for years, early on last season, Georgia Tech, Florida State was another conference game. It turned out to be a good game, but Florida State never recovered from that game. They were awful last year.
I just totally agree with you.
The importance of a conference game shouldn't be played on foreign soil.
That's it.
The idea that they're having it in Ireland is because Notre Dame played there the first few years they did it.
Yeah, and they played against Navy.
And that made
non-conference game.
That made some kind of sense, broadly. Now it seems like such a money grab.
Well, because it is, and that's what I think some people find patently offensive. But to Vinny's point, that game they played in Dublin, hopefully ASU will make it irrelevant and romp their way through the conference. But that's a very big conference game
Between two of the best teams.
That one of those schools had to give up as a home game.
Yeah, Iowa State gave that up. That was a Kansas State home game.
So this, to me, that's where it reaches the level of absurdity. When you put these players on fields that aren't even chalked properly, where you can't even see the hash marks.
You know what I wondered about? And maybe this stood out to you, maybe it didn't. They had cameras set up at sports bars in Manhattan, Kansas, and Ames, Iowa, that were monitoring their fans watching the game from Dublin. It was the worst camera technology ever. It looked like the most pixelated, flip phone camera quality crap I've ever seen. It's like they couldn't have a better camera.
580.
Gotta be better.
480p.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I'm sure the people in Dublin, I'm sure the pub owners in Dublin are thrilled because 30,000 people traveled to Ireland for that game?
Yeah, when you're not showing up day of game, you're making a week of it.
But that's the other thing, though. It's like a lot of that crowd were Americans that were on a holiday, on a vacation. It wasn't like they got a ton of just the locals that filled up the arena. Here's how you know it's a problem.
Shut up, Jared!
It's not just a problem when the locals they say, what's a first down? And you say, oh, it's 10 yards. It's when the locals then say, what the hell is a yard?
Yeah, right.
Because at least with, the Jaguars are, the NFL's team, darling team to be in London. At least London fans now know who the Jaguars are. They can go to these games and root for them. Here in college, it's they don't know who the Kansas State Wildcats are.
No.
They didn't go to school here. That's the point with me. It's like I get the NFL is like trying to globalize the sport. The college doesn't need to.
There's not going to be a British division of the Big 12.
And I'm ticked off too because we played the fumble, the Dylan Edwards muffed punt.
Right.
In my Big 12 fantasy league, I had the number 1 overall pick. I picked Dylan Edwards. Wow. That was the one play he played in that game.
Oh, man.
He muffed a punt and got injured.
Wow.
My whole season might be up in flames already.
If you're going to have a game in Ireland, at least, I love Dave Pash, but let's get some Irish announcers. Make that fun.
It's not a bad idea.
To
give it some real local flavor.
His real name is actually Dave O'Pashigan.
Davey O'Pash.
Davey O'Pashigan.
Coming up next, we will hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Listen, I'll say this, too, because I like Jacoby Brissett a whole lot. A Kyler Murray injury, to me, isn't the biggest guy that they could lose. It's James Conner.
Ooh.
It's James Conner.
Ooh.
Who's the player that can least ill afford to lose?
We are poking the gods with a stick by having this conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Reputation and trust matter. It's especially true when making a big purchase. Reputation and trust, 2 foundational reasons you should shop at Chapman BMW, home of the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. That's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling, great reputation for making luxury attainable, and by that I mean a new BMW not as far as out of reach as you might think. They have got vehicles in all price ranges at Chapman BMW. And when I talk about that elite service and handling, you feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. And those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. You're also going to find a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then get your hookup. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He assures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get a smoking hot deal, the best price you're going to find in Arizona. You could always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Dreaming of escaping the Arizona heat in your own backyard oasis? Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are making dreams come true. Get ready for the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. You could win a beautiful brand new custom pool for your home. One lucky winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking. Perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now through September 7th. Visit dbacks.com/splash to enter or for more details. That's dbacks.com/SPLASH.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain. Also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds this weekend, including an 11th inning walk-off win on Friday, but the Snakes dropped the finale yesterday 6-1. The Dbacks still find themselves 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot as they start what is a very difficult 7-game road trip today in Milwaukee against the Brewers. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up their preseason on Saturday with a 20-10 win against the Las Vegas Raiders, and here is what head coach Jonathan Gannon told his locker room after the game.
Yeah, tonight I told them, look around the locker room and appreciate your teammates because everyone laid it on the line, and that's cool, and they understand the business side of football. This is the last time this group, this 90 guys, is going to be together.
Initial 53-man roster cuts will start tomorrow as the Cards will now turn the page and get ready for Week 1 in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Every morning at 9, we hit the world of social media with Social Studies, hosted by Sammy Sabolka.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Social Studies. If you're new here, you can find us on X at Bickley_Murata, where we will post our questions daily. We're also on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And if you want to watch us on YouTube, we are at Arizona Sports. So our first question with the Cardinals preseason wrapping up yesterday is, Cardinals fans, what was the biggest storyline from the preseason / training camp?
Wow. Was there one?
I mean, the stories that had the most discussion about them, I don't think qualify as big stories. So I guess in terms of the more important players, the fact that starters played a little bit this preseason as opposed to years past, but the fact that there was a lack of big stories in this training camp / preseason might be a good thing for the Cardinals.
Well, I think it's the fact that Kyler Murray played and threw one of the worst interceptions you'd ever see.
That's fair.
By the way, I tracked it each week in the 3 weeks of the preseason. there was only 2 quarterbacks that will be starters on week 1 for their respective teams that threw interceptions. Russell Wilson threw one for the Giants. Kyler Murray threw one for the Cardinals. I didn't see the optics of the Wilson pick, but the Murray pick was really bad.
It was.
Very bad.
For me, just real quick, the biggest storyline is that Walter Nolan Jr. is still hurt, and we don't know his status heading into the season.
It's a good one.
Daylight Film says, for the most part, they stayed healthy, which is true. Seabacker44 says that it's finally over. Since I don't have to follow preseason closely for a living, like you guys, I don't want to watch any of that, which it's over now. It's fair. And then Tom Foss says, the biggest storyline is that everyone expects the Cards to get into the playoffs this season, even some national media. So gaining some maybe national respect there.
All due respect, I think everyone is a very, very loose term there.
Yes.
It's not universal.
Agreed. So our next question it involves the Diamondbacks, involves Zach Gallen, and what's going to happen with Zach Gallen. So we gave 4 options of what happens with Zach Gallen next season. Is it he gets a 1-year qualifying offer with AZ? Is it he gets a multi-year extension with AZ? Or he signs with another team? Or the last option is don't care, I want Merrill Kelly back.
I'm going to vote. I'm going to guess he signs with another team. I think he's going to finish really strong, and I think his agent's going to get him a multi-year deal elsewhere.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a 1-year qualifying offer with the D-backs.
If I had to vote, that would be my vote. 57% of the vote says he'll sign a 1-year qualifying offer with Arizona. 20% say he'll sign with another team. 16% say they don't care, they want Merrill Kelly back. Only 5% say he'll sign a multi-year extension with us. And then let's see, one of the responses says he'll sign a qualifying offer and Merrill Kelly will come back to AZ is my guess, but that's a tough world. And then
Seabacker's got a good one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Possible strike year after next will push team and him to the 1-year deal.
Oh, okay.
There's another thing to consider.
I didn't even think about that. That's a very good point, Seabacker.
We keep forgetting about this potential strike that honestly, I don't think the Players Union is budging on, so we'll see. So we'll see what happens with Zach Gallen the rest of the year. And our last question, our own Jarrett Carlin this morning had a sliding doors moment.
Are you familiar with that phrase, by the way, Sammy? Do you know what that's in reference to?
I wasn't, but then you explained it this morning, so now
it's a movie from the 90s, I guess.
Yeah.
Called Sliding Doors. It wasn't even a hit, but it became sort of a...
Gwyneth Paltrow as an English woman.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
And it sort of had 2 parallel movies going on at the same time, and it was if she chose this thing, this would happen. If she chose this thing, something else would happen. And it became sort of a thing that, like, how a slight change in your life could knock down all dominoes.
There we go. So his maybe sliding door moment this morning said, what is the sliding doors moment in your life? Something close to happening that would have changed your life if it went slightly different.
By the way, for those who didn't hear it, Jarrett's sliding doors moment was he almost smushed a pedestrian.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
But
not of your fault.
Right.
Somebody just
described it.
So his speeding habits and his poor eyesight, he's somehow morphed in this existential question.
I was just thinking about this over the weekend, honestly. I was thinking about it, and it wasn't my sliding doors moment. It was certainly a decision that was made for me. But what would my life be like right now if my parents had never decided to move to Arizona? If I grew up in New York. In New York, I'd be talking like that, first of all. Like, that's not for nothing.
You and Gamble would have a very interesting radio
but
show.
How else would my life be different at this point?
Yeah.
You know?
What was the reason that they came out here?
My dad had reached captain of the New York City Police Department and decided to retire at that point. Start a new life out here.
Very nice.
We had relatives out here.
Yeah, for me, there's any number of things that I could cite here, but I'll just do the obvious one. Turning down the New York Times in 1993, I want to say. That's the big one for me.
Okay. Some of the responses were pretty good, I got to say. Our Tom Foss said, I had 4 out of the 6 winning numbers for the lottery. All 6 would have definitely changed my life. Dante was 21 years old. He had just come off his senior season as a small college town kicker. My one and only NFL tryout was done in 40-plus mile-an-hour winds. Me and the 6 other guys looked like we had never kicked a field goal before that day. It was the last day I ever kicked a field goal. That's tough. 40-mile-an-hour winds. And then let's see. Lee...
Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's the one I just noticed, too.
Lee said being told about Bitcoin when it was at $1.10 and saying, no thanks, that's not real. Man. I'm sure a lot of people like Lee could say the same thing. And then one last one.
That fluctuates, though, between being the worst decision of your life to thank God I didn't invest just when you check on it.
No doubt.
And Daylight Film says, I was the final vote on changing the Cracker Barrel logo. I said to do it, and now I'm unemployed. Amen. So there you guys go. Keep those coming. Sliding door moments are always fun. So there you go. Social studies.
Social studies. Thank you, Sammy. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the preseason in the NFL has been dotted with hold-ins and contract squabbles. Well, one of them came to an end this morning. We'll tell you about that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. Right there. Fastball, strike 3 called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks A Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case costs. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game series starting September 5th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals is looming. So who helped themselves the most in the preseason finale on Saturday against the Raiders? Burns and Gambo. And we start at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Everything that has transpired up to this point has been disappointing and frustrating. I've wanted to continue my career here. I've created my life here. My wife and I have bought our first home here, so this has been somewhere where I've always wanted to be.
That was Terry McLaurin speaking on his frustration back on July 15th this summer. Well, the frustration comes to an end today. With preseason behind us, Bick, the Commanders and Terry McLaurin finally reached agreement today on a 3-year contract extension worth up to $96 million that ends his hold-in, gets him in uniform for the regular season opener. It includes a $30 million signing bonus in the deal. So there's a lot of these situations around the league. We talked about, earlier this offseason, Myles Garrett, that got worked out. Terry McLaurin, Trey Hendrickson, Micah Parsons, all big-time players who are wanting those contract extensions, and McLaurin gets it first from Washington. And look, is the timing perfect? Probably not. They let it drag.
For Terry McLaurin, it is.
Yeah, well, yeah. he got to miss training camp.
Yeah, listen, he got everything he wanted, and his agent, whether you're a fan of athletes seizing the moment the way that this one did, there was a unique leverage that Terry McLaurin had as it relates to the buzz and the success the Commanders are coming off of. And if you've got a potential Super Bowl MVP caliber quarterback, you certainly don't want to make him go into year 2 without his best receivers. So Terry McLaurin and his agent saw an opportunity, and it worked for him.
Yeah. Terry McLaurin was on the physically unable to perform list for a good portion of camp. He was activated from that 9 days ago on August 16th, and he actually had requested a trade. And look, that's the way you have to play hardball sometimes in these negotiations. I think this one, I mean, yeah, the timing is what it is. It made too much sense for the Commanders
for
to
both
finally
sides.
Really, for both sides.
What situation is he going to go in better than a legit kind of Super Bowl contender with a young, great quarterback
as the number one as the number one wide receiver option? I still can't make heads or tails of what the Bengals are doing with Trey Hendrickson, honestly.
Well, they're being the Bengals.
That's it. But that never makes sense to me.
No, of course not. Of course not. Again, though, there are a handful of teams, I think about 10 of them, that are really dedicated to winning in the NFL and prove it with the money they spend, and about another 20 to 22 that kind of care, but then about another 20 that kind of care, and then there's a few that just, we're good.
All right, so this one, the McLaurin situation, the Hendrickson situation, the Parsons situation in Dallas, all disgruntled players, all really good players that are important to their teams, all had requested a trade or been granted permission to seek a trade. This one's done. What gets done first?
What gets done next?
Or is it Hendrickson getting traded? We were both in agreement Parsons isn't going anywhere.
I don't know if I'm in agreement on that.
Really?
I really don't. It's just the reporting from Adam Schefter saying this thing is heading for a divorce that makes me really wonder if this is going to be the one Jerry Jones player that doesn't get done at the last minute.
Does Micah have the chutzpah to sit out if he doesn't get the deal?
Well,
done? That's what they're playing chicken with.
And that's the whole thing. So after his display Saturday, when he rolls into the stadium eating nachos and then lies down on the medical table on the field, Their new coach, it's Brian Schottenheimer, right?
Yeah.
Brian Schottenheimer said, I got to talk to the player because what he did was not cool. I got to figure out where his mind is. So I'll be curious what the reporting out of Dallas is today. And then I think we can get a better idea of where that thing is going. I would bet that in both cases, I just think the players cave in both cases.
I just don't understand the Hendrickson thing at all for the Bengals.
We talked about Michael Carter with the "what do I have to do" mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Hendrickson's had 17.5 sacks 2 years in a row.
He led the NFL in sacks, and if you're the Bengals,
they don't have anybody else.
Your defense is terrible. The only way you're going to win football games is scoring 30 or more points, and the one dude you have on your team that can disrupt
sack the quarterback, right?
Hey, maybe they're playing chess here. Maybe they're thinking, hey, our defense sucked with him getting 17.5 sacks. We can suck for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yes, but
It's really exposing them, though, that the only reason that they gave Jamar Chase the money is because Joe Burrow made them.
Yeah, well, but Joe Burrow's gone to bat for Hendrickson, too. The fact is that Chase got his first, and Higgins got his second.
Yeah.
There's another level of frustration on the Hendrickson part, is that those guys got theirs first. This is a non-pro story, but it's an interesting story. The University of Oklahoma, talking about creating new revenue streams.
This is pure insanity, Vinny.
Here's the way you can buy tickets to this. Get exclusive post-game media access for you and one guest, and see where real-time reactions unfold. Hear OU coaches and players address reporters moments after the final whistle. Watch the story take shape through the questions, the insights, and the atmosphere that set the headlines. Must be 18 or older. One ticket grants access for 2 people. The University of Oklahoma is selling post-game press conference opportunities, not to participate, just to watch.
Mm-hmm.
$692.11.
Now it's dynamic pricing. That's for the Michigan game.
Yes.
They have, and so if you're asking yourself who would be so dumb as to buy access to a press conference, they've already sold out their access for the Illinois State game, which was being sold at $461.
And 61 cents.
And 61 cents. Yeah, don't forget that. So this is like you and I, when we saw that the Super Bowl was selling fan access to Media Day, which became Media Night at the Super Bowl, you and I couldn't believe our eyes that fans literally would spend good money to sit in seats inside a football stadium or a convention center,
hockey arena
in some cases, and put in a little audio device so you could listen and channel through different stations where media are asking questions. You and I thought, this has got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And the place was packed.
Yeah.
And when I went to interview people, like, don't you feel stupid? They're like, no, this is fantastic. So it's the proximity. That's all that some people care about.
Yeah, when we experienced it, I don't know if it was the first one or the second one that the NFL had done, because Media Day had always been a thing, and it was the Super Bowl that was held in New York/New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And they bussed us to the Media Day. It was still called Media Day at that point, and it was at the Devils Hockey Arena. And they had started selling access to it, and I was just looking around dumbfounded. It wasn't a packed house by any stretch, but there was a good number of people there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's grown into an event. This is just a case of the powers that be in both the NFL and college football. It doesn't take much to recognize it. The appetite for football information is insatiable.
Yeah.
And if you can cash in on it, cash in on it. Now, I've been in press conferences post-game, mostly with the Suns, and I don't even know if they do this anymore, but they used to reward like season ticket holders. Sometimes would get access to just take in the press conference. Again, couldn't ask questions, but get to sit in the room during the process. It wasn't sold separately. It was part of their experience as a season ticket holder, 6-man member, whatever they call it. But this is the first time it's gone to anybody. First come, first serve. You could shell out $700 to go watch a press conference. It's just maddening to me.
This is going to be great when some OU Sooner fan has had a couple too many to drink and he walks into the press conference, and that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah, listen, but I don't know what I think about this because obviously it's going to make them less professional. The environment will become immediately less professional. There'll be a lot more ambient noise. That it will also become performative.
Yes.
Because now this isn't just an exchange of questions and answers.
Well, and what if some of those people that buy their tickets are boosters for your program? They want to hear all the right answers. Don't you think the coaches up there know that?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. On the other hand, we know that some college coaches can use post-game press conferences as bully pulpits and dress down reporters. I think this limits that element of it, but maybe not. It's a further cheapening of the media, which we've kind of been in that lane for a decade now.
Yeah, well, this is a big shift in that
how
direction. Hey, Cardinals fans, home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting next Tuesday. We're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. What you got to do is head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, that's the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Visit and enter there. Coming up next, we will hand out some Monday hardware here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Geometry matters, basically. You got a guy who's a square and a guy who's a rectangle, Calais Campbell. The square and the rectangle are going to provide some interior, in-your-face push. Calais doesn't even have to get a lot of penetration to actually throw his hands up and actually impede an opposing quarterback from throwing the ball.
He can just stand up.
Hey, Calais, he's a rectangle with a head. I love this guy, and everybody knows it.
Next time we have him on the show, can you introduce him that way?
He would laugh.
He would.
Trust me on that.
He would. And you would hear him laugh because he's huge.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the sun can do a lot of damage in Arizona, and if the house you're living in is at least 15 years old, chances are you need new windows. I know I do, and if you do need new windows, take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products where you are getting a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Once again, smoking hot deal, $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, and that's pretty important because there are no markups, there are no middlemen at Advanced Window Products. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. They've got 39 years of serving satisfied customers. Sales and installation are all done in-house. Once again, no middleman, no markups. Those savings get passed on to you, and you get a lifetime warranty at Advanced Window Products, and that includes labor, glass, and parts. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they will guarantee them for life. Do what I did. Take advantage of this great summertime special. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You've known us as the Valley's leading AC company for over 25 years. But did you know that we're also a full-service plumbing company? From garbage disposals, sinks, toilets, clogged drains, water heaters, sewer pipe relining, we do it all. So for your next plumbing decision, make the Precision decision and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh, the Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through August 25th. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. You work hard, Basin Orleans, and you deserve to sleep easy during the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals preseason is officially in the books. They finished with a win on Saturday over the Las Vegas Raiders, 20-10, and here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the win.
Good win. I liked some things that we did out there today. Thought it was a much better performance, so it was cool to see us learn from week 2, made improvements, and did a little bit better today.
For more on what we may have learned from the preseason finale, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks couldn't sweep the Cincinnati Reds this weekend and lost on Sunday 6-1, but they won the series, their second straight series win, and now they'll head on the road for 7 games, and they'll start with the Milwaukee Brewers for 4. First pitch tonight from Eduardo Rodriguez. We'll get underway at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll Question is, what are your expectations for the Diamondbacks road trip against the Brewers and the Dodgers? Our 3 options are they're going to get clobbered. The next option, 3-4 or 4-3, or our last option is the Snakes will be alive.
The Diamondbacks do very well when they're underdogs, much better than when they're expected to perform, like that weekend in Colorado. I'm going to say 3-4 or 4-3.
That's exactly where I am, too. You know why I say that? Because that's what they do in every 7-game stretch.
That's just exactly.
Seemingly.
52% of the vote thinks they're going to get clobbered. 35% say 3-4, 4-3. 13% of the vote say the Snakes are alive. So.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. You're going to go to the hardware store. Handing out the hardware. All this hardware.
It's our version of the award show. We do it on Mondays. We call it Hardware. We each give out 2 based on what we saw on the weekend. Vic, what do you got?
The Crashing Out Award goes to tennis player Daniil Medvedev, who lost his mind at the U.S. Open. Now, I've seen a lot of weird things midnight at the U.S. Open. The crowd tends to be very liquid and very volatile. So last night, he's playing a guy named Benjamin Bonzi. And good old Ben had match point, and a photographer, for some bizarre reason, wanders out onto the court. The chair umpire, "Hey, what are you doing? Not now, sir." And he sends the photographer back off the court and then awards Bonzi a first serve again. That forced Medvedev to lose his mind. Went up to the chair umpire, started arguing ridiculous points with him, and then then encouraged the crowd to boo. And it just went on for minutes, and that was match point. And it went on for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes. Medvedev rallied, but eventually Bonzi won the match, so Medvedev kicked out of an Open in round 1 again, which is pretty jarring for a player that used to be elite.
Third straight time that's happened.
He's won one Grand Slam match all year.
Yeah,
wow.
That was at the Australian.
And that photographer has been revoked for the rest of the tournament. It was bizarre.
This was my first award, too.
I also had...
No, that's fine. I was going to call it the Steve Bartman Want to Get Away Award and give it to the photographer.
I was going to give it the At least he didn't kick him in the groin award.
Yeah,
like Dennis
right?
Rodman.
I've never seen anything like it because it was the second serve on match point. I don't know what the photographer was thinking. I don't think the chair umpire, Greg Allensworth, who's got a reputation among some players as being the worst chair umpire on tour, I don't know what he was supposed to do. But when Medvedev approached him, it was match point in the third set. He said he was looking at the camera and he says, he wants to go home, guys. He doesn't like to be here. He gets paid by the match, not by the hour. And then Medvedev won the next 3 points, ended up winning the third set in a tiebreaker, and took it to 5 sets before he lost.
And then also destroyed his racket in a comical scene later when he would not stop smashing it.
But there was a scene. A 6.5 minute delay in between serves because the crowd would not shut up. And Medvedev was egging them on at every opportunity.
Every opportunity.
And I felt bad for Bonzi, too, because he kind of became the villain in that, and he did nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong.
Bonzi!
Jarrett, we'll skip over mine. What's your first award? I have another one ready to go, but we'll go around.
Okay, my first award is a mamba. What do a mamba and a goat have in common with a shark award? And this goes to a brand new, record-breaking sports card that was sold in auction over the weekend. Yes. The new highest total ever for a sports card. It was a card featuring Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, as well as a patch of their jersey and both of their autographs. It was mint condition, and it was sold for $12.9 million.
It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
Surpassing the previous record set by a Mickey Mantle rookie card, which broke the longtime one by an Honus Wagner one that was very famous. And today it was revealed that one of the investors in the group that bought the card was the guy known as Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, from Shark Tank.
Oh. I thought you were going to say Greg Norman.
No.
Yeah, same. That's where I thought it was going.
He's got that live money in him now. Maybe you can.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe Logan Couture from the San Jose Shark.
True. My first award is the Award, and it's going to Ray Caldwell. I don't know if you're familiar with Ray Caldwell. Over the weekend, I came across this. So back in 1999, on August 24th, which was yesterday, Ray Caldwell was a pitcher for the Cleveland Indians at the time. And he was in the 9th inning, and he was struck by lightning on the field. And he finished the game after, quote, being revived.
Wow.
Then 17 days later, the same Ray Caldwell would go out and pitch a no-hitter in New York. Next year, won 20 games for the Indians and won the 1920 World Series. I saw that, and I had to double take and go do double research on it. It's actually unbelievable.
That is so, like, getting hit by lightning turned him into a better player.
That's what it sounds like. Finished the game after getting struck by lightning.
That is
Jarrett, it's supposed to be thundering today. You want to go take a walk with a golf club in your hand?
I'm handing out a new award to Sammy for the oldest story ever to win an award on hardwood.
That's fantastic.
That story happened 106 years ago.
It did. But it was kind of on this day yesterday.
I like it. Very good, Sammy. My next award is the Cha-Ching Award. I'm giving it to Disney World because on this Friday, they're opening up the Beak and Barrel. Do you know what the Beak and the Barrel is, Vinny? It is an immersive bar that will immerse guests in the world of Pirates of the Caribbean films.
Oh, that's right up your alley.
Right up my alley. And so apparently this thing is so popular that when they offered online reservations, the system immediately crashed. So many people are trying to make reservations.
Is this at Disneyland?
It's
or
in
is
the
it...
Magic Kingdom.
Oh, it's in
actually
Disney World.
in the Magic Kingdom and Disney World. It's going to be an interactive Pirates of the Caribbean kind of bar.
That sounds awesome.
Really cool.
Sounds fantastic.
They have one for Star Wars.
They do.
Already. And they have the restaurant that's in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. I don't know if that's which Disney that's at. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Yeah.
So this is the next step. That's a cool idea.
Have you eaten at the restaurant in the Pirates of the Caribbean
I
at
have.
Disneyland?
I have.
It's cool, isn't it?
It's very, very cool.
It's going to set you back a little bit.
Oh, it's everything about the place is going to set you back.
Still the most expensive lunch I've ever had was in that restaurant. My last award is I can't believe it lasted this long, the Fighting With My Family Award. And I'm giving it to the Johnson family, the family of Kansas State quarterback Avery Johnson.
Boy. Man.
After the game, there was footage of two Kansas State fans fighting with each other on the ground in a puddle-filled parking lot outside of the stadium in Dublin. Turns out it was Avery Johnson's dad and brother. They've released a statement. We sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We've resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended families and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alum, and its fans. We regret this incident, have learned from it, and are committing to ensuring it doesn't happen again. Please accept our deepest apologies.
You know the old saying, when in Ireland.
The old Fighting Johnsons in Dublin, Ireland. The footage was crazy.
It was insane. It was insane.
Yeah. There you go. There's hardware on this Monday. Coming up, some final thoughts, including a recap of the weekend checklist. Did we hit on anything? We'll find out next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Tell me, what do I have to do?
A long-distance dedication.
Wow.
We were talking about Michael Carter and his "What Do I Have to Do" stance, so why not play a song called "What Do I Have to Do"?
Like it.
You remember this song?
I do remember this song.
Stabbing Westward.
That's them.
I love this song. It's good bad mood music. 22 years old.
Holy cow. Holy bananas.
Speaking of which, I know you know I'm a huge Depeche Mode fan.
Yeah.
And I know you respect them. And
I do.
One of the songs that you really like, Never Let Me Down Again.
Yeah.
Was released as a single 38 years ago yesterday.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, listen, I was so lost in grunge and alternative rock and all that stuff. I missed all of that. And I've gone back and I've checked out the Depeche Mode catalog. I'm like, these guys are awesome. Now I know why Vinny loves them so much. So, yeah.
There's always room on the bandwagon, Vic.
That's all right. It's good. It's all good.
Stabbing Westward. What do I have to do? Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, on Fridays, we close out the show by projecting the future, looking into the crystal ball on what's going to happen on the weekend checklist. We had some technical difficulties, so I don't know if...
I have it.
You have it? Okay,
yes,
good.
I do. I figured that's what you were trying to say. I couldn't hear you, but I have it all written down.
I usually keep one of mine in mind. First of all, did we hit on anything?
So
this will be posted on social media going forward. Last week, because of the Friday of PCH and all that hullabaloo, it got missed. But
yes,
all of that hullabaloo.
That's right. Well, it's technical. It's a radio term.
It was kind of an important day, Jared.
Yeah, it was. We had some near wins, or near win losses.
Can I share mine?
Yes.
Because I predicted that Paul Skeens and two relievers would combine on a 3-hit shutout or less.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Skeens combined with two Pirates relievers on a 4-hit shutout. And the Rockies got a meaningless base hit in the 9th inning.
Wow. It was unbelievable.
To ruin my checklist.
It was unreal.
I hate the Colorado Rockies. They should be contracted.
Did I get the one right about the 3 Diamondback starters?
Did.
I did. I thought I did.
Less than 6 earned runs.
Less than 6 earned runs from the starters.
Scotty unfortunately didn't come through for you, and neither did Fresno State. And then Vinny had a Jake McCarthy multi-hit game. He had one game where he had 1 hit. Avery Johnson did pass for 200 yards, did not rush for the 200
Not
yards.
even close.
Jarrett, the Snakes did win the series. Cal Raleigh hit 2, not 3 home runs, and there were more than 23 points scored in the Iowa State game.
Boy, was that
was trending well for a while.
It started slow, but then it just exploded in this.
Yeah, and then Iowa State covered plus 3.5, and it was under 50.5 in the Hawaii-Stanford game. Unfortunately, Ryan Nelson didn't get the win, but the Snakes won that night. So I went 2 for 3, Dan 1 for 3, Vinny 0 for 3, and Jarrett 1 for 3.
Okay.
It's better than all of us
It's fun.
going over.
I actually have fun, like, putting it out there and then monitoring how close you're. And I've been close on a couple,
fun.
but man, can't get it. You ready for great moments in Miami sports media history?
Oh, I didn't know they had any.
Right? So, Sunday, the Marlins beat Toronto 5-3. Tyler Phillips was the pitcher who got his second save of the season, and then he did his post-game interview on Marlins TV. To say this guy is intense might be an understatement.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going in tonight?
When they call down.
And you were ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. They call down, I'm pissed off, I'm ready to go.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
How did you get through that 9th?
Throw the ball over the plate.
How long does it take you to cool down after a win?
I never cool down.
And the slapping, what was the level of slapping when you came on?
Pretty hard, my face is hot. Yeah.
How important was it for your team to get this win today?
It's big. I mean, every win's big. It doesn't matter what the record is. Every win's big. That's what we're here for. It's to try to win the game.
What has this organization helped you unlock for your career this year?
I think just be yourself. Go out there, do what's you. Whatever's going to make you successful, that's what you do. And this team, I see it. We're a lot of young guys, and when you play for each other, have some fun with it, that's what you got to do.
Great win. You're scaring me. Go to the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. How can you not love a pitcher who says, I hate hitters? And say it in the tone of a serial killer.
How was the slapping? My face is pretty hot.
Somebody on, and he's so right, somebody on the comment said, he's answering questions like he's in the final round to win the big money on Family.
That's right.
Oh,
That's what he's doing. Yeah.
Well, see, the last couple ones he gave like real answers to, because the first part of it was like he's being such a jerk. I feel bad for the guy interviewing him, but I think that's just his demeanor. He wasn't meaning to be like super short with it.
That might be a record, too, for most questions ever asked in a post-game interview.
Yeah.
He asked like 7 questions in 58 seconds.
Well, and props to the reporter because he knew he had them loaded up. He had them lined up. So there wasn't all that awkward, like, would you please elaborate?
Imagine if you had 2 questions and then
Right.
it's like...
That did feel like fast money, though. You're right.
There is a video of him circulating
good answer.
of him slapping his face.
Yeah.
As he slaps his face so hard. So hard.
My face was hot. Another thing we did on Friday was we're introducing the stacking wins, kind of where we put our money where our mouth is, and we each drafted 8 NFL teams, so all 32 teams are represented, and I ran the numbers from last year. I'm very worried about my team.
Uh-oh.
Because I have the Eagles, Lions, Broncos, Vikings, Steelers, Seahawks, Giants, and Titans. Based on last year's win total, I would win easy. Not all of those teams are going to win that many games this year. My teams combined for 79 wins last season. Jarrett's, yours were 67. Bick, 64. Sammy went furthest out on the limb, not surprisingly.
Well, his 49ers pick at number 1.
Number 1. They were a 6-win team, and he was they were the number 2 overall pick.
But then they went and traded for Brian Robinson, which is quite a good move for them.
Yeah, I mean, but if Christian McCaffrey is healthy, cue Jarrett joke here.
He's been semi-healthy the last couple of years.
How many wins did my teams total?
62.
Okay. It's not terrible.
But I had all 3 teams that won 14 or more games last year somehow I got. The Vikings are not winning 14 games this year.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. It's a fun way to track it.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Well, you got the Chiefs in the second round. 15-win team last year.
But I also rolled the dice on a couple of teams that may or may not be good.
Atlanta.
Falcons is one of them.
The Patriots.
We'll post this so everyone can see and follow along. But I don't want it to get lost in our timeline, so when's the best time we should post this, you think? Right before the season starts?
Yeah, Wednesday next week.
Okay.
Yeah, post it, and then
we'll do the follow-ups,
every Tuesday morning. Yeah. There you go.
Nice.
That's going to do it for us on this Monday. Fun show today. Thanks to Jeff Van Raaphorst, Darren Urban for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging with us as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We're talking to the legendary Jake Plummer here on the Wolf and Luke Show.
When you look at a team that is coming into this upcoming season with these expectations for ASU, what's the first thought that hits your mind?
I love that Kenny Dillingham's their coach because he just kind of hits that straight up in the face and will tell these guys that, you know, basically what we want to tell them, that you haven't done anything this year. You're nothing so far. Great. It's nice to have people love you and tell you how good you are. But so far this year, we have done nothing.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have pre-Labor Day savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, get 0% APR on all new 2025 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $849 a month with $77.88 down. That's an incredible value on a game-changing electric ride, making now the best moment to buy.
Best prices of the season, pre-Labor Day savings end soon. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds this weekend, including an 11th-inning walk-off win on Friday night. However, the Snakes dropped the series finale 6-1 yesterday, and they're still 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot as they start what will be a very difficult 7-game road trip today in Milwaukee against the Brewers. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up their preseason on Saturday with a 20-10 win against the Las Vegas Raiders. And here is what head coach Jonathan Gannon told the locker room after the game.
Yeah, tonight I told them, look around the locker room and appreciate your teammates because everyone laid it on the line, and that's cool, and they understand the business side of football. This is the last time this group, this 90 guys, are going to be together.
Initial 53-man roster cuts will be taking place on Tuesday as the Cards will now turn the page and get ready for Week 1 in New Orleans. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw. Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
All right, good. Yeah, I had a good weekend, I would imagine, of course, right?
Yeah, it was a good weekend. It was a hectic and too short weekend, though. Okay. So I'm running around in circles this morning.
Football is here. College football, of course, kicked off. Base and earnings. We're all ready to go now. And we all understand what is coming up this weekend. We all understand the blood sport looms, both college and professional. Man, here it is. It is so close you can taste it. Man, it fires me up.
You want to hear some guests that we have on the show today?
Okay.
We have a couple guests on the show. Okay, I'm gonna throw out some names. You just tell me when to stop, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. We got Sam Acho is going to join us in the second half of the show. Jody Jackson's going to join us.
Well, I told you to stop.
I talked to
you just kept rolling right through. You told me you didn't listen.
Yeah, well, I didn't say I was going to listen. I just said tell me. Chris Cartman's going to join us in the final hour, but that's all later in the show. Wolf, coming up this hour, Tim Kurkjian, Tyler Drake, Anquan Boldin next segment.
Man, the quad, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk to Anquan Boldin, one of my favorite guys, certainly one of the best football players I have ever seen play the game. Yeah,
the Quan.
It's a little bit different. Yeah, it is Quan. It's a little bit different, at least in the Wolfley compound, what we value in football players. When I say he's one of the greatest players that I've ever seen, I mean just the physicality, of course, of Anquan Boldin.
All-around player.
The skill that he possessed and the ability to run the ball after the catch, the ferocity in which he played as a wide receiver, base and audience, the ferocity that he brought to the field. Anquan, I've said it many, many times, you could have lined him up as a weak side inside linebacker and he'd hold up. He'd hold up in the NFL. He's that physical and was that physical.
Also, top 15 all-time NFL receiving yards, too. So
not
it's
bad,
not just
the
well-rounded player. Like, sometimes you say well-rounded player, people think, oh, well, he must not have the stats then at his position. No, he's one of the greatest ever at his position, too, stat-wise. So he's going to join us next segment, Wolf. We're going to start with football right now, though, because the preseason is over.
And now we are less than 2 weeks from the Cardinals' regular season opener against the Saints. We're just over a week away from the NFL's regular season opener, Eagles-Cowboys, a week from this Thursday. Cuts tomorrow, or final cuts. I mean, we could certainly be hearing about cuts today, but everybody's got to have that roster trimmed down to 53 tomorrow. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. What are your thoughts on what you saw? There it is, the third preseason game. It is over. How do you feel about this right now, this team coming together? There are some question marks that are looming in the air. The inside linebacker position is a question mark to me right now. The corner room, specifically in the secondary, it's a question mark as well because of how young these guys are. And we always knew it was going to be that way. The question mark is there. I don't really have a question in regard to the offensive line anymore, and the interior offensive line. I'm feeling very, very good about that, and Will Hernandez has a big reason or has an awful lot to do, I should say, with the reason why I feel so good about the interior offensive line. Literally, the big part of Will Hernandez and the fact that he's going to bring an awful lot in terms of depth to that interior offensive line. That excites me.
You know what stood out to me from the final preseason game was preseason football is, look, it's better than no football. Okay?
Yes.
But as far as like when you get to the third one, and I know a lot of teams around the league did play starters, actually, probably more than maybe you would expect. And the Cardinals played a couple guys that'll probably be playing significant roles at least. But it's like if you are really hungry and somebody hands you a picture of food. That's basically what preseason football is. Like, let's get to the real. Let's get to the main course now. Let's get to actual football here in a little over a week, basically. It's going to be an interesting cut down, and we knew it was going to be for the Cardinals way before camp because they are loaded at certain positions. Here's Jonathan Gannon after Saturday's game.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, Donnie, yeah, it is. There's going to be some tough decisions ahead. There's no doubt. The roster's in good shape. Our health is in pretty good shape. You know, and I really, what makes it really going to make it hard is, and it's a credit to the players and the coaches, is a lot of guys developed. You know, you asked me that the other day, Teo, like what's the, I forget the question, but what are you most pleased or something about camp, right? Player development. You know, that's what you got to set out to do for a month when you're at it. You got to get better every day as a football player. And I think a lot of guys did that, you know, and it's good for those guys.
Yeah, you think of the competitiveness. You think of the too deep right now. You think of the depth chart specifically. Man, this is the most contested camp, of course, that they have had. I think it's one of the reasons why coming into camp, JG was already talking about friction. He was using the word friction. Now, we know that it was about physicality, of course, but it also had an awful lot to do with competitiveness and how competitive this camp was going to be. The friction certainly was there. I have question marks that still hang in the air in regard to this room or that position room or this position room. How is it going to unfold? The corner room is something that I have a question. I think we're pretty sure who the three corners will be for the Arizona Cardinals. Will Johnson, of course, Garrett Williams, and Max Melton. I think those will be your starters. But the question mark that I have is, wow, how's this going to go? You got two young guys
big question.
On the outside specifically. Two young guys at Will Johnson and Max Melton. How's that going to go? Because based on what I've seen right now, even from Will Johnson, I see a defensive or an offensive coordinator looking at Will Johnson saying, Rook, we're going to find out about you.
Yeah.
They're going to go at him.
Yeah, and that may work out very well for the Cardinals. They might get burned. I mean, he is a rookie. But again.
And you got to go through the process.
Yeah. I will say, I mean, they're facing the Saints in week 1 and Carolina in week 2. So it's not like you have to go out there and face Patrick Mahomes in week 1 and then Josh Allen in week 2. Now, that's 2 weeks out of 17. But if you're leaning on rookies or really young players at that position, you have a chance to relatively ease into it. I mean, it's still the NFL. You're still going up against NFL caliber talent. Here's more from JG on the Cardinals radio network talking about what he told the locker room.
Yeah, tonight I told him, look around the locker room and appreciate your teammates because everyone laid it on the line, and that's cool, and they understand the business side of football. This is the last time this group, this 90 guys, is going to be together. So, you know, we'll start making some decisions, and we'll get them in here on Monday and work them for the week. But you know, they understand what's ahead, but like I said, I'm proud of them. They did a really good job, and there's a lot of spots available, so I'm excited.
Oh my goodness! Just listening to him talking about cut down day, and man, the memories that brings back to me. Oh my goodness! I'm going to have to tell my cut down story at one point in time. I'm going to have to tell that before today's show is up. Okay,
do it.
Well, yeah, I can't do it now. I don't have enough time right now, but I'm going to have to bring that up. The cut down story of some rookie. I felt so bad for him. I almost cried for the guy, literally, right there. That coming your way, base.
Oh, I think I know. I might. Do I know this story?
I think you might have heard it.
All right, when we come back, what's it going to take for Marvin Harrison Jr. to take that leap in his second season? We're going to ask somebody who would know. Legendary Cardinals wide receiver Anquan Boldin will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Anquan.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. I mean, right there. Fastball, strike three called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Recovery is deeply personal and can look different for everyone. Recovery takes more than persistence and resilience. It takes support. Get help navigating your recovery journey, no matter where you are. Every step you take to navigate substance use and mental health challenges can help you reach your recovery goals. And staying connected to treatment and support makes long-term success more likely. Visit samhsa.gov/recoverme to find support and create a recovery plan that works for you.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning
Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and Cutdown Day for the Arizona Cardinals is looming. So who helped themselves the most in the preseason finale on Saturday against the Raiders? Burns and Gambo. And we start at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, it's the best time of the year. Football. College technically started this past weekend, really gets going this upcoming weekend, and of course the NFL the week after. And it's great right now, Wolf, to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line by former Cardinals wide receiver Anquan Boldin.
The Quan.
What's going on, Anquan?
How you guys doing?
Quan, man, every time I hear your voice, it just warms my heart. How are you, my brother?
I'm good, Wolf. How you been, man?
I'm doing really, really well right now. May I ask, where are you? What part of the country or the world? Where are you, Quan?
I'm back in Florida now. My body clock is all jacked. Man,
You've been
me and my
traveling?
family, we were on vacation, so we went to Thailand and Singapore.
Whoa!
And I get back, which was 11, 12 hour ahead of Florida. I get back, and then I fly out to Arizona like 2 days later. And so it's like a 3-hour difference from Florida, which is like 14, 15 hours from Thailand, Singapore. So I don't know what time zone I'm on. I don't know when I'm supposed to go to bed, when I'm supposed to wake up. It all just is a big blur right now.
Yeah, Quan, would you recommend Thailand to those that are listening out there as a little getaway? Would you recommend it?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
It's a great spot. People are friendly. Food is great. You have a lot of different areas you can visit. We started in Bangkok, which is like a big New York City, but it's a lot cleaner. And then we went to Chiang Mai, and then we went to Phuket, which is like the islands, a getaway. And then we finished up in Singapore. So, man, the trip was great. We spent about 3 weeks over there.
Wow,
that's awesome, man.
And for us, it was just a trip to regroup.
Wow.
That's awesome, brother.
Well,
Glad to hear it.
We appreciate you joining us right now with the clock all messed up and everything like that as well. Want to ask you about Marvin Harrison Jr. and just in general. It doesn't have to be specific to Marv, but when you broke in, Anquan, I mean, you started out of the gates very quick to your NFL career, but what is that adjustment like even from year 1 to year 2 when you're an NFL wide receiver?
I mean, I think that's when you have your biggest jump, to be honest with you, year 1 to year 2. Number one, there's that familiarity with everything that's going on. When you come in as a rookie, man, your head is spinning. New city, new coaches, new system. As a receiver, you got to get used to a new quarterback. So there's a lot that's going on as far as dynamics. But then when you come into year 2, especially for a guy like him, same quarterback, same system, obviously same city, all of those things, the familiarity, it just helps him. And like I said, it's fortunate for him because, like, for me, year 2, I had a different head coach, different quarterback, different offensive system. Like, all of those things were different for me. So for him, I like the fact that there's that continuity, and he can just continue to build off of last year.
What advice, Quan, would you give Marvin Harrison Jr.? What advice would you give him? What advice did you receive as a young wide receiver in the National Football League that helped you?
I mean, the advice that I would give him, honestly, and nobody ever gave me this advice. I had it because there was a lot of, like, negativity coming in on where I was drafted, how I was drafted, all of that stuff. So for me, it was, I just didn't care. Like, whatever somebody said about me, like, I'm not a big social media guy. I wasn't at that point. I mean, it's a different day and age. I didn't read newspapers. I didn't read the headlines. You know, all of the stuff that was written about me, I didn't care. If I heard something, I was just going to prove you wrong, just point blank. And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else. And, like, I think that's one of the things that the athletes have. You know what I'm saying? Those athletes who are their biggest critic, I mean, they don't really care about what other people say because they judge themselves a lot more harsher than anybody else. But they also are guys who work on the things that they know they need to work on. And for him, I mean, he has all the tools. He has all the skills. I think for him, it's just go out and be yourself, play ball.
Love that.
We're talking to Anquan Boldin, and Anquan, honestly, that answer might apply to this next question I'm going to ask you, but the Cardinals have, as a team, higher expectations now than they have the last couple years. Just from your experience in the league, what is the best way for a team to handle expectations both internally and externally when they start to get, you know, kind of up there?
I mean, I think those things, man, have to stay internal. You know what I'm saying? I think sometimes and I can go back. I know when we were in Baltimore, the year that we won the Super Bowl, we actually had a better team the year before, talent-wise. But the year that we won it, man, we just knew, like, we were a team, and we knew what we had in the locker room. And from the first day of training camp, we had one goal, and that was to get to New Orleans. And no matter what happened throughout the season, no matter the injuries that took place, because we lost a lot of guys to season-ending injuries. But because we knew who we were, we knew the character in the locker room, we know what we had built on from prior seasons, nothing outside of the locker room could distract us or get us off track. And I think the Cardinals this year has to be that same way. They fixed some things last year. I think last year, you know, the defensive front was a weak spot on the team, but I think they've gone out and they fixed that. Through either the draft or through free agency, bringing back in guys like Calais Campbell. I think that will be a strong suit for them this year. So for them, man, it's just knowing who they are and staying true to who they are and then going out and just playing ball. And again, forget the headlines. Forget what people are writing about you. Forget the expectations that people have for you. Nobody's expectations should be bigger than the ones that you have in those locker rooms.
Totally agree.
You guys know what you go out and you guys know the kind of work that you put in every day. Just have each other's back and go out and play ball.
I love that, Quad. Listen, a lot is made in regard to a quarterback and a wide receiver and the chemistry thereof. How does that happen, Quan? How do you get a chemistry? Do you believe in the chemistry? Is it something that is real, a quarterback and a wide receiver building that kind of chemistry, and how do you do it?
Oh, it's real. It's definitely real. But I think chemistry is so much more than just what you do on the field. I think for a quarterback and a receiver, chemistry, man, is just spending time with each other. And I think that's how you grow that. Now, as far as being on the field, one thing that, and I would encourage, you know, Kyler and all his receivers to do, one thing that we used to do with Kurt and all the receivers, every day after practice, we would just take one route and we would perfect it. And we would have to go down and back, every receiver and all the quarterbacks. And there could be no incompletion, routes versus air. So just say one day we pick a slant route. So all the quarterbacks and all the receivers, you have to run a slant route. Every receiver has to run that route twice, down and back. And the quarterback and the receiver have to be on the money. Ball can't touch the ground. If the ball touch the ground, you got to start all over again from the top. And for us, man, it gave us extra reps every day. But just think about it. You think about from training camp on throughout the season, every practice, you perfecting one route. Because I'm a true believer in every game is going to come down to a must-have situation. And usually those must-have situations are you trying to get a first down to either keep a drive going and preventing from punting, or if you don't get that third down, then you got to punt, and now the game is out of the offense's hands, and now the defense has to stop the opposite offense. So if we can convert those third down situations and those must-have situations, our chances of winning are a lot better than us losing. So when we can perfect those things and we can go out and we can do it on Sundays, man, it makes the game a lot more easier. And that's how you build that confidence in one another. So when those situations do come, man, you've practiced it all year. Yeah. And for me, that's something that I'm a true believer in. So I think for those guys, man, I would encourage them. Yes, you're going to have your practices. Yes, you have your schemes, all of that stuff. But, man, build in time where it's just quarterbacks and receivers after practice. And talk to each other, because as a receiver, you want to know what the quarterback is thinking, on what coverage, where do you want to place the ball. You should be relating that to the quarterback. And that dialogue should go back and forth. And that's how you build that rapport and that camaraderie between the quarterback and the receiver.
Quan, love you, buddy. Thank you so much for
Always
joining us and
you,
giving us your thoughts. Love talking to you. Say hello to the family, okay? And thanks for the tip on Thailand.
Oh, no problem, man. It's always great talking to you, man. Wolf, I miss you, man.
Okay, brother.
Glad when I see you again.
Absolutely, man. Look forward to it. God bless.
All right.
Thanks, Anquan. That's Anquan Boldin joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Man, like I know that he's not like coaching necessarily, but some of that stuff he says right there, that's gold for a receiver like Marvin Harrison Jr., who you got to remember probably hears stuff like that just because of growing up around the NFL too. But that stuff that Anquan was saying right there, it's good because it's logical. It makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
It's not like super complicated, and yet it's not stuff you typically hear, right?
Yes.
I mean, that idea to just go out there and perfect that route as a team after practice.
I just love what the Quan was saying about be your harshest critic, Basinonians. He is spot on.
Well, because you know he was. I mean, he and if you have that ability, then you don't need to be paying attention to what other people are saying if they're criticizing you. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Anquan Boldin gave us a lot there. We're going to react to it later on in the show. Certainly, when we come back, how are the Diamondbacks looking to handle the rest of the season and now what is suddenly a pretty big offseason? We're going to ask ESPN MLB analyst Tim Kurkjian. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cutdown day comes Tuesday.
You might think you're on the outside looking in, but you might not be.
This is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53.
The tape you put out there is not just for our team, it's 31 other teams. If it happens where you don't fit our team for whatever reason, there's 31 other opportunities. If you put good tape out there, you can fit that team too.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. That's right, Legacy Green Solutions. Basinonians, go ahead and Google that right there. As a former professional football player, I can tell you, you have to be able to trust the guy who lines up next to you. That's the big part of a successful play, and it's the reason why I chose Legacy Green Solutions. You can trust them. They're family-owned and operated. They've been in the basin for over 25 years, and what I love about this, they have been voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Your kids or your pets are going to love it. I will also tell you, the Gill family, Greg, Carl, Dean, love working with these guys. We have the Wu Fan Clan. We call them the Gillies, man. That's their nickname. Go green with Legacy Green Solutions. Text green to 620-620. That's green to 620-620. Or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say two birds with one stone. We say two damages with one deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in one storm, you only pay one deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our one-deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that, as a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Find huge savings at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, like on the 3-row 2025 Kia Carnival. Shop local at 91st Avenue North off Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The D-backs begin a 7-game roadie. How will they perform in Milwaukee? Will it matter? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, not exactly the easiest road trip coming up. 4 in Milwaukee this week. For anybody that hasn't seen what Milwaukee's been doing to the league over the last few months, you might want to take a look. And then 3 in L.A. against the Dodgers. That's the D-backs week. Coming up here, Wolf, we are pleased to be joined right now in the Arizona Sports Line by ESPN MLB analyst Tim Kurkjian right now. Tim, thank you for the time. What's going on?
I'm doing well, fellas. How you doing?
We're doing great, Timmy. Really appreciate your time, as always, brother.
Tim, you look at this, the Diamondbacks have about 30 games left, 31 games left. Probably there's still 5.5 games out of a wild card spot. So you've already sold at the deadline. They are playing better since the deadline, but if you were running a team in this situation that has the expectations they had coming in, what are these final 31 games about for you?
Well, obviously, it's about playing as well as you can, finishing over 500, finishing strong, and starting to look at 2026 as a season where they will contend in a much bigger way than they did this year. The smart thing to do was to trade at the trade deadline, knowing the division we're in, the league we're in, this probably isn't going to happen, especially after Corbin Burnes went down early in the season, such a terrible blow for a team built on pitching in a lot of ways. So I would just tell the whole team, you guys are playing for jobs next year. We're playing to get as good as we can this year, finish with as many wins as we can, and then hit the ground next year healthier with a team that's going to make the playoffs in some form or fashion. That's how I would present the last 30 games.
Timmy, do you think Torey Lovullo's job is safe?
Well, it sure had better be, because he's really good at this. And they've been to the World Series in the last few years. He's got a touch and a way with people and a feel for the game like very few young managers in the game. And I would be surprised if his job was on the line in any way. The injuries this team has suffered and the hard luck they've gone through, in a lot of ways, it's amazing they're still not completely out of the playoff race and this close to 500. At least that's how I see it. But face it, fellas, I'm one of these guys who I'm not blaming the manager for a lot of things. The players don't perform and people get hurt. I'm sorry. I just can't put that on the manager most of the time.
We're talking to Tim Kurkjian. Tim, along those lines, a couple years ago, there were people asking for Torey to lose his job, and they stuck with him. And then in 2023, they were in the World Series. I just wonder how you look at this season, because you've brought up the injuries, and they've had a lot. They were built around pitching and defense is kind of what let them down this season. How much of that can we write off because of the injuries, or do they have to pivot at all?
Well, I'm surprised how poorly they pitched. And again, when Corbin Burnes went down, everything changed in their rotation. When you take your ace out, you lose him for the year, it's impossible not to have some sort of letdown, and that's what happened. But to see Zach Gallen with an ERA over 5 and Brandon Pfaadt with an ERA over 5 and Rodriguez with an ERA just under 5, that doesn't make sense. Those guys are much better than that, and I don't understand why they pitched this poorly. Now, again, out of the bullpen, how many closers have they had? I've lost track given all the injuries out there, but pitching and defense takes you an awful long way, and when one of those doesn't show up, it's going to affect the other one tremendously, and that's what's happened to this team.
Timmy, just watching Corbin Carroll develop as a young guy, it really, really is impressive to watch him. When you see Corbin Carroll, you see some of the things he's doing, some of the numbers he's posting. What are we looking at here in regard to Corbin Carroll and the history of the game? Right.
Well, we're looking at an emerging player who's already been in a couple of All-Star games, who's already been in an MVP race, who's only getting better from here. And I think 10 years from now, we're going to be looking at him with those numbers and say, well, this guy has a Hall of Fame track at, right in his sight. That's how good a player he is. And what's impressed me the most is last couple of years, he's hit a couple of stretches there. I know it was early last year when he just could not lay off that fastball above the strike zone because he was such a confident hitter. He said, I can get to that pitch. I can get to that pitch. And it got him in trouble because, as it turned out, he couldn't get to that pitch as often as he liked. But he adjusted out of that and finished pretty darn well and has been a terrific player for most of this season. So when you see a young guy struggle during the course of great success and then figures out how to get out of it, those are the things that I look for, and I see nothing but good things in Corbin Carroll.
We're talking to Tim Kurkjian. Tim, I just want to get your thoughts on the whole Ketel Marte situation that kind of blew up a week or two ago, and just your sense of is that something that can just be handled in-house and go away and not be an issue, or is this something they're going to have to address again?
Well, it's going to come up again, I'm sure, because once it happens once, people say, all right, we forgive you, we understand, you faced and you explained, and the manager defended him. At the same time, people are obviously going to look at him or anybody else who does something like that and say, well, is this going to happen again? Because it can't happen again under these circumstances. But everyone on the team knows how important a player is, how good a player he is. And, you know, the manager came out and said, look, I know this much about Cattell. He's a great teammate. He's a great kid, and we're moving on from here. If he had said anything other than that, I think this would be a much bigger issue. But sure, it's always in your back of your mind. Why did this happen once, and will it happen again? My guess is it won't, but there might not be nearly as much encouragement the second time around.
Timmy, Dodgers, Padres in the NL West. Who do you like?
I've waffled multiple times here. I've waffled like 1,000 times this year on the baseball season, so don't start me. This whole year has been the most insane thing I've ever seen. Just when I think a team is good, it stinks. Just when I think a team stinks, it's good. It's made no sense whatsoever, which is why it's been such a beautifully interesting season, because it has made no sense. So I'm going to say the Dodgers are going to find a way to win the division. I think both teams are going to the playoffs. I think both teams are going to be dangerous in the playoffs. The Padres are not afraid of or intimidated by the Dodgers on any level. They go right after them. And even though the Dodgers have beaten them up this year, you get to the playoffs, and the Dodgers, remember from last year, they almost beat us. They almost kept us out of chance to go to the World Series. I think they will tell you in an honest day, the best team we played in the postseason last year was the Padres. So I'm going to say the Dodgers win. I'm going to say it goes down to the final couple days, and then I would be careful I wouldn't want to play either one of those teams going into the playoffs. Although Milwaukee is still the best team in baseball right now. I don't think there's a doubt about that.
Wow. Tim Kurkjian, it's always great. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
All right. You too. Appreciate it. That's Tim Kurkjian joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And, boy, the Diamondbacks get Milwaukee now for 4, who he just said is the best team. Then they get the Dodgers for 3. And then you talk about facing those teams going into the playoffs. The Diamondbacks are the last team the Padres play going into the playoffs. So these young guys are going to get a test, certainly, here over these final 31 games. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. All right, when we come back, which Cardinals players have secured their spots on the 53-man roster, and how much did Saturday's preseason finale impact these decisions? We're going to ask our Arizona Sports, Arizona Cardinals reporter Tyler Drake joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think Torrey is going to be evaluated on a dozen different things. The bigger thing that Torrey is going to be evaluated on is have you just been here too long? Sometimes, I know this is a real cop-out way of saying it, sometimes things just kind of run their course. Has this run its course with Torrey? Not necessarily that they're tuning him out or that they're not playing hard for him anymore, but sometimes things just end.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Man, you got to get on over to Santan Ford right now. Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Listen, the Labor Day sales event is on. This is something that is a big deal over at Santan Ford. Once a year it comes around. The Labor Day sales event, $10,000 off a 2025 Bronco Sport and $5,000 off Explorers as well. Now, listen, they have leases from $319 a month or zero down. $319 or zero down, zero APR, and zero payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Listen, Tim Hovick has over 1,300 vehicles ready for inspection. You get a chance to take that thing home. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Ogden Nation.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9225.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. Cardinals paring down their roster to 53. What could it look like? We'll dive into it. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports.
This is it, the embodiment of the game of football right here. It's interesting. We're talking to our own Tyler Drake, Luke, when this song is playing, and this is football. This is the way that you play football.
Well, and I can tell you, too, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat.
Yes.
People miss Anquan Boldin. That's no surprise there, but it's good to see that in the chat. You mentioned Tyler Drake, our own Arizona Cardinals reporter, is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line as we get ready for NFL football in about a week and a half. I'm rounding down. I guess it's really 13 days. But Tyler, thanks for the time, man. What's going on?
What is going on, guys? So glad we're just one step closer. One step closer. We just got to get through this kind of, roster cuts are going to be there. But after that, we just got to get through the rest of the week, and then we can start looking at week one fully. Can't wait. Let's get going.
It's, maybe this is an impossible question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. At least I'm not asking it and giving you 10 seconds to answer it before break. But now that preseason is over, is there anybody that you look at and you're like, yeah, that guy probably made the team that maybe you didn't expect necessarily to make the team a few weeks ago, or maybe you just didn't know what to expect from them?
Yeah, I think for me, when I'm looking at, so I have the 53-man roster prediction out right now, and I think when I look at the defensive line situation, that's really where I'm going to start at is PJ Mustipher. I think he's shown a lot through training camp, through preseason. He's lost like 40 pounds from last year, so that alone shows you kind of the discipline and the just want to get after it that much more. So he would be one of those guys that I was more on the surprise addition list on, for me, at least in the defensive line room. And obviously that's going to be a very interesting situation moving into tomorrow throughout the rest of the week. And then I think outside of that, it was the cornerbacks room, just because Darren Hall really made a good case against Elijah Jones there for that back into the cornerbacks room. And I think Elijah really slammed the door shut on that role in the game with I think 2 pass deflections. He dang near had another one too. So really those would be 2 of the spots that stick out. And one more, safety. I really thought it was a battle between Joey Blunt and Keaton Crawford. I think they keep both of them just because of their abilities on special teams. And Keaton Crawford really showed a lot there defensively with the interception in that first game, continue to stack a couple games. So those are some of the more surprising additions that I had on my projection that just came out this morning.
So Tyler, are you glad preseason's over? Are you
yes.
glad?
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you are. Can you give me your impressions of preseason game number 3? If anybody popped, and if so, who was it?
Yeah, I think where I just started, Elijah Jones, I think he had a really good game, especially in the back end there with those 2 pass deflections, probably a third one there. If he had that interception, it would have been a really, really solid game for him. But I got to go with the young pass rushers, Jordan Birch and Xavier Thomas.
Yes.
They really were playing with their hair on fire, and Jordan Birch especially. I mean, this dude was absolutely moving. I think everyone's talked about his weight and how he just moves with having this much more weight. And you could really see it in this last game. Looks like it's slowing down for him, the game. And then Thomas, I mean, he was all over the field. And that's exactly what you want to see on that back end of that pass rushing room, because really it's going to be Josh Sweat, Zaven Collins, Baron Browning. And then beyond that, Jordan Birch and Xavier Thomas are going to get theirs too. I mean, we still haven't seen BJ come off PUP yet, so that's going to be something I'm watching. But really, that room looks much improved from a year prior. I know Josh Sweat really helps that, but the addition of Birch and just the up and coming of Xavier Thomas and showing a little bit more in the preseason really stood out to me.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, Michael Carter was pretty outspoken last week, just about how difficult it is maybe to make a team and how difficult it is to be in this position. And I'm looking at your final 53-man projection here, which is the lead story on ArizonaSports.com. You have Michael Carter just off of it, probably practice squad. You said he could still make it, but how do you see the running back room shaking out and why?
Yeah, it's tough because I really think you could maybe flip a coin and it could be DJ Dallas or Michael Carter. I think I keep DJ Dallas in there just because of his special teams ability, but it's tough not to have Michael Carter on there. I mean, this morning I was going back and forth really between those two names. That was one of the position groups that I really was like, either way it could look, but Michael Carter, and first of all, what an incredible interview Michael Carter had the other day. If anybody had missed that, go check it out. He covered a lot of things, and he very much was passionate about what he said, and I just really appreciated that. But yeah, he's a guy that I think would make a 53-man roster if there wasn't the guys in front of him, like the Trey Bensons, the James Connors. Like, he could go help another team. I know the Cardinals really like him, but it's just a tough sledding with what this running back room looks like. I think the only spot where I could see him maybe switch out would be with DJ Dallas, but I just think they like his special teams abilities enough to where they want to keep him there.
So how about the inside linebacker position, how competitive that is when you think of the weak side inside linebacker opposite of Mac Wilson Sr.? Who do you like?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because I think Cody Simon fills in right behind Mac Wilson as that next in line green dot, take over the Mike backer position. But then you've got Owen Papo there. It's going to be very, very, very interesting to see how this all shakes out. I think they're going to keep 4. I would like to see a little bit more, I think, opposite of Mac Wilson. Maybe that means Cody Simon gets a little bit more run. But I do know that Jonathan Gannon has talked a lot about wanting to see Owen Papo go make plays. I thought this last game was a better showing from him, so maybe that means something moving forward. But, I mean, Akeem Davis-Gaither, you've got to have him in there as a starting role. I like his coverage a little bit better than some of the other guys, but I think if Owen can really just start making plays more, he could be that kind of under-the-radar dark horse for this inside linebackers room for sure. But it's very competitive there. It's definitely, Gannon said it himself, it's a hot spot, and I 100% agree with him for roster moves. I mean, Michael Walker could be in the situation too. He's got special teams abilities. So that's another room that really could shake out from 3 to 5 players easily.
Tyler, there's a lot made of if the Cardinals have to cut somebody good on the defensive line, which they probably will, other teams are probably going to line up for a player like that. Do you see the Cardinals, is there any position room where they might be looking at other teams after tomorrow to see which players get released at a certain position?
Funny you would ask that, because this morning when I was looking through it, I thought maybe if there was another offensive lineman out there who know exactly where is Will Hernandez at in his return to play, can he get back before the roster comes down tomorrow? If that's the case, maybe they don't, but I think maybe adding another offensive lineman to the mix wouldn't be a bad idea. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of cuts going down tomorrow, so there might be a guy that could maybe push the envelope a little bit, add some more depth. But I think that's where I'm going to be looking at the most. And we've got to see what's up with Christian Jones, Hayden Connor, some of the other injured guys on the team too. But if they can't get back in time, then I think that would be a position where I maybe would look at the open market and see who I could bring in.
Did Simi Fehoko make the team, in your opinion?
Absolutely. And he was one of the bigger stories for me because he had that quad in training camp. Really, it was him and Tajon Palmer, and Tajon Palmer was coming on hard there. And then all of a sudden the preseason happened and Simi touchdown. And I think that closed the door. Tajon Palmer had a couple drops in there too as well, a pretty bad one that last game. So I think that just showed you as well, like this is Simi's job to round out the wide receivers room. Really good dude too. We got to talk to him for the first time. And this guy, he's very much about ball. And I mean, he's already teaching Marvin Harrison Jr. things. So he's already making an impact in the locker room, and he should help with special teams as well. So really kind of dual threat there in that regard.
Tyler, always great to talk to you. Enjoy this mini break before things really get going here next week.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Tyler Drake joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we'll stick with the Cardinals. What do you make of the Cardinals rookies and how they performed in the preseason, and which ones are ready for the start of the regular season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, brothers, seriously, if you've got spine or back issues right now, you have to go to Desert Institute for Spine Care, man. As a former professional football player, your back gets jacked up. Can I get an amen on that one, right? Well, I went to DISC before. They've helped me in the past, and I recommend them to you as well. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athletes and weekend sports enthusiasts to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. It's time for you, Basinonians, to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our 2nd location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvese here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Lowe's has the Labor Day deals you need to give your home a new look. Buy one, get one free select interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Then, add the final touch with 2 for $8 on select 2.5 or 3-quart mums. Refresh your home and save big while doing it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Mums offer in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon after the game on Saturday talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that, as a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals is looming. So who helped themselves the most in the preseason finale on Saturday against the Raiders? Burns and Gambo. And we start at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, thanks to Tyler Drake and Tim Kurkjian and Anquan Boldin for already joining the show today, Wolf.
Man, how about that? Have we ever done that before? 3 guests in a row.
I don't know, but I liked it. I'll be honest.
Well, we do the lowdown and maximum football. It's the same guest 4 segments in a row. It's not 3 different ones, though.
Yeah, but I can't do that, Rick. You can't sit there and say the guy who joins us for an hour.
Not the same. This was cool. This is rapid fire.
This is
3 great guests too.
This was kind of cool.
And we got more coming up too. But I before we get back into sports, Wolf, because we made such a push for this last week, I feel like I should give people an update that didn't see it. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's last week finished with a record $2.45 million.
All right, here we go now. That's it. Are you kidding me? Basinonians, you did it. You did it. Our community rallied around the kids at Phoenix Children's. $2.45 million. You did it. That's awesome.
That's the most that Give-a-thon has ever raised, most we've ever done. And again, like you said, you did it. It's the listeners.
That's right. That's right.
Companies out there, just fantastic and amazing and incredible to hit anywhere near that number, let alone pass the record-breaking number again.
Just want to say this too quickly here, Basinonians, because it's so important. Having Phoenix Children's right in our backyard. Stop and think about the fact that number 2 fundraiser. Okay, children's fundraiser, number 2 and 3. The cities combined, number 2 and number 3, doesn't add up to what we generated. And when I say we, we're talking about the base.
No, I think it's cool because it's you see how much the community here appreciates what we have in Phoenix Children's. You don't always see that. You don't always see appreciation for something that's really good, but obviously we're very fortunate to have them here. Yeah, I mean, you can't make it any more definitive than that. All right, so we are set for Cutdown Day tomorrow in the NFL, and we are just under 2 weeks away from the Cardinals' first regular season game. Wolf. So now it's kind of a chance to maybe take a step back and look at, big picture, what we've seen from some of these rookies so far. Is there a name in particular you want to start with? Because I got to be honest, there's one in particular that has really jumped out to me. And it's not who I was expecting going into the preseason.
Okay, go with it.
Yeah, I really didn't set you up to give a name after that. No. I was like, I have this amazing one nobody's ever heard of.
That's right. Well, that's nice. Look, I'm going to go with this guy.
Jordan Burch.
Jordan Burch.
Not that it's shocking. Again, Monty Ossenfort in the third round has been amazing in his first 2, and now it's starting to look like 3 drafts. But my focus was on Will Johnson coming into camp, and it still is coming out of camp. But Jordan Burch is this guy has third-round steal written all over him right now.
I'm with you. Jordan Burch is the guy that I wrote down as well. With a pressure, of course, and a strip sack. Jordan Burch. This kid continues to flash. He's hard to miss, Basinonians. He jumps out on a football field, and it looks like, to me at least, Monty Ossenfort may have scored in the third round once again. Isn't that right, Tip Ryman?
Yeah. And I'll say this, too. I really like Monty's ability, and I hope this is like a consistent thing. So far, it seems like that is the case. I like his ability to adjust to what's in front of him. Just in the sense that they had gone out and they had added Josh Sweat. You're getting Darius Robinson back if you play him on the edge or however you want to work that. But by the time the draft finally rolled around, they didn't necessarily have a pressing need at edge rusher. You know what I mean? You could have made the case in the third round, hey, let's draft an offensive lineman or something. But it seems like Jordan Burch was just a guy they didn't expect to still be there in the third round. And they're like, you know what? Why don't we just take the best available player and we'll figure out how that works out? And so far, I would say so good. I mean, we haven't played real games yet. I understand that.
Yeah,
but
right.
So far, a pretty good return on a third rounder.
For me, could you see Basinonians right now? Could you see Josh Sweat lining up on one edge and Jordan Burch on the other? Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be stunned at this point. I really wouldn't.
Yes. No, I would not. I have to say Jordan Burch, and he is popped, by the way, from the very beginning. It's not like all of a sudden, he flashed in a preseason game. From the very beginning, you looked at him, and I mean literally the very beginning, the very first practice, looking at Jordan Burch in a uni. Okay, this guy looks real good, if you know what I'm talking about. A guy that is going to go out there and look like he's capable. 6'4", 200, almost 280 pounds. This guy's got some butt to him. And
I like big
it's not that much butt, Basinonians, but this guy can set the edge. He's a big physical guy. And if he can rush the passer, look out. Jordan Burch opposite of Josh Sweat. I like that an awful lot.
Here's Burch on the Cardinals radio network after Saturday's game against the Raiders.
It went pretty well. Just trying to make plays and have fun with my guys, while I'm out there on the field. A lot of it's the same, because I know what I'm good at. It's just perfecting what I'm good at. And a lot of people have different sets or same sets. It's just, go into what you think will work, and just that's what I do all the time.
The it that he's talking about there when he says a lot of it's the same, he was talking about football from college to the NFL. And essentially saying right there he knows how to play to his strengths, which is a pretty good quality to have, whether you're a rookie or a vet in this league.
I mean, think about that, though. A guy who can play edge at 6'4", 280 pounds. Mm-hmm. That is no joke. If Jordan Birch, if his desire to go out and play, if it kindles and it burns and it turns into a raging fire, so to speak, Jordan Birch, I think, has got a shot to turn a lot of heads in terms of Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I know we're way ahead of ourselves, but Jordan Birch, from day one, if you tell me this kid goes out and continues to play like we have seen him play in preseason, get the opportunity and goes out and produces, man, look out for a sleeper.
Yeah, I mean, you get to this point, and now, like, okay, Abdul Carter, I'm sure, has, he's going to be on everybody's radar for Defensive Rookie of the Year, but we're now to the point where it's not really going to matter where you were drafted or what your name is coming into the season. It's going to matter what you do on the field. And so much of it's going to matter, too, on what your team does. But if the Cardinals are a playoff team and Jordan Birch is a part of that on defense, he's going to get some buzz. Like you said, way ahead of ourselves.
Way.
But his performance so far, combined with Monty Austinford's track record in the third round, things are looking pretty good. What do you think about Will Johnson so far? Now, he actually got to appear in all 3 preseason games, which I liked. I like getting him out there, especially at that position, let him get as many reps as is reasonable without risking injury.
Yeah, he definitely needs the reps, and the fact that he played in all 3 preseason games, the amount of reps that he got this preseason tells you that he needs these reps, tells you that the coaches think he needs these reps being out there. And, of course, especially on the island, when you're a rookie, it's one of the best places, or easiest. I don't want to say easy because it's misleading, but it is one of the easiest places to come in and start as a young guy, is corner. And the reason being is because so much of the time, especially on a big man team, you got that guy.
Yeah, it's just not complicated.
It's not as complicated, and that's why you'll get the opportunity. The problem is, when you get that opportunity, a lot of times you're going to get smoked. You learn by losing. Believe it or not, you learn more from losing than you do by winning. And this is where I think we're going to see Will Johnson tested by offensive coordinators, especially in September.
Yeah, well, certainly early in the season. But again, early in the season, when you look at who are the best receivers they're going to face, probably Chris Olave, but who knows who's getting him the ball, and then Teteroa McMillan, but he's a rookie too. So at least the first couple weeks, now it might just be a vet going at him that just knows all the,
I was just going to say, I shouldn't just say September. It's going to be the entire year. It is. It's going to be a learning process for Will Johnson the entire year, and even Max Melton to some degree.
I was trying to think of a vet on Carolina, and then now I have to know, is Adam Thielen still there, right? Yeah. Okay, so Adam Thielen, in his 37th year in the league, he probably knows some things that Will Johnson just doesn't know yet at the NFL level.
Heard some trade rumors around him. Did you guys hear that?
we're going to get to this in the NFL segment. I'm still reeling from the fact that the Commanders traded their starting running back.
Yeah, well, they like that guy that played one game for U of A last year.
All right, when we come back, Rick, you're going to jump in on that segment of the show, too, by the way. Rick, noted Commanders fan and noted not U of A fan.
The Commanders!
We come back. ASU's first game is 5 days away. So what is the Sun Devils' biggest obstacle this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor was one of the best investments I made for my financial future. That's the reason why I work with Trajan Wealth. They will help you craft an income plan to meet your goals, Basinonians, so you can focus on what matters most. Call Trajan Wealth today, 480-990-3300. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, and that's something I really appreciate, and you probably do as well. Not a sales pitch, not ever. I left that meeting feeling really empowered. They're fiduciaries, of course, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I'm a client because I saw the difference in Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Wi-Fi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A final Cardinals 53-man roster prediction ahead of cutdown day. Cornerback Will Johnson debunks knee injury concerns in a piece on the Players Tribune. And Daniel Egan and Tommy Troy are among the Diamondbacks prospects on the rise in the minors. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Wi-Fi.
All right, ASU football kicks off Saturday night against NAU, 7 o'clock kickoff. There was already a Big 12 game this weekend in Ireland. Wolf, Kansas State losing.
Saw the game,
Iowa
watched
State.
it.
Somehow I should just let Rick do this segment. Somehow Avery Johnson's dad and brother getting into a fight in the stands.
Yeah, they got in the fight, and did you see both of his touchdowns? They were both underthrown.
Yeah.
Rick also not a noted Avery Johnson fan.
What's interesting about it, Basin Earnings, you go back and watch the tape of that game. Both quarterbacks struggled.
Yeah.
Especially early on.
Also, the rain washed away all the paint on the field.
Oh, dude, that was stunning.
You're like, are these guys playing soccer? What's going on?
That looked like
here?
Week 8 high school football.
It didn't look great, but it was great to have football. And then Kansas. So, I mean, 3 Big 12 teams played this weekend. Kansas just handled Fresno State. But here's the beauty of where ASU is right now, Wolf. If they go out there and do what they're capable of this season, you don't really have to care too much about what the other Big 12 teams do for a while. You know, I would assume Kansas State bounces back. Iowa State's supposed to be decent this year. I mean, they have Rocco Beck back. Kansas is kind of an unknown. Jalen Daniels, I feel like he's been there since the early 80s as their quarterback. But, you know, if ASU goes out there and takes care of business and they can start doing that on Saturday, the focus can just shift to them.
What is your biggest concern as the Sun Devils get ready to kick off the 2025 season?
If you're saying concern, I would just say another team in the Big 12 really rising up, and this conference with 16 teams and some pretty good quarterback talent and some decent running back talent just sort of doing what the Pac-12 was doing there for a while, where it would just kind of, they'd beat each other up, and by the end of the season, you might be 10-2 in this day and age when they have to fit 8 SEC teams in the college football playoff every year. 10-2 is not going to get you in necessarily in the Big 12. So if you say concern, to me it would be the Big 12, a couple teams jumping up. But my biggest question is just, can they use the expectations as a good thing instead of a negative?
Yeah, for me, Base Underneath, what is the biggest concern I have for the Sun Devils going into the start of this season? It's themselves by far and away. It's not even close, because I know, again, especially a college coach, I talk about it all the time, how important it is that he sets the table for his team. A college coach has to be a motivator, has to be a teacher, has to be a guy that can reach his kids and then teach them what it is that he wants them to think and how they want to speak as well. He wants to set the example for his players so they'll mimic him throughout the season. And I think Kenny is an incredible coach, does such a great job at this. Just the warning bells that are going off right now because of the success that we had last year. Because of it, do you think these young kids, 18, 19, 20 years old, do you think they understand they did a lot of really good things last year? And oh, by the way, we're returning so many guys that did a lot of good things last year. We won the Big 12 last year. Shoot, we were in the college football playoff with a bye. Yeah, all of that is warning bells going off. The biggest concern I have for the Sun Devils is themselves. Think of what Pat Riley said. This is Pat Riley, the great coach, of course, in the NBA. Pat Riley.
Wait, let me think of what Pat Riley said. There's no way we're trading Jimmy Butler. That's what he said.
Not.
He did say that.
He said, quote, when a great team loses through complacency, it will constantly search for new and more intricate explanations to explain away defeat. I love that quote from Pat Riley. I love it because it's so spot on. When a great team loses through complacency, they'll go to all sorts, no ends, to actually come back and tell you why they lost, as opposed to just being complacent.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's funny hearing you say that. Let me alter my answer a little bit, because I agree with what you're saying, that the biggest, I'm going to say question. I'm not going to say concern, but I'm just going to say biggest question, maybe the biggest obstacle ASU faces is themselves.
Yeah.
And to get more specific on that would be, for me, it's not so much complacency, it's how are they going to handle adversity. They handled it last year, and it wasn't just Cam Scadaboo, but that's where Scadaboo was his most valuable. Like, things are going wrong in this game, just give it to Scad. He'll just run through 8 people. Like, he'll just drag you back into the Texas game. He did it in multiple different games, and he wasn't the only one who handled adversity.
Yeah.
But he's gone, and the reason I say it's specific to this year is what happens if you go out there and you lose to Baylor in week 4? Are you just going to fall apart? Because it's easy right now to say, yeah, you know what, expectations, we'll bring them on. We welcome these expectations. But what happens when you lose a game you didn't expect to lose? Because you can lose one, But if you lose that one and then it starts to spiral because you're trying to still go undefeated after you've lost a game, that's when you see things really fall apart.
I once had the opportunity to speak to Grant Hill's mother. Grant Hill's mother, we brought her live on the air. Just an awesome interview, an awesome lady. She said, don't fear failure, fear success. Success will change you. This is Grant Hill's mom saying this on the air, Basin audience. Don't fear failure, fear success. Success will change you. And when she said that, Basin audience, success will change you, she implied it wasn't for the better.
Yeah, that's you're right. That is implied in that quote.
So once again, especially when we're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old kids here, I mean, think of yourself, Basin audience. Did you kind of have an inflated image of yourself when you were 18, 19, 20, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you did. Maybe you were your harshest critic. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-olds who are their harshest critic. You learn that over a period of time for the most part. Yeah. But typically not when you're 18, 19, and 20. You're trying to Jedi mind trick yourself so much that you're going to be confident and you're going to be successful going forward in your life. Be worried about complacency. And I know Kenny Dillingham is. It's one of the reasons why Kenny is excellent at this, because he understands, like every head coach that is a head coach of a college football program, his biggest fear, for the most part, other than injury, but his biggest fear is a team that gets complacent because they're winning.
Here's Kenny Dillingham last week. We talked about this, but he kind of reminded the team. He talked about this at the kickoff luncheon too. He reminded the team, you go back last 50 years, there's not a lot of ASU teams that won 10 games or more one year and then won them multiple. In fact, they've only done back-to-back double-digit wins once in the last 50 years. He's not shying away from that. He showed his team, he reminded his team, and then he explained why.
I showed it to him. I said, guys, it's hard. It's hard. We live in a great city. We need to have success. One of the negatives of living in my opinion, it's my favorite city, right? I'm born and raised here, so I'm jealous. But one of the negatives of it is there's so many things to do and there's so many distractions. That once you have success, everybody talks about you. Right? You're in a major city, but you're a college town, and you're still kind of a pro team in a major city. So you get the pub of this. You're the superstars of this major city. You can get to do a bunch of things. You got to be able to understand that, it's so temporary, right? What comes fast can go fast, just like that. So we've talked a lot about, teams have not won. Only one team has won the Big 12 outright in back-to-back seasons in the history of the Big 12. Nobody's done it. Our program has not succeeded having 2 seasons like we just had back-to-back, right? So it's just having them understand how challenging what they're about to do is, and how if you don't focus on the right now, if you don't put in the work, right, there's a reason history repeats itself. It's not an accident. So we have a tough task because we're trying to break 50 years of history, and I want to make sure they understand how difficult it is to break 50 years of history. It's very challenging, and we got a tough task.
There it is.
I mean, you're right. He's good at this stuff. He doesn't have to play the, hey, we were picked 16th in the Big 12 card. He can't play that this year. But we're facing 50 years of history, he can play that card, and he's not making it up. It's 100% true. It's a real thing.
Warning. And he's talking to them about this. That much we know.
Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, what's your number one question that still needs to be answered before week 1 of the Cardinals season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. Right there. Fastball, strike 3 called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, the Arizona heat is brutal. We all understand that. You don't want to move yourself. You need the pros over at Moving Team 6. Whether it's local, maybe you've got a long-distance move. You're going to move all the way across the country. Whether it's residential, your house that you're moving, or maybe it's commercial, maybe your business. You're going to move your business. Whether it's local or long-distance, Moving Team 6, they are the experts. And not only that, they have a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix where you can store some of your furniture as well during your move. Moving Team 6, they use a military-like approach. They're going to be professional, efficient, on time, and reliable. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans to join their moving team to move you. I love that about Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals radio network on Saturday, talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and as a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game series tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. Cardinals paring down their roster to 53. What could it look like? We'll dive into it. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports.
This is one of the better songs, When a Man Loves a Woman. You might grab her hand and go up and bust it to this, if you know what I mean. Just saying, though. What's up, Warrior Queen?
Mark Morrison. No relation to Jesse Morrison. Also,
that is my dad's name.
Okay. Oh, wow. Mark, is this Mark Morrison? Is that what you're saying?
Return of the Mac.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is not my dad, but this is his name.
Wolf doesn't necessarily look at the artist's name. He just gets up there and dances.
That's right, of course. When a man loves a woman, Basinonians. That's what he does.
But you don't dance to the song When a Man Loves a Woman. You dance to Return of the Mac.
No, right. Return of the Mac.
That's a good slow dancing song, probably.
Very cool.
The Cardinals will, the next time we see them on the field playing an actual game is an actual game. There's no more preseason. I'm going to start here, Wolf, because I know you want to talk about this guy before I even get into what my main question going into week 1 is and whatever yours is as well. But let's just play this. Jonathan Gannon, after the game on Saturday, talking about Simi Fehoko.
That was a got to have it, too. That was 4th down, right? That was 4th down to touchdown? I think so. He's done a great job in camp, you know, and he missed about a week there. He didn't play in the first preseason game. He's been awesome, man. You know, he can play all 3 spots. He makes plays in practice, catches the ball, and he can play on 4th down. He had a hell of a camp and a preseason.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Fehoko, Basinonians. I think this guy has made this team.
I was going to say, I mean, he had such a good camp in preseason. He had it to the point where people seem pretty comfortable just saying he's on the team, which for a fringe guy, people tend to be a little hesitant to say that the day before cutdown day.
Yeah. What was incredible about his performance in Game 3 was he got the daily double, Basinonians. Do you know what the daily double is? Do you have any idea what the daily double in the game of football is? At least in the Wolfley compound.
This is the full scope of a football player, right?
Yes.
Here. Something that, as you would say, Wolf, a quarterback could never do. These two things.
Think about this, brothers. He scored a touchdown, a reception. It wasn't even him running it. It was a reception in the end zone. Clayton Tune with an excellent throw. Scored a touchdown and then lined up to cover the ensuing kickoff and made the tackle. It is unbelievable. It is legendary in an NFL locker room that a guy would do that. Score the touchdown and then run down the field and make the tackle on the ensuing kickoff. That is the daily double.
It's a pretty good way to make a team.
And Simi Fehoko got the daily double. And because of that, here's a guy, 6'4", 215 pounds, a wide receiver, brothers. 6'4", 215 pounds. He's also been in the league for 5 years with the Cowboys and the Chargers.
Chargers twice,
It's not like this is his first rodeo. I think Simi Fehoko made the football team.
He put out a video over the weekend, too, to all the players that are, like, right on the verge of getting cut or making it, because he's kind of, I mean, he's experienced both at this point already in his career. Just telling them, you know, like if you don't make it, then don't quit on that. That's setting you up for another opportunity. And he kind of went into his own experiences as to how that's gotten him to where he is now. I'm with you. I mean, I think he's on the team. It would be pretty surprising if he wasn't on the team tomorrow. I don't know how much he'll impact this particular question, but it's the biggest one I have going into week one, Wolf, is if the way we're going to frame this up is if you could just have one question answered going into the season, what would you want it to be? To me, it would be, what sort of production are they going to get from the receivers? Or, if this is here's a solution to a problem, give them production from the receivers. How's that? Because we always talk about Marv.
Yeah.
But even if he takes the next step, if they don't get enough production behind him, that's going to kind of minimize what he does.
Yes, it's always a conundrum on the roster, and it's typically decided by special teams. But how many wide receivers are you going to keep? How many receivers? You've got Greg Dortch. Here's the guys that did not play. Greg Dortch, Marvin Harrison Jr., Zay Jones, Michael Wilson.
Okay, those four are there.
Those four are there.
Probably 6? You thinking 6?
Once again, it's going to be like, who's going to be that guy who can contribute on special teams? And that's why watching Fehoko, watching him develop the way that he has in regard to playing in transition, that is something that has removed all doubt, at least to me. I think he's going to make this team.
Yeah, you would think. What's the number you think? You think 6 is too much? I think they'd probably go with 6, although who's the other one? Is it Weaver?
Yeah, I think they'll probably go with 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Arizona Cardinals base earnings are not a big 4-wide team. They're not a big 10 personnel team.
True.
They're not. And because of that, I think they'll probably go 5.
Think they would be open to adding another receiver after other teams cut players, or is that...
They certainly could be.
Okay. And then do you think Fehoko would still be safe, though? I think at that point you'd be at 6.
Yeah, but then, after you get through the initial cuts, too, there's a lot of massaging that can go on, especially with the practice squad and the rules of the practice squad being what they are.
Yeah, you can build a pretty good career on the practice squad.
16 guys on the practice squad, base and Orleans, and you think about it. There can be 10 guys that are 2 years or less. 10 guys that are 2 years or less on the practice squad of those 16. And then 6 guys where it doesn't matter. You can have them on the practice squad, and it doesn't matter how many years they've been in the league.
All right, when we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks, their win percentage since the trade deadline, Wolf, is so much better than their win percentage was going into the trade deadline, like significantly. We'll get into that, but also the week they have coming up is going to be their first real test since the trade deadline. They've got 4 in Milwaukee and then 3 in L.A. against the Dodgers. What do they have to do to win some of these games? We're going to ask Dbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals host the Las Vegas Raiders Saturday for the 3rd and final preseason game. Cutdown day comes Tuesday, so this is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53. We begin pregame at 3:30 Saturday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this. If you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The Texas Rangers visit Chase Field for a 3-game series starting September 1st. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, well, the Diamondbacks starting a 4-game series in Milwaukee tonight. And they got 3 in L.A. against the Dodgers, too. So this will be a challenging week.
Indeed. That's quite the road trip.
Everybody's preseason World Series favorite this weekend, and then the team that Tim Kurkjian just told us is clearly the best team in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, starting tonight. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. What's going on, Jody?
Hey guys, yeah, you guys are right. It's a big road trip. Todd Walsh is there. I'm back here, and it's going to be interesting. These guys, the Brewers were so hot. You guys remember the 14-game win streak, but they have lost back-to-back series now, so they're cooling down a bit. Maybe people are snickering hearing that, knowing that a lot of people think that the Brewers are the best team in baseball, which they could be. But, man, the Diamondbacks, we're going to find out just how urgent they are. It was a fun weekend, by the way, at the ballpark. I mean, yesterday was not good. Brady Singer held them down, but the 2 games, really the whole week was pretty good baseball. So we'll see if they can up their game even another level now.
Yeah, Jody, before we look back, can we look forward at this series with the Brewers coming up? Give us a bit of a scouting report. Why are the Brewers playing such great baseball?
Yeah, I mean, I look at the pitching, and that's not to disrespect the guys that hit. I mean, Kurkjian is actually on fire right now. They have some really scrappy dudes. We've become familiar with them. I mean, the Dbacks have actually won a lot of games against the Brewers the last couple of years, not only in the playoffs in 23, But last year, before that dreaded comeback by the Brewers, they had won the 3. They almost swept the 4-game series, which is kind of crazy. So they won 3 games, and that was pretty thrilling. But, yeah, I mean, the Brewers, they pitch. I look at it, which is what makes it intriguing because the D-backs, they bust a lot of really good pitchers. I use the word bust just because these guys get into rhythm. A lot of these elite pitchers or even just very good pitchers, they get into rhythm and they get going, and the D-backs bust that up. And they did that to Andrew Abbott. Andrew Abbott has better numbers and metrics than any of the guys on the Brewers team, but they're really good. Brandon Woodruff tonight, he came off being injured for a long, long time, and he's been very good. I look at Mizorowski, he's the guy that throws really hard. The prospect that came up and was incredible, and now he's kind of evened out a little bit. He's still throwing really hard, but just the effectiveness. And then, Quinn Priester, I think, is really a great story. He's going to be pitching on Wednesday in this series. And then their bullpen. So, I look at it and say, I know the Diamondbacks can hang crooked numbers on really good pitchers. So they have to do that, and they have a great plan. I just want to shout out like Joe Mather, Travis Stanker, Damian Easley for helping these guys put together a plan. I saw Alex Weiner. I know he talked to some of those coaches about Lourdes and how hot he is right now. And, I think we take it for granted. And I just want to say that is that, sometimes it might be taken for granted how good these guys are at continuously being good offensively. And I know yesterday was not a good one, but it's pretty special. And so hopefully they can do that against this very good pitching squad of the Brewers.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, I don't know what to read into this number, but the Diamondbacks' winning percentage before the trade deadline was .468. Obviously, it was below 500 because everybody was making a huge deal out of that. Since then, and it's not a full season by any means, but they're winning at a .591 clip. What do you attribute that to? Is it just too small of a sample size? Is it the schedule, or has something maybe flipped over the last month?
Yeah, I've been getting that question a lot, Luke, in certain ways, and you asked it a little more detailed, which I like. And, okay, so I'll just put a disclaimer out there that, yes, you saw the Rockies in there a couple times. You had 2 series with the Rockies. But I will say this team, it's like, well, if you asked me when I was in Denver, I don't know how long ago that was. This month is so nuts with football and baseball. It's crazy. Like, it's getting all confused. But you asked me about, is this a better team? And I think I said yes. It is really hard to say talent-wise that this is when you don't have Suarez, Naylor, Miller, Kelly, and even Grichuk, who had a lesser role in the team. But it's hard to say this is not a more talented team on paper, but they have a different outlook now. They know they were sellers, and they've emerged from that. They have some new bullpen arms, which are still young guys. But, I mean, there's just a different feeling in there. And I think it's hard when you have expectations. And we've seen this at times with the Dodgers and the Padres through the years and the Yankees. When you have these high expectations because of who is on the team, it can be tough. The pressure can get to you. And I'm not saying that's what happened the entire first half of the season, but I just think this group has emerged. They've played really well. Lourdes in the 4-hole, Blaze Alexander. There's a lot of positives here with guys that have a new energy and a new reason to prove themselves and prove that, it may not be the guys with the gaudy numbers, but maybe we're going to create our own numbers now that we have a chance.
Yeah, Jody, in 5 starts in August, Zach Gallen has a 3.10 ERA. The previous lowest ERA for a month for him was 5.08. What is going on with Zach Gallen since the deadline?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought him up. He's pitching really well, Wolf. And, even yesterday he almost gave up no runs as was kind of interesting break by Alec Thomas there. And just, he could have emerged with giving up no runs. And, they probably weren't going to want, winning a game 1-0 is hard anyway. So, but Zach's been executing he's been giving up some base runners here and there, but he's been back to that Houdini act where he's able to execute pitches in crucial times And yesterday, the big key was keeping the ball in the yard. That's been the bugaboo for him. He's given up 26 home runs, but, keeping the ball in the yard for him yesterday was a huge key to that. And I look forward to seeing how he can finish strong. I think we all know how important it's going to be, and his next start will come against the Dodgers. For him to pitch well, both for the team, number one, and of course for him personally. And, I like the use of the breaking ball, the cutter's been, it's just the execution of the pitches and keeping it mixed up. McCann's done a good job there. I think if they keep him with McCann or if he goes with Moreno, and obviously having Gabby back is huge. Either way, whatever he's been doing these last few starts with the pitch mix and the sequencing has really been working for him.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, we've talked about Geraldo Perdomo a good amount this year because his numbers offensively are far beyond what he's ever been able to do in the past, and he just continues. I mean, he's been arguably one of the hottest Diamondbacks over the last couple of weeks, too. The disappointment of this season aside, have you seen anybody evolve as a player and a leader more than Perdomo on this team?
That's a really good question, too. You guys are on fire today. Anybody more than Perdomo? Probably not, no. I mean, you see Gabby emerging, just that he was, as a catcher, you're sort of in that spot automatically because you have to do certain things. But for Perdomo, the way that I remember when he came up, and that he was so young and so raw, and it was like, well, we know he's a pretty good fielder, but he's not hitting. Like any hitting you're going to get from him is gravy. And to see the hitter that he's turned into is truly incredible. Left side, right side. He's been a little banged up with 2 different injuries this year. He's still in there. He refuses to come out. The numbers, use of the power, anything that the at-bat requires, he is up for it. And then the leadership emerged pretty quick too, which tells you that that's a special person. You can't teach that because at a young age he was tasked with that. And Torrey did a good job of telling him, hey, you're going to be the guy here in the infield, and he's taken it to the whole team. So, yeah, I can't think of anyone that has done that. And I would have to say in the league, maybe you would have to look around and say how many guys have done that. Yeah. Not too many.
Jody, don't have a lot of time. Probably an unfair question at this point in time, but I'm going to ask you it anyways. Gabby Moreno. Is Gabby Moreno the catcher of the future for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Oh, absolutely, Wolf. And you guys, when you think about the times he's been out and the record, I know in 23 it wasn't very good. He missed a little time each year, and it has not been the same. And that's, these other guys are valued and working hard, but Gabby led this team to a World Series. He was the catcher for this team at a young age and a young kind of upstart team that no one expected to get there. And he was up to the task in every way.
Yep.
And had a few big hits and homers too. And it's so cool to be able to talk to him. And we saw him with his son in the clubhouse the other night. He's 2 years old now, Gabby Jr., and he's just growing as a person, and seeing him command the language and all of these things. Absolutely. And it's such a bright future for Gabby and in turn for the D-backs, because you need that catcher back there that can, you think about it, it's exciting to think about a decade of Gabby Moreno.
Jody, it's always
great.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to Jody again on, Thursday going into that Dodgers series.
Yes.
Or I guess Friday going into the Dodgers series because this Brewers series is 4 games. We come back. We'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. You know what you might want to do as well? Text GREEN to 620-620 right now and book your free estimate with Legacy Green Solutions. Listen, I can tell you, they came over to the Wolfley compound and they have transformed our backyard, man. Seriously, whether it's artificial grass, putting greens, custom landscaping, these guys are the experts in Basinonians. you can trust the Gill family. That's right. The Gill family owns and operates Legacy Green Solutions. They're family-owned. They've been here for 25 years, quarter of a century. They're voted best of the Valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made, backed by the best warranties, premium American-made turf, man. Your pets are going to love it. Your kids are going to love it. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonihan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals radio network on Saturday talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that is a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Monday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? The Arizona Cardinals won their final preseason game 20-10 on Saturday over the Las Vegas Raiders. Which Cards players stood out to you guys in the game?
I mean, Fehoko. For reasons you've already laid out.
Simi Fehoko.
It felt like going in, he was probably going to make the team if he just did anything, and then he kind of did everything in the limited time he was out there. So, yeah, I would say Simi Fehoko.
Including the daily double, which is incredible based on these. Rarely do you ever see it in the NFL where you score a touchdown, and then line up on the kickoff cover and run down and make the tackle. Is there anything better than doing that? Scoring the touchdown. Look at me, everybody. I scored a touchdown. And then you cover a kick. Typically a task where people get lost, if you know what I mean. And then you make a tackle. That is incredible. Well done, Mr. Fehoko. I would also say Jordan Birch. To me, Jordan Birch flashed again.
I was really impressed with what I saw out of Simi Fehoko this weekend as well. The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend. It was the D-backs' second straight series win, and they are now 5.5 games back of the New York Mets for the final wild card spot in the National League. So I hesitate to ask this question, but do you guys think they're back in this at all?
No, I think that they really needed to take care of business against the Rockies, whatever that was, like a week and a half ago now. But I will say this, since the trade deadline, since they essentially announced themselves as sellers, Wolf, they've won 5 of the 7 series they've played. And you always talk about, as a baseball team, it's 162 games, you're just trying to win series. That's all you're trying to do, right? Well, they've won 5 of the 7 series they've played, and you might say, well, yeah, but they played the Rockies in there. Well, that's one of the series they lost. So they've won a series against Cincinnati, won a series against Cleveland, against Texas. They did sweep the Rockies a separate time. They won a series against the A's. The 2 losses were to the Padres, and they easily could have swept that series. Instead, they lost the last 2 games. And then the inexplicable losing 3 of 4 to Colorado the second time.
You know, right now, the freaky Mike Hazen might hear me broadcasting based on Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing, and just laugh hysterically. But for me, again, friction is a word going into this season. The Arizona Cardinals and Jonathan Gannon were talking about friction coming into this season, and the friction was going to be the competitiveness and competition for jobs inside the locker room. And you heard me say in the first half of the season, I wondered if the Diamondbacks were just too nice.
Yeah, you said that a lot.
Copacetic. Just got along way too well. And there wasn't enough friction. There was no friction inside the clubhouse. When I know that an edge, no matter what sport you're talking about, I think an edge is good to have inside of the locker room. A little edge, a little friction. Maybe they just didn't have enough of it. And we're starting to see guys that are desperate to advance their career get the opportunity to play and produce.
Sticking with the D-backs, they start a 4-game series tonight against the best team in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, and then they head to Los Angeles this weekend for a series against the Dodgers. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, what are your expectations for the Diamondbacks road trip against the Brewers and Dodgers? Snakes alive, they're going to get clobbered, 3-4 or 4-3.
Snakes alive, they're going to get clobbered?
No, that's 2 different options.
Oh, that's 2 different options.
Snakes alive,
Okay.
Pause. Second one, they're going to get clobbered.
Okay.
Pause. Third one, 3-4 or 4-3.
I mean, just based on what we've seen for the first 131 games of the season, I'll go with the 3-4 or 4-3 answer. But these are two tough teams they're playing against right now.
Based on what I just said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop them. I'm gonna go 4-3.
Okay.
4-3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they'll go 2-5, which is the closest to 3-4. So I will also go with that one as well. So they're going to get clobbered, is leading at 53%.
So is that implying like 0-7 or what is that?
I don't know. Maybe 2-5 is they're going to get clobbered.
Okay.
3-4 or 4-3 is second, 34%, and then there's 13% out there that are, really still buying in and say,
Rick, can I just
alive.
jump in and say there are Diamondback players that are playing right now, and they're playing with desperation.
I agree.
Like this is my shot.
I agree.
Like there's an opening here, and that kind of urgency, you're bringing it to the ballpark every day. I wonder if there's other guys in the clubhouse that are picking up on that kind of urgency that is being brought. And maybe it's one of the reasons why the Diamondbacks are playing better.
Jake McCarthy, one of those guys, I would say.
Wake up, everybody. Wake up. And maybe that's happening.
All right, Arizona State football begins its season on Saturday against NAU, but the Big 12 began over the weekend with a matchup between Kansas State and Iowa State in Dublin, Ireland, the rivalry known as Farmageddon. The Cyclones came away with a 24-21 victory. What were your biggest takeaways from the first college football game, the first Big 12 game over the weekend?
Just that it's probably going to be a pretty competitive conference. There's going to be a few teams that just aren't very good. I get that. Iowa State and Kansas State were both ranked going into that game. I think a lot of people saw Kansas State as the more dangerous team than Iowa State. Iowa State lost basically all their receivers, but they do still have Rocco Beck. They're still, that is the team that ASU beat in the Big 12 championship last year. So it shouldn't be a shock that they won, but I think the fact that Kansas State is already 0-1 is kind of a reminder of the top of this conference could really beat each other up a lot.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. My biggest takeaway from that game was watching Avery Johnson and Rocco Beck play the quarterback position. You could see Anthony Beck, by the way, friend of the Wu Fang clan.
Been on the show.
Indians. Yes, friend of the show. We got to get Anthony on. That'd be kind of cool if we did that.
For sure.
But I think those guys, watching those quarterbacks go out and kind of struggle. They did. Go back and watch the tape. Not a lot of accurate throws and some bad decisions by Rocco Beck as well. Having said that, it made me think of ASU. And it made me think of Sam Levitt as well in this first game coming up. And how polished will he look? We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of potentially good to great quarterbacks in this conference. Obviously Levitt, Josh Hoover has been really good at TCU, Sawyer Robertson, Rocco Beck, Anthony Johnson. Yeah, there's Avery Johnson. Yeah, Avery Johnson.
Yeah.
There's Baron Morton. I don't know what Noah Fafita is anymore, but most of these teams have pretty good quarterback play, and then you've got guys like Devin Dampier coming in for Utah that are a total wild card too. So.
And BYU has a number 47 playing quarterback.
That's an interesting twist for them.
I love college football because of that.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting next Tuesday. We're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. When we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, which Cardinals players are on the bubble heading into tomorrow's cutdown day? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, this Ketel Marte story. How do you gauge the internal reaction to what was kind of a difficult situation?
I think it's all Bickley's fault. I mean, no. I'm kidding. I think we had already put it behind us, which is strange. So then we had to revisit it when it came back up and reared its ugly head again 3-4 weeks later. But I'm actually glad it did come up again, because I think then Ketel realized the severity of the impact on his teammates, and then he did come out publicly and apologize. And I think that did a lot of good.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
Well, cutdown day is tomorrow around the NFL. So we're going to get some clarity on the Cardinals roster in the next, 24-ish hours. I mean, you're still never safe, right? Well, if you're the 53rd guy on the roster, 52nd, 51st guy on the roster, you're still never safe. But we're going to get some clarity at least here in the next 24-ish hours for the Cardinals and some of these other teams as well. And I'll tell you, it's nice for a change. The last couple of years, it was kind of like you might be going into camp trying to figure out who a starter is at a few of these positions. Now it really is more of a, okay, who's the 51st, 52nd, 53rd guy on the roster. Tyler Drake, who we had on the show earlier, does have his projections up on ArizonaSports.com. But Wolf, let's dive into this. Is there a position you want to start with?
Yeah, for me, I'd like to start with the running back room, as a matter of fact. Okay. The running back room, it's always hotly contested, and so much of the time, when you talk about running back number 3 or maybe even running back number 4, you're talking about somebody who might be able to help you in terms of transition and special teams play. The Arizona Cardinals are no different. They have a running back room that is full right now in regard to, obviously, James Conner and Trey Benson, those two guys. Amari DiMercato, I believe, is safe as well. That's just me. I could be wrong on that. But I believe you've got Michael Carter and DJ Dallas that are battling for that 4th running back position. And I think it's going to go to DJ Dallas. And the reason why I say that is because of his unbelievable special teams play. DJ Dallas is a dog.
Is that so? I agree with you. And I think probably a lot of people do agree with you. Nobody agrees with that song, but I think a lot of people agree with DJ Dallas getting on the team because of the special teams, his role on special teams. So how much Michael Carter's path just seems to keep getting blocked. It even got blocked in New York. It seemed like he was off to a really good start there, and then he ended up falling out of favor there, and they have Breece Hall and Braylon Allen now and all these guys. But here, it feels like on a different team, there are other teams that need Michael Carter more than the Cardinals. But they obviously would like to keep him here and just have him on the practice squad if he's not on the main roster too.
Yes.
So is that what's holding him back as special teams? Because that's always the tiebreaker this time of year.
Yes, it is. Michael Carter, this is a guy that can return kickoffs, of course, but in terms of a special teams grunt, DJ Dallas can do everything. Punt pro, punt return, kickoff return. He can do everything. Michael Carter is more of a kickoff return guy if he's going to help you out. Now, I really love Michael Carter and respect him. He made another great play. Every time this guy gets in a game, every time he gets the opportunity,
even at the end of last year. I remember you saying this at the end of last year. When he gets into a game, he makes plays. You understand why he's not ahead of James Conner or Trey Benson. Right. You understand that. But the only reason that you would put DJ Dallas and probably even Amari DiMercato ahead of him, and this is a real reason, is like you said, it's special teams.
Yes.
But when you put Michael Carter in a game, he makes plays.
He makes plays. He did it again. There he was on the draw. Suddenly bottled up, nowhere to go, makes a run of 38 yards. Out of nowhere. Should have been tackled at the line of scrimmage or even a loss, if memory serves, on that draw. Every time he gets the opportunity to play, Michael Carter makes a play. Would you like him on your football team? Yeah. Somehow, some way, they're going to find a way to keep him on this team. But it's going to be difficult because I think they're going to have to expose him to the wire. And that means somebody could claim him.
There are plenty of teams out there that don't have the running back room the Cardinals have. And one of them, I feel like, has done their homework enough that they've seen him, even though he's kind of an off-the-radar guy here. So if you are, I don't know, pick some team from the AFC, you're the Buffalo Bills. Are you really paying that much attention to Michael Carter? Well, yeah, probably, because you're paying attention to everybody this time of year. But some team like that has done their homework, and they could use a guy like him as their third or fourth back.
And the other thing about it is Michael Carter also, and I've got so much respect and regard for him, just pointing out any problems that he might bring, it bothers me. It does, based on needs. I want to kick myself in the face right now, metaphorically speaking, because they couldn't do it literally.
I was going to say, if you could do it literally, then that's more impressive than metaphorically.
But just the fact that he is diminutive, he is smaller as a running back. So much of what happens in a running back room is about being able to hold up in blitz pickup as well, especially when you're talking about Michael Carter and how you might be able to see him help the Arizona Cardinals. Is it third and obvious pass situation? I think that might be his biggest area of improvement because of the blitz pickup. And that's always been a problem as well. He's not a special teams guy that's going to help you in all four transition teams. He is a guy that could help you on kickoff return, as I said, but he's not the biggest guy. And again, that works against him. I say all of this with the utmost respect for a guy who all he does is make plays every time he gets an opportunity.
Yeah. How about inside linebacker? Where you feel pretty good about Mack Wilson, obviously, and Cody Simon, obviously. I mean, they just drafted him. They're going to give him time. I think this regime has shown that. So you brought in Akeem Davis-Gaither. I feel like that's 3. Owen Papo on the team because of special teams too?
Yeah. I think Owen Papo has got a chance as well. Akeem Davis-Gaither, I think, will probably get the opportunity to start in week 1.
Yeah.
Knowing he's got the most experience of any of those guys, I think he's going to be given the opportunity to start the season out. But that's going to be, I think they're going to keep 4. And if they keep 4, they're going to be okay. They'll all make it.
Is that a position that they could look around the league? I mean, not like teams are cutting really good inside linebackers. That tends to be a premium on those guys. But is that a position you would look around the league after tomorrow and see what other teams have let go? Or is that a position where you don't really want to be working a guy in a week and a half before the season starts?
Yeah, I don't really think you want to be working a guy.
That's kind of what I figured you might say.
Yes, but once again, there are so many other positions. Jordan Birch is a question mark we need to answer. How much of an opportunity is Jordan Birch going to get in week 1? This is what I want to know. How many reps will Jordan Birch get in week 1 against the New Orleans Saints? That's what I want to know, man, because he continues to flash. Every time he gets an opportunity, all of a sudden you go, hey, who's 52? Who's 52? Give me the roster.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. You know who 52 is.
If you're on defense, you especially want to be out there those first 2 weeks against the Saints and Panthers too. Again, look, NFL teams, not like they're easy, but if you're trying to break in and make a name for yourself, it's easier to make a name for yourself against them than some of the teams you start to play a little bit later in the season. So something to keep an eye on there for sure. But Birch is going to be a fun player to watch this season. The other thing to keep an eye on too is how many of these guys that are hurt or banged up right now stick around, but on the PUP list or wherever. Just like you said this earlier, you can massage the roster a little bit because they do have some guys dealing with injuries. So you're gonna keep more than 53 guys in that sense. You're just not gonna have access to them.
Changing positions on you guys. What do you guys think about Keitrell Clark? Do you think he'll make the team?
Wow, that's good.
He's been such a welcome surprise the last. Yeah, probably. I just don't know how much
it comes down
play.
to what's so fascinating, especially about the secondary and the Arizona Cardinals, is the combination of being able to play corner and safety, and how many guys
it's
they got.
It's a little more complicated on this team.
It is. It's very, very complicated because of that. Keitrell Clark, I think, would make this team if it were just a situation where the Cardinals were not so versatile in their secondary. But when you've got guys that are Rabbit, when you've got guys, Garrett Williams, even Jalen Thompson is a guy who walks up over the slot wide receiver and plays nickel a lot of the time. He was the guy who started it all, as a matter of fact. So they've got a lot of versatility that I think it ultimately hurts a guy. like Keytrell.
We come back. We'll stick with the Cardinals. We'll talk to Sam Acho. What were his biggest takeaways from what he saw in the Cardinals' 3 preseason games? We're going to ask the Cardinals television analyst next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Close out summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Friday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. with great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options. We've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals Radio Network on Saturday talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and as a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Dbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Preseason is now done. We've heard a lot from Sam Acho on these broadcasts, and he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about what he has seen throughout preseason for the Arizona Cardinals. Sam, thank you so much for the time. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
Doing good.
Doing great, Sammy. Thank you so much for your time. Buddy, did you have fun this preseason doing the television?
Wolfie, I had a blast, man. First of all, I don't know if people have given you your flowers yet. Maybe people have been giving you your flowers for a long, long time. But, man, the way people speak about you, not just like fans. I'm talking about people in the broadcast crew. I'm talking about Pash, Paulie. I'm talking about some of the producers, directors. I mean, you have left a legacy that I was blown away by. So I just say thank you for honoring that seat, honoring that chair, honoring the job, honoring God. I mean, that's the kind of, legacy people talk about leaving, where we couldn't stop talking about you, not just on the air, but off the air. So I enjoyed it, but more than anything, I learned, though I'm at the beginning stages, but I just learned how and what it takes to be a pro, not just on screen or on air, but also off the air. So really, yes, it was great for me, but the better thing for me was to be able to follow in your footsteps, even if it was for those 3 games in the preseason.
Sammy, thank you so much for saying that. But man, okay, Luke, ask a question. I'm gonna cry.
Well, Sam, I'll go defense, because that's what I've been really interested in with this team this season. I know you can only tell so much from preseason, but what did you see from the defense? And I guess specifically, if you want to focus on one guy, maybe the rookie Jordan Birch, what you saw from him.
Yeah, well, I'll start big picture defense first, and then I'll go to the rookie. Big picture is we didn't get a full glimpse of what this defense is going to look like. And the reason why is not because of the preseason and people not showing stuff. It's just because of Josh Sweat. Like, Josh Sweat was brought in to be a game changer. We were talking to Jonathan Gannon, I think a week 1 preseason. We asked him, hey, how will the defense change with Sweat? And he talked about, man, he's going to be rushing a lot more. Obviously, in this defense, they drop their outside linebackers a good amount of time. He said, man, with Sweat, he's going to be getting after the quarterback, probably closer to 70-80% versus a 50-50 split. Meaning, if there's a play where one outside linebacker rushes and one drops, he's going to go to the side to the rusher. I say that to say that one player can make a huge difference and a huge impact in the game. And so I think our defense will look a little bit different, even schematically, because you'd be able to have a dynamic playmaker like Josh Sweat in the pass rush game, and also schematically on how we like to rush, right? You saw Wolf knows this better than anybody else. We like to do a lot of bring safeties and bring linebackers, create pressure somehow, some way. Well, when you can rush with 4 and you have a guy like Josh Sweat, you may not need to bring all these different types and styles of pressures or simulated pressures. You can just rush with 4. So I think that's part 1. Part 2, quickly, is Jordan Birch looks really, really good, right? He's 6'4", he's 280. That's enormous for an outside linebacker, right? I played with a guy by the name of Pernell McPhee in Chicago with the Bears. He's a 3-4 outside linebacker as well, and he was in that 280, 285, even at times got up to 290 range, and he was dominant. So that what excited me about Birch's game was he's very raw, right? You didn't see too many pass rush moves, but you saw a lot of power. And so if he can develop and time up his speed to power technique and develop one counter off of that, he will be a dynamic rusher as well.
This is why you did such a great job, Sammy, in the preseason, because you are so much more detailed than I have ever been. Having said that, Will Johnson, give me your evaluation of this young corner on the outside, and what are your expectations for him going forward?
Yeah. So Will Johnson is an extremely intelligent individual, came from a family of educators. His mom is a teacher in Detroit. His grandma was an educator as well. Like, he's a smart dude. You could tell it by the way he even played in college at Michigan. What the coaches had communicated, and this is what you communicate to players who you believe have a high ceiling, is he needs to be better, or not better, have a better sense of urgency when it comes to technique. What do I mean by that? Be more of a technician, i.e. in college, he was the best player on the field majority of the time. You don't have to be as much of a technician in college. You can get away with just your talent. In the NFL, it is not like that. If you're off on your, and this is what we heard this from the coaching staff, right? Jonathan Gannon said, man, if you're off on your technique by a few inches, you're beat in the NFL. If you're a little bit hesitant, you're beat. So my concern, actually, I won't put the word concern. I think Will Johnson's going to have an unbelievable career in the NFL, but it might be a steep learning curve if he's out there early, because of just the maybe relying on your talent, and now you got to rely more on technique.
And Sammy, they're going to try to target him too. They're going to go after him as well. 100%.
And that's the thing. He's going to be targeted, especially if he starts, let's say he's starting at corner week 1 on the outside. There have been some penalties in the preseason, a couple of holdings, pass interferences. So he's going to be targeted. But what I am excited about is he has big playability. There's something about like certain players, like I remember playing with Pat P. We came out the same draft class, Patrick Peterson. He's just a magnet to the ball. I believe Will Johnson has that type of, what's the right word? Potential is not the right word, but the ability to take the ball away, but he has to be better with his technique. That needs to be a focal point over these next 10, 11 days and the season, of course.
Talking to Sam Acho. Sam, I wanted to ask you about the Cardinals' first-round pick, Walter Nolan, who's obviously been hurt throughout all of camp so far. Just in your experience, how far behind will that put a rookie? I mean, whether he's able to play at the beginning of the year or not, it feels like he's going to be jumping in while everybody else is already going close to full speed.
Well, I'll ask a different, or maybe I'll answer a different question. My expectations about Walter Nolan. The only reason I'm saying this is because I didn't get a chance to say this over the air, and I got some cool intel. So there's a guy named BT Jordan who's a pass rush coach for a bunch of NFL players, and he also is a consultant with the Broncos, and that's why they live in the NFL in sacks. He kind of like consults with them, and also with the Cleveland Browns and Myles Garrett and not TJ Watt. Von Miller, some of these guys, like he's a specialist. I went to his like pass rush summit at ASU. It was unbelievable, right? Mason Graham was there, right? You name it. D-Rob was there. But my point is, I talked to him at the joint practice, or the Broncos joint practice with the Cardinals, and I asked him about Walter Nolan. And he said, man, that guy's different. I said, what do you mean? He said, he has all 3 things that you need to be great. I said, what are they? Come on, tell me. Stop teasing me. He said he has the talent for sure. He has the physical attributes. But then he said what makes him different is his mindset. Like he wants to be, like he's a dog. Like he wants to be great. And you might be like, dude, he's in the NFL. Who doesn't want to be great? There's a different kind of mindset of like, I'm going to dominate you. He said him. Yeah. He didn't know I was going to say this ever on air. But he said, man, that guy is different. That guy is going to be special. His talent, his skill set, right, the physical attributes, like the mental, fortitude, but also the desire to want to be great. He has that, and most people don't have that. And I might be paraphrasing a little bit because I don't have my notes in front of me, but I took that away, and I was like, man, somebody asked me about Walter Nolan. We didn't talk about it on the second 2 broadcasts, so I'm sharing it with you guys.
Sammy, can I just tell you, buddy, I enjoyed you so much on the broadcast, man. Congratulations. Will you do it again going forward? Would you be interested? I
would love to, Wolfie. If y'all would have me, man, I would love to. I mean, working with Pass, working with Paulie. I didn't call him Paulie like you did, right?
Okay,
that was so endearing. I didn't call him, but, man, I would love to. If y'all would have me, I'd be back in a heartbeat.
That's awesome. Man. Great
Thank you,
job.
Sam. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Sammy.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
God bless you, brother.
That's Sam Acho joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. That is interesting intel on Walter Nolan because he's kind of the forgotten guy right now.
Yeah, that's a great question.
When we come back, ASU gets started on Saturday. So what do you consider a successful encore season for the Sun Devils now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
How much of a problem would we have rooting for Sam Levitt if he goes to the Rams? How hard would that be?
I don't root for any players that go to L.A.
No, but it's fine. I'm just asking. It's fine.
Like even my boy Huddy, Daniel Hudson. It's hard to root for Huddy with the Dodgers.
Well, you had a good relationship with Gonzo. It was hard to root for him.
I didn't root for Gonzo with them. I didn't root for E.J. Pollock with them. I didn't root for Nash when he was with the Lakers for that cup of coffee. I don't know that I've ever rooted for a guy that went to L.A.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. You know what? We use Presidential Pools, Basinonians, when we are the Wu Fang Clan. We, at the Wolfley compound, we were looking at our backyard, and it was just nothing but dirt, man. And we were saying, where do we start? Well, we started with Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned our business, and I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. Presidential Pools and the Diamondbacks are doing a pool giveaway where one lucky winner is going to receive a $40,000 credit towards a new pool and backyard makeover. What you need to do is go to dbacks.com/splash to enter. And I can tell you, Presidential Pools and Spas, they told us what we needed at the Wolfley compound and what we did not need. You're going to love working with them. Go to dbacks.com/splash.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our 2nd location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and cutdown day for the Arizona Cardinals is looming.
So who helped themselves the most in the preseason finale on Saturday against the Raiders? Burns and Gambo. And we start at 2 here on Arizona Sports.
Matt jacked up after the conversation with Sammy. Sam Acho, ladies and gentlemen.
He's
what
good.
a great job he did on the television broadcast for the Arizona Cardinals in the preseason.
Yeah,
man.
he was really solid. He was great. He was beyond solid. He was great. I mean, this is, and that dude always is this way, but he approaches everything with just a genuine excitement towards stuff. It's like, Sam, are you ever just like tired? Do you ever just have like a bad day? No.
He loves talking about the detail and getting specific. I love that about Sammy.
Let's get to ASU and the season starting on Saturday at home against NAU. Wolf, I'm sure you have as well. I'm sure a lot of Sun Devil fans have had this conversation. What do you consider a successful season this year when you look at what they did last year and the impressive run, the incredible run, the memorable historic run that they went on that nearly took them to a matchup with Ohio State in the Final Four? It should have. But either way, everything they did last year, the cut we played from Kenny Dillingham earlier in the show today is saying, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that ASU hasn't strung super successful seasons together back-to-back very often in the last 50 years. You throw all that into the mix. You throw into the fact that there are some intriguingly good teams in the Big 12. What's a successful season this year?
Yeah, what is a successful season? This is a great question, man. Rick, was this you? Did you come up with this in prehab?
I think it was a Luke question.
It was a Luke question.
And I'll just say this. The reason it was a question is because I don't have an answer.
Okay.
I truly don't.
Say it again the way you just said it, though.
What do you consider a successful season this year in particular for ASU?
Okay, I don't think there's any doubt about the answer. There can only be one Basinonians. There can only be one. Win the Big 12 and go to the college football playoff. That is a successful season. Why would I say that? The expectation, Wolf, how dare you? You're just going to assume they're... Hey, why wouldn't they? When you think of what they did last year, I understand they lost Cam Scatterbo. That is a big loss. No doubt about that. But again, they're returning so many guys offensively and defensively. So many guys they're bringing back from the team that already won the Big 12, already went into the college football playoff, already have done it. Anything less than that, I don't know how you could look at it as that being a success.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, I try to tell myself, like, hey, look, if this team goes out there and they go 9-3 and they win a bowl game and they get to double digit, but the problem with that, like, and I'm saying that as the floor. I mean, they could go 12-0. That's on the table. But I'm just saying, like, you know, the part
I know
that's
what
tough,
you're trying to say, but I think the expectation should be from the guys inside that locker room.
it has to be higher.
It's got to be.
It has to.
I mean, hey, if they win 7 games, if they win 8 games, that's a successful season. I don't know how guys inside that locker room could look at that and say, yeah, that was a successful season.
I think you could make a case. You could have the discussion that 9 wins would be an acceptable season. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Hey, you followed up that monster season last year.
Acceptable is different.
It's different than successful. Yeah, because the reason I think that you at least have to get double-digit wins and get to the Big 12 championship. I mean, you're right. I'm trying to temper expectations, but really you need to win the Big 12 championship because the opportunity you have in front of you, you won't have next year. You may bring in an amazing recruiting class, and you'll have some players back from this year's team next year. And I mean, you may be, look, who knows? You could be better talent-wise a year from now. I find that hard to believe, though. But the opportunity where you have this team, you basically have your whole team back that was within a play or a missed targeting call of going to the Final Four of college football, and they're all back when no other team brings their players back. It would be such a missed opportunity to not at least get to the Big 12 championship game.
Yes, I just, again, this is one of the reasons why I think Kenny, too, is trying to create the urgency right from the very beginning. We're not going to sneak up on anybody anymore. We're not going to. ASU is going to be, that's going to be circled on somebody's schedule, multiple team schedule in the Big 12. This was the Big 12 champion. Oh, by the way, they're returning 90% of their guys. They're coming back.
That's why. That's the key for me. If you said they brought some of their guys back and they had, a top 8 recruiting class or something, and look at what they did last year, shouldn't they be measured by getting to the Big 12 championship? Yeah, that would be cool and all, but I don't think that would truly be my standard because you don't know what team you're bringing in. They're all back. We know what these guys, really, Wolf, we know what their floors are. You figure most of these guys are going to get better.
Yeah, they're only going to get better, and because of that, the only way to answer that question, what is going to be a successful season, is to win the Big 12 and go to the college football playoff once again. This is largely the same team, and this is why I wonder what the players are saying inside the locker room. You know this. This is where my mind goes all the time. It doesn't matter what sport we're talking about. It's the truth.
Doesn't hurt if it's football, though.
As a former professional football player, as a former athlete, I always want athletes. What are you saying, Ron? Athlete. Knock it off. I use that term loosely. As a former kick your face in on the football field and get his face kicked in on the football field, I might add, as a former guy who did that, that's where my mind goes all the time. And I wonder, what are these guys saying? Not when there's a coach around, not when Kenny Dillingham is around, not when Kenny's around, not when a coach is around. What are they saying to each other when they're hanging out in the dorm? What are they saying to each other? Do they hang out in the dorm? I have no idea.
Yes, they still have. I don't know if these guys are living in dorms. How about when they hang out around the facility?
What are they saying when they're hanging out around the pool together?
Their facility is ridiculous for ASU football.
What are they saying to each other then? That's what I'd love to know.
Wolf just wants to, again, be a fly on the wall.
That's right. I just would love to. Man, just let me sit here and listen to you guys talk about the upcoming season. How would you feel? How do you feel about your success last year and how you're going to be able to apply it to this year?
You have to think a lot of these guys came back, too, based on the idea of some unfinished business. So, yeah, you want to come back, you want to play for Kenny? Yeah, you want to come back and play with all your teammates because things went so well last year? Yeah, and maybe some guys just don't want to leave. I mean, I would be probably in that group, too, if I don't want to keep switching schools in college. But I have to think there has to be this collective thought of we were so close last year and we have this opportunity that's going to be increasingly rare by the year. I don't know how many teams in college football we're going to see get to be in this position ASU is in right now in the next 10 years. Really, honestly, where you can bring back most of your team that was just successful. Even the best teams, even whoever wins the national championship this year, probably won't bring back as much of their team next year as ASU is bringing back right now.
Yes. So, again, what is a successful season? Man, to me,
well, now that we've talked about it, let's see, 12-0, and then 13, and then 3 playoffs, so 16-0. That's where you've got me to now, Wolf.
16-0. Wow.
Yeah, just go all the way through the national championship.
That high.
Kenny Dillingham did address one major question that has been facing this team on Saturday when he named a starting center. Would you say having a starting center is important, Wolf? I mean,
yes.
If you're going to go win the Big 12, you do need to have a starting center. Here's what he said.
That's the plan. We play today, and Ben's going to be our starting center. He worked for it. I mean, he's prepared. As I said, we wanted to move guys around throughout camp, and we feel like that gives us the best chance to win football games.
All right, so Ben Coleman is going to be the starting center.
Okay.
So
we have no time to talk about this, do we?
Right now? Well, we're going to talk to Chris Cartman in a couple segments. Ask him about it.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? For me, I'm a little concerned about it. I am.
That this ever became an issue?
That it became an issue.
Yeah,
and
me
all
too.
Of a sudden, you moved him, and then you brought him back and said, well, everything's okay right now. They know what they're doing, but Ben Coleman at center and Jameto Obigbo. I love that. Jameto Obigbo playing guard.
You just wanted to say his name.
I honestly, if you could just say that, you could survive anywhere, couldn't you? You could travel abroad and somehow, some way, make ends meet. If you could just say, Jameto Obigbo.
Ben Coleman has played a lot of college football. You talk about the exchange from the center to the quarterback and if that could become an issue. The game I keep looking at, and hopefully this isn't an issue, is that second game on the road against Mississippi State, where it's like people are just like, oh, they're the worst team in the SEC. You don't know that. Everybody thought ASU was the worst team in the Big 12 going into last year, and how wrong were you there? And Mississippi State, if they're just middle of the pack in the SEC, is a really good team, and it's tough to play on the road there. And so, yeah, I'd like to get the center quarterback connection maybe worked out before September 6th, please. Thanks.
Just like how incredible that is. The fact that they were picked last in the Big 12.
Well, that was ridiculous when it happened, though. I mean, not that you or I expected them to win the Big 12, but it was ridiculous to have them definitively last.
Taste it.
All right, so when we come back over to baseball, is it possible Zach Gallen has figured something out since the trade deadline, or is the pressure just off since the trade deadline? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Basinonians, the Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Betting. Here it is. Everything in store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd. Oh, circle that date, September 3rd. And another 5% off for active and retired military. Stop and think about that, Basinonians. 35% off now through September 3rd. 35% off for active and retired military and 30% off for you, Basinonians. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top. Comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. And tell them Wolf sent you as well for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals Radio Network on Saturday talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that's a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-2900. Enjoy life again.
A black Grand National.
Dave Burns here, a series win, but not a sweep for the Diamondbacks against the Reds. So can they keep chipping away again today against the Brew Crew? We're talking Diamondbacks at straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Yeah, D-backs 4 in Milwaukee and then 3 on the road against the Dodgers. So this is a challenging week. 7 games against the Brewers and Dodgers. Wolf, it almost feels a little strange to be talking baseball right now, but I do think that there's a few stories here, but there's one in particular that could be really relevant beyond this season, and that is what Zach Gallen has done since the trade deadline. You know, you and I were talking about this when the trade deadline came and passed, and he was still a Diamondback, and we were like, okay, well, is there really a path for him coming back? We asked Mike Hazen that next day, that Friday on the show, and he was like, yeah, I think everything's on the table. And then you and I were talking, we're like, well, if he pitches great, then he's going to price himself out of here.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't pitch, good enough, then they're not going to want him back. They're not going to pay him, if he's – well, he is really towing that line. He's going right – his ERA since the trade deadline over 5 starts is 3.10.
Yes.
It's pretty good pitching from Zach Gallen, but not – amazing, but pretty good.
Yeah, he's looked like Zach Gallen more and more this month. And since the deadline, I think we'd all agree he has done well. You mentioned the 3.10 ERA, 5 starts in August. Look at all the other months. The lowest was a 5.08, the lowest months.
Yeah.
Was a 5.08 in April. That was the lowest.
His ERA for the season was 5.60 coming into the month of August.
Yes, and now all of a sudden it's 3.10. He's looking more and more like Zach Gallen, and it's the hard trade deadline date as well that we're talking about.
It's undeniable. You can't just be like, well, maybe that's a coincidence. Well, no. I mean, the last start, His last 3 starts before the trade deadline, he gave up 6 and 5 innings against the Angels, 6 innings against the Astros, and 4 and 6 innings against the Pirates. So what is that, 16 runs over 17 innings? Not great.
Yes.
But since the trade deadline, again, 5 starts, 4 of them have been quality starts. And it's not like they've all come against the Dodgers and Brewers. But, okay, the A's in their stadium, which is a very small minor league stadium, the runs get scored in that stadium. Colorado, who he has struggled with, but not that time. Texas, Cleveland, and Cincinnati. So then you have 3 playoff contending teams, too. He looks like a different pitcher. Now, what do you take from that? Do you say, okay, he's figuring something out? Or do you say this is how he pitches when the pressure's off?
Okay. I'm going to go full-on conspiracy theory.
I figured you would.
This is the way that I am, basically. It's, I am the grassy knoll. Never forget that. I don't stand on the grassy knoll. I am the grassy knoll. Do you think that Mike Hazen had an offer for Zach Gallen on the table?
Yeah.
Do you think somebody was going to give him something of value for Zach Gallen? Yes. Because of that, I just have this feeling that there's an understanding between Mike Hazen and Zach Gallen. I could be dead wrong on this.
This is where he might be laughing at you.
He's laughing at me right now once again. I could be dead wrong. But knowing that he had to have an offer, there had to be something of value. Were they sellers? Were the Arizona Diamondbacks sellers at the deadline?
Sold everything else that was in question. They sold
were.
it.
There had to be something of value for Zach Gallen that he could have taken. He didn't. Why? And it makes me think maybe there's some type of understanding. Maybe the chances of Zach Gallen coming back next season, maybe those odds have gotten better. And because of that, maybe that's why he hung on to him.
It's hard to just ignore that the trade deadline hits and everybody's frustrated, and the team is, at the time of the trade deadline, 51-58. So 7 games below 500, and Zach Gallen does not even remotely look like Zach Gallen. And since they trade, 3 of their best players? They're 13-9, and Zach Gallen looks a lot more like Zach Gallen. Now, you might be driving around saying that, but he's still not a number 1 starter. That's fine. I mean, their plan wasn't for him to be a number 1 starter necessarily. Now, I know Torrey named him the number 1 starter, but going into next year, you're supposed to have Corbin Burns, and you will, but probably not at the start of the year. And then Zach Gallen, if he had come back, was, that's a nice number 2 starter if he's pitching like this. It's really hard to just ignore how much better their winning percentage is since the trade deadline and think it's just nothing, Wolf, because it is 22 games now. It's not like I'm looking at a 4-game sample size.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I think you're right, Luke. All I keep thinking about is the Rockies series.
I know.
The Rockies series right now, going into that series, did you think the Diamondbacks could have swept the Rockies?
Yes,
did you think that was a possibility?
Well,
okay.
maybe. I mean, they shouldn't have the way it played out, but
right.
But
I'm just saying, going into it, we were all thinking they would be 16-6 right now since the trade deadline had that happened, had they swept them. Now, win the Rockies series, just win it, 3 out of 4. They'd be 15-7 right now had that happened. The doggone Rockies, man, seriously.
And I'll just piggyback off that. If you had swept the Rockies, let's say, so what you said they'd be 16-6. So if you wanted to be like the Tigers last year, I mean, that was referenced around the trade deadline, where they went on this run after the trade deadline last year, made the playoffs. Well, you'd be 16-6, and you'd be 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, where Cincinnati's kind of stumbling around and the Mets are really stumbling around. You'd be in this right now. If you had just won the series against the Rockies, you'd be 3.5 games out of a playoff spot right now. And undeniably in it because you're playing better baseball. Now, now you're 5.5 back. I think that, you're probably, if you're a Diamondbacks fan, you're maybe keeping one eye on the standings, but you've got 7 games against the Brewers and Dodgers coming up. I think you're more looking at stuff like this. Is Zach Gallen a guy who might be back next year? Is Gabby Moreno? I mean, he looks pretty healthy. That's another huge story here to watch, I would say, these final 31 games. Is he going to go into the offseason on a roll where you don't have to worry about him rehabbing an injury this offseason? He's just going to be good to go to start next year.
We're going to have a front row seat. That's the fun part about this. That, to me, is a big question that needs to be answered. We got 31 games to go.
Coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL. Cutdown day is tomorrow. You're already hearing some big names maybe on the cutting block. And what about the Washington Commanders just trading their starting running back to San Francisco? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You should also go to Aria Dental Implant Center if you want to bite into a hamburger. Think of a big double cheeseburger right now with jalapenos. Don't you want to rip that thing, bite into it? Well, you can do it with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've told you about it, my brothers. It is a game changer. You can take that hamburger and you can bite into it and rip it off right there. And not only that, you can smile real nice for some family pictures as well. Listen, Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. So not only can you rip apart a hamburger and do it with a big grin, but you can also save yourself an awful lot of money. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hi, Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of Buckets, our brand new outdoor food and beverage outlet next to our Top Tracer range. Buckets and the 21-bay Top Tracer range provide a beautiful setting to enjoy yourself day or night with a cold draft beer or a canned cocktail and a recently lit putting green. Open till 9:30 p.m. It's the perfect venue to work on your game or entertain your group or organization. For more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday. Cardinals paring down their roster to 53. What could it look like? We'll dive into it. Starting at 6 on Arizona Sports.
Looking at the YouTube live chat, Wolf, Patricia just posted, by the end of this week, we're going to know if the Diamondbacks have any chance of making the playoffs. That's true. I tend to think at this point they don't have enough time to make up 5.5 games unless the Mets just continue to melt down. But we'll know for sure after this week playing the Brewers and Dodgers for 7 games. Let's go NFL as we close in on cutdown day. Wolf, I'm sure you're doing all your fantasy football drafts this week. Oh, no, not that. Okay.
That's right. Thank you, Ray.
Okay. Let's start with the Commanders. And I'm actually going to start here. Bill Barnwell, this is from SportsCenter on Friday. We were kind of wrapping up the give-a-thon, and all of a sudden the Commanders are just trading their starting running back to the 49ers.
Gives them a little bit of peace of mind, I think, at the running back position, because we know how good Christian McCaffrey can be. We also know, unfortunately, how dangerous it can be to rely on him for 17 games. 3 of the last 5 years, he's missed significant time at running back. So last year they had Isaac Guerrero come in. Isaac Guerrero is a talented young player. He's more of a home run threat. He's not that consistent between the tackles, going to get you 3, 4, 5 yards guy. Getting Robinson in there in that mix, there's a little more kind of confidence they can have him on for 10 or 12 snaps a game, rotate him in more often, and get more consistently what's blocked there up front. So I don't think he's going to be a home run hitter. Don't think he's going to be a superstar there. On a 1-year deal basically in San Francisco, but good landing spot, opportunity to be maybe the lead guy if McCaffrey gets hurt, and maybe be a secondary piece, filter in for a couple drives per game, give McCaffrey more of a rest, and feel like you're not going to miss out by having your star running back on the sidelines with a very good starting caliber running back now as your number 2.
Boy, that tells me that they must be really comfortable with Christian McCaffrey and how he's doing. Not only that, I would also say it's interesting, the position. Brian Robinson Jr. is an excellent running back. I love watching him play. He's very thick as well. 6'1", 225 pounds.
Yeah.
This guy's got a little something.
That's a pretty good running back, too.
Pretty good back. And the fact that you're getting a 6th-round pick for him, that is conditional, is it not, though, brothers? I believe that it is conditional.
I believe you're right on that, yeah.
So we'll have to get into the details of that, but still, kind of a surprise that the 49ers would move off him, but that tells me they feel okay with the depth at that position and Christian McCaffrey.
Well, I mean, the Commanders now don't – that was their starting running back. And what exactly are the Commanders doing? And, Rick, I do you have an answer? This is your team.
They believe in Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
All right, well, I will tell you from
who goes by a different name, I think.
Oh, good. Okay. Hopefully it's not Brian Robinson. Otherwise, he's a 49er now. Yeah, their running backs right now in Washington are Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Austin Eckler, Chris Rodriguez Jr. They did, and we'll get to this in a second, they did finally get Terry McLaurin signed today. But there was a moment there over the weekend where it was like, are the Commanders... And this matters if you're a Cardinals fan, because if you're looking at making the playoffs, obviously the best way is just win the division. But if you don't win the NFC West, there's a wild card for a reason. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Philadelphia's making the playoffs from the NFC East.
The Commanders.
So, yeah, the Commanders might be in a position where they would have to do it as a wild card. And if they were going to take Jaden Daniels' number 1 running back and receiver away voluntarily, that'd be kind of weird. But whatever. I mean, they traded Brian Robinson away. So there
what
you
do you
go.
want to say, Rick?
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, he goes by Bill.
Okay.
Also, all I see here on trade details is a 6th-round pick. I don't see anything conditional, but maybe I'm wrong.
So you have a 6th-round pick and Bill. That's your running back room.
Yep,
right now.
Bill.
Okay, can I also say this quickly about the Commanders, since we're talking about them right now? The Commanders' job going forward is to evolve their offense, Cliff Kingsbury, evolve Jaden Daniels, and evolve their offense. Because we all know what it was with Cliff Kingsbury here with the Arizona Cardinals. and how it took other teams a year to really start figuring out the tendencies of what it was that the Arizona Cardinals were going to do with Kyler Murray. Now, Jaden Daniels is a different animal, of course, at quarterback, but this is going to be really interesting to watch. Does the Washington Commanders offense, does it evolve, brothers? Because it must evolve.
Over to Cleveland, where they are potentially keeping 4 more quarterbacks. We need to remix that song that we always play, that Aaron used to always play, where it was all the different Browns quarterbacks since like 2000 to We Didn't Start the Fire, because they're going to have about 18 to 20 more that we could add just since that song came out in 2017, 2018.
Yeah, don't play that song. Don't play the song. Okay. Shador. What up, bro?
We're gonna have to add an additional chorus to this song that some Cleveland radio personality I think made originally. Here's Kevin Stefanski yesterday. This is where they are in Cleveland. Somebody asked him, hey, people think you're trying to sabotage Shedeur Sanders.
I don't concern myself with outside type of things. But, I'm committed to his development, just like all of our rookies. So we'll continue to focus on getting our guys better. And that's what we'll stay committed to, and that's what's important to me.
And did you, I'm sure you kind of answered this last night, but why didn't you keep him in for the 2-minute, or why did you decide to take him out?
Yeah, nothing more than decided to give Snoop some work at the end of the game.
Shedeur Sanders had a really nice drive against Carolina when we were finishing our Arizona Sports Fantasy Frenzy draft, whatever that was, now 2.5 weeks. It was the first preseason game, I think. Didn't have a great preseason. Kevin Stefanski's tone of voice is like, why did my GM put me in a position where I have to sift through 5 to 6 mediocre quarterbacks?
I'm looking at a headline that says, will Shedeur Sanders be cut?
Yeah.
Do you think that? Just think about the first preseason game. Yeah. Oh, my goodness, it was all over Shedeur Sanders. He's in the running for the starting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, wow. I haven't watched the Browns.
Oh, you're missing out.
I haven't watched their preseason Basinonians, but oh my goodness, knock it off.
Here's Shedeur. He was asked yesterday if he deserves to make the team.
Do you feel like you belong here on this team?
Obviously. I think overall as a player, I feel like I put in the work. I feel like everything I do, I try to do it to my best, and that's all I ask for. So I feel like everybody feels like, they should be on the team. And if you ask anybody on the team, would they feel like they belong, in their own eyes. So I feel like I do, but I'm my own player. I think about myself in a high regard.
Oh, he kind of sounds like Dion there. Just a couple words, the way he says them, it sounds like Dion talking. Can you imagine, Wolf, go back to like last October, okay? I think there was certainly a group of people that thought, hey, man, Shedeur's a little overrated. And there was talk that he was going to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
That's right. I mean, that was common, that
if Mel
kind
Kiper
of narrative.
had his way, he would have been.
I remember being in Vegas, and I forget who Cleveland, Colorado was playing, but they were like miserable all game, and they came back at the very end, and everybody in Vegas is like, we're drafting that guy. That's going to be our guy. Can you imagine telling somebody back last October, so 10 months ago, that Shedeur might not even make it out of training camp with a team?
Oh my goodness.
That's wild.
That honestly, incredible what has happened. Listen, he's going to get many more chances if he does get released. He's going to
end up on the Raiders after this.
Right.
Because Aiden O'Connell's hurt.
Incredible.
And then the follow-up question to whoever you were talking to in October would have been like, wow, he's not going to make his team out of... Did the Chiefs draft him or something? Like, who were the quarterbacks they kept? Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. Like, oh, okay. All right,
That's
then.
bad, man.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, what does ASU football need to show in their opener against NAU on Saturday? We're going to ask Sun Devil source publisher Chris Cartman. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. I mean, right there. Fastball, strike three called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Oh, my goodness. You got some areas that need a shade or some awnings. You can extend your outdoor living space with a custom-fit awning. Hundreds of designs, of course, and colors to choose from to match any home. And not only that, All Pro Shade Concepts, they will work with your HOA for approvals, motorized and retractable with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning. You got roll-down patio shades, man. The fact that it blocks the sun, the dust, the bugs, of course, and even the wind, and it will keep your patio up to 20 degrees cooler during those hot months of the year. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com, Basinonians. That's allproshade.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab. Just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals radio network on Saturday talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that is a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Welcome back to the show. Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source joining us right now to talk about ASU as they are just 5 days away now, finally, from their opener against NAU. He's on the Arizona Sports Line. Chris, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
Just got back from Kenny Dillingham's press conference. ASU's mostly injury-free to the two deep. The only player who's going to be out for the season is Michael Gardner, who was competing for backup depth chart kind of role at defensive tackle where ASU is very deep.
Okay, Chris, so here it is, the ubiquitous question. What is the biggest concern you have going into the 2025 season?
I just think Sam Leavitt needs to elevate his play. Everybody's talking about him being a first-round candidate. I saw ESPN had him as as high as 9 in one mock, and he's going to have to go from a 62% completion percentage guy to the high 60s, more early down rhythm passing, take what's there. With Cam Scadaboo gone, you're not going to be able to make that up with one running back or probably even all of your running backs. So you need more big play capability, more early down passing success, and you need Sam Leavitt to have the type of season that everybody expects from him.
Chris, before we get too deep into some of these weapons that Leavitt has now this year to work with, I want to get your thoughts on Ben Coleman being named the starting center. How big of a potential issue is this, or do they feel like it's behind them now? I mean, they have a very experienced guy there, although he's not necessarily experienced in that position.
Yeah, Luke, that would have been my number 2 thing that we had to look for. So you're on the right track there. Coleman made a lot of progress from the spring through the end of camp, but even now there's still some occasional misfires with the snapping, and you have to worry about when teams get into that double mug pressure and they got guys hovering over the A gap, how quickly that you're trying to get that snap up, to get your hands up, to get everything going, and then you need to be able to handle your protection calls and adjustments, and that just can't be all Sam Leavitt. You need a good communicator from that center position. Ben Coleman's 7th year of college is on the way, but he's never played center before, and so you have challenges there. I do think Wade Helton handled first-team reps very well in camp, and to the point where, to my eye, that looked like it was a close competition, given the fact that Coleman at left guard is certainly better than Jamedo Obigbo, their transfer from Texas State, who's mostly been a right tackle to this point in his career. So other than Sam Leavitt, I would say just watching that center QB exchange on snaps and protections is the second most important thing this season.
Chris, knowing that Jordan Tyson is going to be the guy that is going to probably lead this team in receptions, hopefully, if in fact he stays healthy, who do you think is going to be that number 2 guy, knowing that defensive coordinators are going to try to take away Jordan Tyson?
Yeah, great question. And I think that they have 3 very complementary pieces at their other wide receiver spots. Malik McClain is your X, your boundary side guy. He's a 3-level route runner. You can get him to the contested catches, the back shoulders. And then Jalen Moss in your slot is your zone beater underneath. He's a two-way go route runner from the slot and a red zone type of a guy who works well when he gains leverage early. And then Jaron Hamilton is a big play guy over the top of the defense. And so they all have roles in opening things up for Jordan Tyson, preventing opponents from rolling coverage. And even Shimon Mateer, who's a second-team all-conference player last year. I think he'll be in the mix. I wouldn't be surprised if all three of those guys end up within 10 or so catches of one another in that 25 to 35 or 40 catch range on the high end. And the key thing is just making sure that the pieces are very complementary and they could be able to handle whatever types of coverages and defensive styles that they face this season.
Talking to Chris Cartman, owner of SunDevilSource.com. Chris, I want to ask you about Raleek Brown specifically because you saw flashes and there was a lot of hype and expectation and excitement for him last year, and then he was hurt, and now he kind of just gets lumped in with, well, yeah, they got three running backs replacing Cam Scadaboo, but what do you see as a potential role for Raleek Brown this season?
Yeah, really good question. He had an excellent camp. He's up 10, 15 pounds. He's a stocky, fit cut guy who's twitchy, really great punt return option, I think. And he's running better in between the tackles. In fact, he had a 65-yard touchdown in one of their scrimmages at Mountain America Stadium. And he's done better at slipping through cracks and having a little bit more potency, contact balance improved. Ultimately, I think he is at minimum a good third down weapon. Get the ball to on the perimeter in space. He's an off-tackle guy, good max protection. And then if he's able to continue this trajectory of what he showed in camp, then maybe he gets out there on some early downs and he's able to run with physicality on the interior to spell Kyson Brown.
So do you think the Sun Devils are going to throw the ball down the field, try to throw the ball down the field more or less than they did last year?
More, and I think you're going to see it right out of the gate. NAU is a team that plays a lot of cover zero. Kenny Dillingham said today that they're not going to try to hold anything back or prevent future opponents from seeing some of the things that they're capable of. And so don't be surprised if on Saturday you see Jordan Tyson or Jaron Hamilton or both of them having some big play touchdowns against this more aggressive style Lumberjacks defense. And I think that that's part of what they want to be able to do to offset the loss of Scadaboo is more early down passing success, more big plays in the passing game, and even potentially in the run game with the speed that Kyson Brown and Raleek Brown have. And then in other ways on special teams, kicking, punting, better defense. In the aggregate, that's how you're going to be able to replace the loss of Cam Scadaboo. But no doubt in my mind that they're going to take more shots this year and feel good letting it rip.
Talking to Chris Cartman. Chris, there's obviously a lot of different people and eras at play in this question, but Kenny Dillingham he didn't shy away from reminding his team last week that ASU really hasn't strung really impressive seasons like they could potentially do here back to back very often in the last 50 years. Why do you think that is? Because they've had the occasional really good season, but they've had a hard time following it up in the past.
Yeah, that'd probably take a longer segment than we have, right? But bottom line is the coaching staffs before Kenny Dillingham over the last 30 or so years, they had limitations. There were cultural type issues that were eating away at their early success. Todd Graham did put together 10-win seasons back to back, but ultimately the iron-fisted disciplinarian style and the not being able to relate and connect to players had an impact that I think undermined their ability to have long-term success. I don't see that being really an issue with Dillingham. He relates well to the players. They like him. They still have discipline. They're very player-led. They have great leadership between Levitt, Ben Coleman, Xavier Alford, and others on the team. I could be wrong, but I think that they're going to play hard and execute at quite a high level in virtually every game this season. We'll see if they have any hiccups within there, as most teams tend to. But they are more ready, I think, than any time that I've covered ASU to put together a run here, and especially in the Big 12, which is a little bit easier conference to do so than when you're in the Pac-12, playing against the likes of Oregon, USC, and some other teams that have been very good over the years.
Chris, sorry to ask you this, buddy. We got like 40 seconds right now, but how do you feel about the kicker? How do you feel about the kicking on this team going forward?
Well, Jesus Gomez has an NFL leg. We've seen him connect on multiple 55-plus yarders in practice. I think he had a 58-yarder in his past. He's a extreme detail orientation type of a kicker. Comes from a place where it's like almost special teams, like their forte at Eastern Michigan. I think he's going to be really good. Of course, inside of 40 is where you need to make 90+% of your kicks. I think he'll do that. And then I think he'll have a leg that's going to enable ASU to make some big kicks at the end of half or even at the end of games to win games or tie games and extend them.
Chris, we can't wait for Saturday. Great to talk to you.
Chris, appreciate you, buddy.
Love being with you guys. Appreciate it.
That's Chris Cartman right there joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. ASU 5 days away, and that's a good point we didn't even talk about earlier. Jesus Gomez is supposed to be one of the best kickers in college football, which last year they didn't even really feel comfortable kicking very often.
Yeah, how many games might that win?
When we come back, final segment of the show, what advice would Anquan Boldin give to Marvin Harrison Jr. as he heads into year 2? Well, Anquan told us earlier. We'll get you what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cutdown day comes Tuesday.
You might think you're on the outside looking in, but you might not be.
This is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53.
The tape you put out there is not just for our team, it's 31 other teams. If it happens where you don't fit our team for whatever reason, there's 31 other opportunities. If you put good tape out there, you can fit that team too.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Summer's wrapping up, and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve, to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC branded pain relievers. Aleve helps keep you moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose, so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years. No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25. Sanderson Ford.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
Wolf, we got to give command and control. We got to give Rick some love here on this.
Okay, why is that?
6 guests today.
Oh.
Including Anquan Boldin.
Especially on a Monday, too.
Yeah.
That
all
was
all
huge.
good guests, too.
Yeah, they were. I have to admit.
They all delivered.
Once again, Base Earnings, if you got to have guests on your show to make your show, you're in trouble. Ron Wolfley reporting.
But you're never going to turn down Anquan
But
Boldin.
you're never going to,
My source is
having good guests. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, people just kept texting me back.
I'm glad they did because, and you can go back and you can check out all of them: Tim Kurkjian, Tyler Drake, Jody Jackson, Sam Acho, and then, of course, we just talked to Chris Cartman. Anquan Boldin was at the very beginning of the show, 15 minutes in, Wolf, and we had a lot to ask him, starting with the jump for Marvin Harrison Jr. from year 1 to year 2. And you got to remember, Anquan Boldin, receiver in this league. Yes, I understand. It's a slightly different era, but not. I mean, football's football. And Anquan, though, you got to remember, also jumped in and was making an impact right away. But still, he mentioned that jump from year 1 to year 2 is probably the biggest jump Marvin Harrison Jr. or any player is going to experience.
I mean, I think that's when you have your biggest jump, to be honest with you, year 1 to year 2. Number one, there's that familiarity with everything that's going on. When you come in as a rookie, man, your head is spinning. New city, new coaches, new system. As a receiver, you got to get used to a new quarterback. So there's a lot that's going on as far as dynamics. But then when you come into year 2, especially for a guy like him, same quarterback, same system, obviously same city, all of those things, the familiarity, it just helps him. And like I said, it's fortunate for him because, like, for me, year 2, I had a different head coach, different quarterback, different offensive system. Like, all of those things were different for me. So for him, I like the fact that there's that continuity, and he can just continue to build off of last year.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
End of the show, breaking news. Rick, what do you got?
All right, guys. We've got some cut downs.
Oh.
And I'll go through them, but I'll start with the biggest one here. One of the Cardinals' cuts is quarterback Clayton Tune. Also being cut, linebacker Benton Whitley, offensive lineman Donovan West, wide receiver Nate McCullum, offensive lineman Roy Mbekte. I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. Linebacker Vi Jones, defensive lineman Patrick Jenkins, cornerback Stephen Gilmore, offensive lineman McClendon Curtis, tight end Oscar Cárdenas, cornerback Iko Boydo, and wide receiver Andre Bocelli.
All right,
Bocelli.
So still not all of them, though.
Yeah.
So
not all of them, but the headliner there is Clayton Tune.
All right. Well, Once you bring in Jacoby Brissett, you feel like this isn't Cleveland. They're not going to keep 7 quarterbacks or whatever. So, yeah, keep an eye out for that now, too, because that sounded like that was about 15 to 20 of them. So that's a good chunk.
It was 12.
Okay. Well,
12 in total.
All right,
and I would also say, once again, Clayton Tune could be a guy you're going to bring onto the practice squad.
You're definitely going to want a quarterback there if you're only keeping 2 quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah,
so I would assume
definitely
it's him unless somebody else.
And doesn't the practice squad QB still get to suit up and be the emergency third stringer on game days?
Yes, yeah. And not only that, too, I think I wouldn't be surprised to see them bring in another guy, even another quarterback, with a practice squad being as big as it is.
Yeah.
It's a situation. You get to keep 16 guys, basic audience, on your practice squad. 16. That's 69 dudes. It's incredible. 53-man roster and 16 practice squad players. Now, 10 of them have to be year 2 or less on the practice squad, while 6 of them can be any years. Doesn't matter if you're a 10-year veteran. They can keep you on the practice squad.
Back to Anquan. We asked him what advice he would give to Marvin Harrison Jr. as he heads into year 2.
The advice that I would give him, honestly, and nobody ever gave me this advice. I had it because there was a lot of negativity coming in on where I was drafted, how I was drafted, all of that stuff. So for me, it was, I just didn't care. Whatever somebody said about me, I'm not a big social media guy. I wasn't at that point. I mean, it's a different day and age. I didn't read newspapers. I didn't read the headlines. All of the stuff that was written about me, I didn't care. If I heard something, I was just going to prove you wrong, just point blank. And that would be the advice that I would give him. Forget what people say about you. Just go be who you are.
Yeah.
And if you be your biggest critic. And if you're your biggest critic, you don't have to worry about nobody else.
Can you imagine Anquan Boldin being big on social media? Just how many likes did my video get?
Yeah.
No, that's not Anquan Boldin.
Right. The only thing I would say, what he said right there first is, I would try to prove him wrong. Yet when he's talking in detail about, what you want to be like when you go out and play, it's just go be your harshest critic on yourself. That's where you don't worry about what anyone else is saying. What you want to do is go out and just be yourself. That's the one area I would differ with Quan on in regard to this. Prove yourself right, Basinonians. Not prove others wrong. Prove yourself right. That's what I would say. It's interesting because he made the statement on one end and yet totally painted a picture of backing it up in a different way, proving yourself right on the other. It was interesting to me.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. And I wanted to go back to what he said in that first cut we played before the breaking news that, the jump from year 1 to year 2 is probably the biggest jump you're going to make. How much are we going to truly know about the Marvin Harrison Jr. experience by the end of this season, Wolf? Because this is the jump from year 1 to year 2. And I'm not saying we're going to know it by the end of week 1 against the Saints. But by the end of the season, it's not to say he can't get better going into year 3, but it makes a lot of sense what Anquan Boldin said. This is probably going to be your biggest jump. He laid out the reasons. Everything around you now is a lot more familiar. You're not getting caught up in distractions of just trying to figure out how to get through everyday life in the NFL. Here you go. Marvin Harrison Jr. is healthy going into the season. He's been, healthy for the most part throughout camp.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, what I love about what you just said is the year 1 to year 2 jump. And do we believe Monty Ossenford and JG believe in this?
Yes, they seem to believe in it quite a bit.
But you also have got to find an individual. You have to find a player that has a personality like that to embrace that year 2 and to get better. And this is where they're really good at vetting that.
Well, we'll see. As you've been saying, we'll have a front row seat. And now we're going to have a front row seat here in like a week and a half. I keep rounding down even more and more by the day. Hey, we're basically through today. So now it's only 12 days until the start of the Cardinals season.
Boy, how about that? Here we go,
man.
Jack you up.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings. I think he is lined up to be that real MVP candidate next season. if the Diamondbacks can put together a decent season, which I think they can. I think Corbin Carroll has been emboldened by the results from all the work he's put in. How could you not be? He's been terrific. So I think he's one of the big bright spots going forward. Him and Geraldo Perdomo, and depending on where the whole Ketel Marte thing goes, you still have some good star power at the anchor of this baseball team.
I totally agree.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Granger. Artist Rashid Johnson uses different mediums to examine race, identity, and masculinity. He hopes his work can bring joy to others.
I'll tell you what I'm not afraid of. I'm not afraid to be vulnerable. The first thing that I learned to love outside of my family was art.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are now done with the preseason and will be cutting their roster down to 53 players tomorrow. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals radio network on Saturday talking about finalizing the 53-man roster.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that is a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
And one of those players that has been cut is backup quarterback Clayton Tune. He was cut along with 12 other players just a few minutes ago. And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Once again, a special thank you to everybody who donated throughout the course of last week during our give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. We appreciate it.
Phenomenal.
$2.45 million.
Such a great thing we do at this radio station.
Final tally, but I think that was what we announced at 6 o'clock when we left for the night. It's something we're very proud of around here, but mostly we're very proud of our community for all just kind of getting together and rallying for this. All the business partners and all the businesses and all even the ones who aren't partners but who just called up anyway and made a donation. It was great. It was a great event. It was great to see the community come together for nearly $2.5 million for Phoenix Children.
Just a great event. Look forward to it every single year.
I think it's $25 million that we've raised
overall
in totality since we started doing this all those years ago for Phoenix Children. So, again, a big thank you from all of us. It's something we do every single August, and it's something we're very, very proud of. So thank you for being a part of it. We're back. We got Diamondbacks baseball coming up a little bit. We got a lot to talk about, including the first round of cuts that just came down. It is time for our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
You know, what's going to make it hard is a lot of guys improved. They really did, and that is a credit to those guys first, the coaches second.
That was Jonathan Gannon after preseason game number 3 against the Raiders on the 53-man roster decisions. They are due tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And in meeting with the media earlier today, Jonathan Gannon had said that in that moment, he wasn't going to make any announcements and they were still working on some things. Just coming down moments ago, the Arizona Cardinals, Gambo, released 12 players, and it's very hard not to notice the one that jumps off the page, and that is quarterback Clayton Tune has been released by the Cardinals.
Yeah, they were always going to keep 2 quarterbacks. They were always going to keep 2. Obviously, Kyler Murray and Jacoby Brissett. I thought Clayton Tune played well in the final preseason game against the Raiders. He did a couple of nice things out there. So I think that there's still a chance that Clayton Tune can end up on the practice squads. We'll see. Remember, you've got to cut. You can't just put a guy in a practice squad. You've got to cut him. He's got to be out there. Anybody else can sign him, and then after you can sign him back to the practice squad. So we'll see how this plays out. But I would say that he is, until I hear otherwise, I would think that he is an option to be signed back to the practice squad.
There are other names on the list, and going through it right now, Andre Bacella was on the list. Quarterback Stephen Gilmore, they just signed him.
The ASU offensive
lineman Donovan West was on the list. But in terms of like real, and again, it's the third string quarterback, so I don't want to like overhype this or overblow it. But in terms of names, you're going to go, oh, okay, it's Clayton Tune. Now, the question is, and we don't know the answer to this yet,
The question is, who else becomes available out there?
Sure.
Who else gets let go?
Yes.
Cardinals have the 6th, I think they're 16th in the waiver claim order. So what's going to happen is everyone's going to make their cuts tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then the Cardinals will have the 16th highest opportunity to be able to claim somebody else's leftovers, right? To claim somebody else that is there a better quarterback they like better for their system who's going to get released that another team is trying to sneak on their practice squad. That remains to be seen because Clayton Tune, and you were there at the game, Clayton Tune played better on Saturday night, but by no means has Clayton Tune had a great preseason by any stretch of the imagination.
No, if you could do better, do better. Like if there's somebody out there that you like and you could do better for the practice squad, then do it. First year Monty was here, he claimed about 4 or 5 different players, so you got to keep that in mind. You got to remember that, all the players that they release, they can bring 17 players back to the practice squad, 17 back to the practice squad. So they'll be played now. The other thing is once they come up with the 53-man roster, like you mentioned, you made the roster. That doesn't mean you've got a spot on a team because in the course of 24 to 48 hours, Cardinals put a claim in on somebody and they get that claim, you might get cut. So if you're one of those bottom guys that just made the roster, you're the 52nd to 53rd guy, you're not guaranteed a roster spot. You made the roster, but if they put a claim in on somebody else, you could be gone the next day.
Yeah, and I saw where our own Tyler Drake put out a 53-man roster projection. Teo Mackey put one out from AZ Central. Josh Weinfuss of ESPN. Everyone's trying to take their best guess. And certainly while there are variations in the different lists, I mean, it's kind of clear that the positions that are under a lot of question is going to be running back. Who makes the cut? Who do they keep? Who do they not?
Oh, that running back one's going to be tough. That Michael Carter is so good.
He
just so
makes
good. It's like
plays, doesn't he?
He does.
He made that play on Saturday night where it was dead. It was over. He cuts to his left, and it's 38 yards in a cloud of dust.
He's got that ability for those electrifying plays. It's hard to, how do you not have him on the roster? Do you keep the 5 running backs? How about Elijah Jones, a cornerback? The kid that they drafted out of Syracuse that we had in studio with us, and then he, missed all of last year. This is kind of like a rookie season. That was a guy Monty drafted. He liked him. Is he going to be able to make the squad? Like
Boston College for Elijah Jones, by the way.
Boston College.
Syracuse, Boston College.
Anything out east. Yeah. So, sorry. Max Melton was Rutgers.
That's right.
All right.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, it's Monday. We're working through the kinks right now. It's fine. It's all right. It's
Had
good.
a long weekend. Had a bunch of the boys in town.
Yeah, saw the pictures
weekend.
on social. Yeah,
had to go.
Like you guys had
went
a
to
good
the
time.
Cardinal game. Was phenomenal. We sat in that new Casa Rojas on the 50. It was a terrific experience. I went to the Dbacks game yesterday.
The only people listening who were offended by getting Boston College and Syracuse mixed up actually went to Syracuse. So the Craig Grialous, the John Blooms, the Dave Pashes, they're probably a little upset about that. Other than that, I think it's fine.
There are more people in journalism out here that went to Syracuse or NAU?
They're everywhere. Than NAU? Yeah, probably. Okay. Syracuse seems to be everywhere. I also think with the roster cuts coming up, and not that he's going to get cut, I think the fascinating decision is going to be that of Walter Nolan. Now, he's hurt, obviously, and he started kind of working his way back. But if they put him on the injured reserve list where he's not designated to return for another 4 weeks, he can't practice for 4 weeks. Like he's gone. He's invisible to the team. The kind of the speculation in the last 24 hours was, are they going to put him on that list that basically bans him and bars him from, team practice activities for the next 4 weeks? Or do they want to keep him on the list so that they can keep him engaged in practicing and things like that?
Yeah, tough call.
And that's,
These are also
that to me is a really tough call right there.
They've got all these injured players, and none of them are ready for week 1, but some of them will definitely be ready before week 4. But it might be week 2 or week 3. If you feel a guy's not going to be ready for week 3, it's almost better to just not have him back to week 4. Because, again, there's a ramp-up time and everything as well. I know there's some tough decisions on the injured guys on what they're going to do. I would lean towards he misses the first 4, but, not guaranteeing anything on that. But I would lean towards that's the way it's going to go because it is tough decisions. Because, again, nobody's going to be ready for week 1, but some of those guys could be ready before week 4, so they've got to figure that out.
Same thing with Will Hernandez. I think he falls into almost exactly the same category. Then there's Bilal Nichols, and there's Justin Jones. The decisions you have to make there, B.J. Ojulari, the decision you have to make there. So much of it, and you talked about this last week, is kind of centered around the injured guys. Safety, do you keep 4? Do you keep 5? Is Joey Blunt going to be out there? Is Keaton Crawford, or do you keep 5 of them? That's another big question going on. Inside linebackers, do you keep 3 or 4? Is Owen Papo gone, or do they find a way to keep him? And if it's so, at who? Because like every guy you keep, you want to keep 5 safeties. Okay, fine. But you're going to have to make up for it somewhere else on the roster, right? You want to keep 4 inside linebackers. Yeah. Okay, fine. But you're going to have to make up for it somewhere else. And this is going to be the toughest juggling act I think Monty Ossenfort's ever done.
Start of preseason, we would have thought that Simi Fehoko was on the bubble, but we don't anymore.
Nope.
Had too good of a preseason.
Yep.
Got to reward the kid. You got to reward him. Another touchdown. He was the guy. Out of all those, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 wide receivers, those guys battling there, he's the guy that stepped up. He stepped up. He should have a spot locked up with how well he played.
And I think, to your point, the 2 guys on Saturday night that kind of popped and made you go, okay,
Xavier
let's
Thomas?
think about this. Okay, 3 guys who popped on Saturday night. Xavier Thomas is one. I don't know what kind of bubble he was on. Michael Carter is another. I don't know what kind of bubble he was on. And Elijah Jones was the third. 3 guys who kind of made you rethink it a little bit and go, okay, now wait a minute, hold on. Are we sure? Are we sure we can sneak Elijah Jones onto our practice squad, or is somebody going to claim him?
Yeah, that's the worry,
right? Like that, and that's because you talked about that last week. That's the concern is that can we sneak him onto our practice squad, or is somebody going to claim him from us?
Yeah, because as a drafted player, there were some other teams that probably were looking at drafting him too. And when a guy gets out, some GM that said, I probably would have taken Elijah Jones, but he went 5 picks earlier. They're going to look at it. Oh, Elijah Jones is available. He was injured. Okay, I'm going to take him. That kid's a good football player. So out of Boston College, he's a good football player. So we'll figure that. I think the fascinating thing to me really is the 5 running backs, because you got Connor, you got Benson, you got DeMarcado, you got DJ Dallas, you got Michael Carter. DJ Dallas, good special teams player, really good special. Your 5th running back's not going to play.
No.
It's just a matter of, he's a good insurance policy and special teams.
The thing they liked about DeMarcado was his ability to pick up the block, okay? Where it was ability to block in the backfield. If they feel like Trey Benson has equaled him in that job, right, then they look at DJ Dallas and say, well, we want him around for special teams. This might come down to DeMarcado versus Michael Carter. Or DeMarcado might have a spot on the roster, and this comes down to Michael Carter versus DJ Dallas, and you get DJ Dallas in the special teams. Or they keep 5, and it just seems crazy to keep 5 running backs. Just absolutely crazy. Lots of decisions, lots to talk about. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, Jonathan Gannon, said after the game on Saturday night that he changed the way he played his rookies this preseason. Why did he do it? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, this Ketel Marte story. How do you gauge the internal reaction to what was kind of a difficult situation?
I think it's all Bickley's fault. No. I'm kidding. I think we had already put it behind us, which is strange. So then we had to revisit it when it came back up and reared its ugly head again 3-4 weeks later. But I'm actually glad it did come up again, because I think then Ketel realized the severity of the impact on his teammates, and then he did come out publicly and apologize. And I think that did a lot of good.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing. Now, may not be today, may not be tomorrow, so we got a 35-40% chance of rain coming in the next couple of days. Well, you want to make sure your roof is protected. Now, you may not need a new roof today. You may not need it tomorrow. You may not need it for the rest of this year. Maybe next year you need a new roof. For the year after, you need a new roof. When that time comes, I want you to know about a local company, 3 generations of family running the same business, JLC Roofing. JLC Roofing can help you with all of your roofing needs. Whether it's a repair, they offer free estimates, or you need a new roof. Now, for those of you that are going to need a new roof, why not save $1,500 and have one of the best roofing companies out there take care of you? That's JLC Roofing. All you have to do is call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Mention me or the station. You can save $1,500 off a full replacement roof with JLC Roofing. Now, if you're saying, hey, I only need a repair, well, they offer free estimates. Online for more info at jlcroof.com.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals preseason now.
And the preseason's over. Now we're 13 days away from the opener against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. 13 excruciating days where we have to wait. I heard Bickley's blast about it today, and it's just like, man, now we just got to settle in and wait a couple more weeks for football to get here. Fortunately,
college football.
Oh, of course, we'll have ASU coming up on Saturday.
Big win in Dublin, Ireland.
We're going to talk about that at 2:45. That was actually a really good game. I enjoyed watching that one.
Watching that game, yeah.
In the second half. But while we wait, we've got a roster to figure out. 53-men roster for the Cardinals. Some of the work was already done today. 12 men were released, including quarterback, Clayton Tune, who was let go. Now, it doesn't mean he's done. It just means, he's released for now. And do they want him back on the practice squad? Is somebody else out there a little bit better? The preseason concluded, and you and I, back during OTAs, we were out at Cardinals headquarters, and we had a conversation with Jonathan Gannon about what are you going to do different? What are you going to do different this year for training camp? What are you going to change? What are you going to alter? What have you learned about what you've done? And it was interesting hearing him talk after the game on Saturday about, he was asked a question about Will Johnson's preseason. Will Johnson was the only quote-unquote starter who started in that game, who played in that game.
I was happy he did.
On Saturday night.
Get those reps, young
Jonathan
man. Get those
Gannon
reps.
was asked why, and here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, with some wiggle room, but looked at how many game reps he could get. Just honestly, all our rookies. kind of a change that I felt like we needed to make going into this year. That was one of the things in camp, talking with the coordinators and Monty, get these rookies a little more reps. Probably I'm looking in the past now, so I'm going to get the press, but probably a mistake by me, truthfully, first 2 years. So we wanted to correct that.
I'm looking in the past a little. It's going to depress me, but yeah, that's something I wanted to change.
I don't know why that would depress you. You're a rookie coach. You're going to make mistakes. And I don't even know if I call it a mistake. I just think you learn. You learn as you go along. I mean, there's no way that you should come in as a rookie head coach and then 5 years later be doing the exact same thing that you did as a rookie. Every single decision is the same on how you're going to use playing time. No, you adjust. You learn from it. And Jonathan Gannon now, third year, a lot of more experience, a different way of looking things. Your outlook changes. It's not necessarily that Gannon was wrong. It was right for him as a rookie head coach to play it that way. Well, now I've got a bird's eye view of doing it for a couple of years. I can adjust my thinking. So I wouldn't say that he was wrong and he should be depressed. It's just a matter of maturing.
No, I took it more as he's just the kind of guy who doesn't like to look in the past. He's not the kind of guy who likes to look backwards. He likes to look forward. This is kind of how I took it. Because we do. We all learn. We all evolve. We all make mistakes. We all learn from things we've done in the past. And I think that's kind of, at least that's how I took what he said. But it was interesting to see, that yeah, he was out there a lot, and Jordan Birch played a lot, and I think Hayden Connor would have played a lot more had he not gotten hurt, and he's one of those rookies. Cody Simon played a ton in that game. Walter Nolan, very likely, would have played a bunch, way more than we would have come to expect, and I think more than anything, this was, I got to think, if you're talking about looking backwards, Marvin Harrison Jr. played, 3 snaps last year in the preseason?
Yes.
And got off to the whole season was a slow start for him, but outside of that Rams game where he popped in the first quarter, he really got off to a slow start, and I got to think that's where sort of I got to do better than that if I'm Jonathan Gannon.
You think it comes back to Marvin?
I think absolutely, I think it comes down to Marvin. How can I avoid that mistake again with Marvin Harrison Jr. and making sure he starts a little bit quicker?
It's a fair question to ask. If Marvin had gotten more of a taste in the preseason of how hard it is to play in the NFL, would he have had a couple extra weeks to have changed his program and his regime to try to get more ready for the NFL? A couple of weeks of change in your workout routine. Now, once you get into the season, it's really hard. Right, but in the preseason, you can do that. But it's almost like spring training. You could change and adjust in spring training. Once the regular season starts, you've got all the games. It's hard to do anything.
Yeah, when I hear that cut, my brain just goes right to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
I think like he's almost talking about how he handled MHJ a year ago. He also talked about the tough decisions that are ahead for this team.
Yeah, it's a good point. Donnie, yeah, it is. There's going to be some tough decisions ahead. There's no doubt. Roster's in good shape. Our health is in pretty good shape. And I really, what makes it really going to make it hard is, and it's a credit to the players and the coaches, is a lot of guys developed. You asked me that the other day, Teo, like I forget the question, but what are you most pleased or something about camp, right? Player development. That's what you got to set out to do for a month when you're at it. You got to get better every day as a football player, and I think a lot of guys did that, and it's good for those guys.
And that's why tomorrow, when we see the final list, it's going to be a really interesting list because they're going to cut 2 or 3 really good football players tomorrow.
Yeah.
I would expect,
and hope that they get on a practice squad, and then you've got to see. There's a bunch. They can put 17 guys on the practice squad. The majority of those guys are guys that they're going to cut. So now you got to you're Monty Ossenfort. You've got to cross your fingers and cut a guy and hope that he's not picked up by another team because you want to get him on the practice squad.
Yeah, but you also want to cut a guy. You want the best 53-man roster you can get, right? Like you don't want to make every decision with the can I sneak this guy onto the practice squad kind of lens. You want to make them all through the can I get my best 53 guys lens. But there's no doubt. Joey Blunt or Keaton Crawford, which one is most likely to get on the practice squad? And that just was the one that popped into my head.
Joey Blunt's the guy. How many teams out there, if he gets cut, how many teams out there want a special teams ace?
Sure.
Oh, listen, that guy's great on special teams. I'm going to swipe him up.
DJ Dallas versus Michael Carter. Which one, for exactly the same reason that you just mentioned a second ago?
Yeah.
Which one is more likely to get through? And again, you want to pick the guy who's going to make yourself the best team. But yeah.
There were a lot of trades the last few days, too. Every time I looked, there was a trade. Quarterbacks getting traded and running backs getting traded and wide receivers getting traded and 6th-round pick for a 7th-round pick. A lot of that stuff went on. Cardinals were not involved in any of that. But I was surprised that 5 or 6 trades that snuck through in the last 3 days.
Well, there was a story today, and we weren't really scheduled to talk about it, but I'll just bring it up. There was a story today on ESPN.com in which Bill Barnwell suggested 10 trades around the league. And I didn't think he was going to mention the Arizona Cardinals. He did mention the Cardinals. A 3-team trade that had the Cardinals giving up a 5th-rounder next year in exchange for wide receiver Quentin Johnson, who would come over from the Chargers to maybe give them a little more depth at that position. A former first-round guy out of TCU, if memory serves. He's had a bit of case of the dropsies since he's been in the NFL, but maybe a fresh start would do him well. Again, not reporting it, not saying that he had heard it, just kind of a suggestion. 10 different trades around the league that you could see,
and the Clayton Tune thing. Like you go take a look. Hendon Hooker was a 3rd-round pick by the Lions. They're releasing him. He was a 2023 3rd-round pick, and they decided to go with the veteran Kyle Allen. So I'm sure they're hoping they could squeeze him through on the practice squad. But if you like him better than Clayton Tune, you can make a claim there. So we just got to see how this all plays out.
Well, as we've been talking about, the home opener is almost here for the Cardinals. We want you in the stands. Starting next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Hi, YouTubers. Hit subscribe and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and you could win tickets to the home opener for the Arizona Cardinals. When we come back, Zach Gallen, is he back? And if he is, what does that mean? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
10 branches throughout the valley, a very easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. You want a bank? You want to bank with Global Credit Union because they are better than a bank. They answer to you. They answer to the members. Banks they're answering to Wall Street. They're answering to shareholders and stockholders. The membership of Global Credit Union is what makes up the bulk of the decision-making. So when it comes to benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union, there's so many more than you're going to get at a traditional bank because, again, it's the Global members who make it up. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get better interest rates than they can at a bank. Global members collectively saved about $195 million last year. It's just it's a better way of banking at Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member. Go to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the Luxe Staples Insider Swear By, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are in the process of making roster cuts, and they cut 12 players earlier today. The biggest names of the players cut was quarterback Clayton Tune. The Cardinals' 53-man roster will be finalized tomorrow at 1 p.m. And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Diamondbacks. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Dbacks begin a 7-game roadie. How will they perform in Milwaukee? Will it matter? We'll discuss tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
You look at me. How do you think it takes its toll on me? I can't explain it. It's been very dysfunctional, and we're grinding. But like I say, we play for a gritty state. We're going to be as gritty as we can be, and we're going to go out there and accept what's going on and try and improve every single day. And that's all we can do. I want to get on a run. I've been waiting for that 8 of 10, 10 of 12 type of run. And we're playing that type of baseball where it's sitting right there. We just got to go out there and finish the job.
Did you stick around for Torrey yesterday at the Diamondbacks game?
No, I was at the game with my friends. So after the game was over, we left.
Okay.
So 4-run, 8th inning, bullpen blew it. Gallen pitched a great game. And I talked to Torrey before the game for a little bit. But
at the beginning of that cut, what he did was he took off his hat to show everybody how much hair he's lost. And when he was asked about the roller coaster nature of this season.
You look at me. How do you think it takes its toll on me?
Male pattern baldness.
Well, it's a stressful job.
Occupational hazard.
Because this time a week ago, they had dropped 3 or 4 to the Colorado Rockies. And I mean, look, that very, very, very likely sealed up their season, right? I mean, you just can't lose 3 or 4 to a team that bad.
And yet they come back and they win the next 2 series.
And yet they come back and they win the next 2 series. And in particular, being on the doorstep of a sweep of Cincinnati. Now, how they swept Cincinnati, I think it fuels a lot more dreams in terms of what they could do. That was the team that is directly in front of them now in the National League wildcard chase. But just taking 4 out of those 6 games and winning both of those series against the Guardians and the Reds, Gambo, they just keep hanging around.
Can't catch the Cubs, can't catch the Padres. So it's the Mets. The Reds are chasing the Mets. They're a game and a half out. Then the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks, they're tied with the Cardinals. They passed the Giants. So there's only 2 teams ahead of them. They've got to pass both. They got to pass the Reds, and they got to pass the Mets. So that's what it really comes down to. Now, the Mets have been shaky for a while. They did bounce back a little bit and, 1, 2 out of 3 from Atlanta. But they've got the Phillies coming up. Then they've got the Marlins, who, by the way, have played good baseball. Then they've got Detroit. And then here's the kicker. Then the Mets play Cincinnati. So somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. So there are 3 games where the Mets play Cincinnati. Then the Mets have a 4-game homestand against Philly. So the Mets have 7 games against Philly, 3 against Detroit, and 3 against Cincinnati in their next 5 series. So, there could be a little bit of hope there. I'm not going to get my hopes up, but there could be a little bit of hope as a Diamondback fan. But you've got to win. You've got to keep winning.
Strength of schedule for your remaining schedule. How tough is the schedule for everybody?
Okay, what's the Mets?
The Mets are number 4.
Yeah, I knew it.
The combined strength of schedule for the Mets the rest of the way is 527. That is the 4th toughest in baseball. Numero uno on the list.
The D-backs are number 1.
Arizona Diamondbacks are number 1.
Oh, I did not know that.
I just looked it up just now. I would have put it in my email, but I didn't realize it either. They've got a 538 strength of schedule remaining in terms of the combined winning percentage of who they're going to play. That is the toughest in Major League Baseball. So it's good news. Hey, Cincinnati, they've got the 2nd toughest remaining schedule. So the 2 teams the Diamondbacks have to catch are 2 and 4 on this list. But the Arizona Diamondbacks are number 1 on this, which is why, and again, I'll keep saying this, had they swept Cincinnati yesterday, and I know it just would have made a game's difference in the standings, boy, it would have really felt like they were pushing towards something. And they still are, but it's muted a little bit. Now, this week is huge. They got 4 against Milwaukee. That's the best team in baseball. They got 3 against the LA Dodgers. We know how good they've been, although, it's been a little bit of a scuffle for them lately. It's going to be a tough week for them for sure, but they continue to kind of hang around, and we'll see. The other thing that happened this weekend and happened yesterday was the work from Zach Gallen. Here's Zach after the game.
Lose 2 tough ones, maybe 3 tough ones in Colorado. That I think, any team that kind of is where we were at from a post-deadline standpoint might just kind of shut it down and just be like, it is what it is. No one expects us to be here. But I think that's just kind of the culture, kind of the makeup of the guys in here. It's like, hey, we're gonna play this thing to the end and see what happens. So I think that's kind of what you saw from the last 6 games, whenever we played this week. And I think that's what you're going to see for the next 30+ that we have left, that we're going to keep swinging. Just see what happens until they tell us we're eliminated, or if we're getting a playoff berth.
6 of his last 7 starts, he's gone 6 innings. Mm-hmm. Now you take out the last 2 in July because he gave up 10 runs in those 2 games. 6 against Houston, 4 against Pittsburgh. He's having a strong August. He's got a 3.10 ERA in August. 3.10. They've won 3 out of the 5 decisions. Yesterday he pitched a great game. He only walked 1 guy. He didn't give up any home runs. The only run they scored,
that's a little league home run.
The only run they scored was a triple and a throwing error that allowed the runner to score. That was it. Zach Allen was outstanding yesterday. There was no run support, and the bullpen sucked. But this month alone, he's pitched 29 innings. He's got 20 strikeouts. He's only walked 6, so the walks are down. It did give up the 2 home runs to Cleveland, but overall it's been a good month. You're seeing Zach Gallen battle back a little bit. It's good to see.
Yeah, and like a lot of Diamondback fans, it has us wondering. At least it has me wondering. What does it mean? What does it mean for Zach Gallen's future? What does it mean for their? Because we talked about this a little bit, I think last week after his Guardians start. The better he pitches, the more likely it is he finds a contract more than what he'd make here on a 1-year qualifying offer. Yeah. The worse he pitches, the more likely this is very basic. There's a lot of factors that go into this.
I think it's basic.
But I think the basic nuts and bolts of it, the worse he pitches, the more likely he would be to accept a 1-year qualifying offer to rebuild value for next year. So in a way, if you want Zach Gallen to be here next year, him pitching well doesn't really help the cause.
But I don't even think there's a middle ground. I mean, if somebody says, I'll give you 2 years at, I'm not going to want a 2-year. Now, somebody could get creative like Montgomery. I'll give you a 2-year deal, and 1 year's for $25 million, and the second year you've got an option, player option. Mm-hmm. You could pick it up for $25, or you could be a free agent. You could get creative there. I pitch great, I'm a free agent. I pitch poorly, I got 50. I thought Jordan Montgomery did. He got $50 million to do nothing.
Yeah, he did. And Zach Gallen, and again, these are things I'd be shocked if we didn't have a conversation with Zach at some point between the end of the season. We do tend to have him on a lot. I'll be really curious to see, where his priorities lie, and if the money's close, does he just want to stay? If this is the version of Zach Gallen, like if it took us half the season to get here, but if this is the version that Zach Gallen's going to be, who wouldn't want this back on their roster next year to anchor that rotation, right? To be in the middle of it.
And the question we don't know, is there a team looking and saying, okay, look at Zach Gallen. He's had 5 starts in August. They've all been really good. That's the guy. Okay, let's give him a 3-year deal. Yeah. I don't know that anybody does because overall it's been a bad year, but he is finishing strong right now.
I think, okay, this is just my guess, all right? I think the idea of Zach Gallen getting a break-the-bank free agency contract, I believe that ship has sailed. I wouldn't think he would. Too. I wouldn't think he would get that. I think it would just be a question of, assuming the Diamondbacks want him back, would I be better off signing a 1-year deal here on the qualifying offer, or would I be better off getting a 2 or 3 year deal somewhere else where I'm not cashing in, but I'm giving myself more financial security than I am setting myself up for having to pitch again great next year for the Diamondbacks? I don't know. I mean, I think the idea of him getting a 5-year deal, a 6-year deal worth big time,
it's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
No,
it's not going to happen. It's either a 1 year. Well, it wasn't going to. It was going to happen at the beginning of the season. Yeah. By the All-Star break, it was never going to happen.
Either a 1-year deal or somebody signs him to a 2-year deal, but the second year is a player option.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
This is Torey Lovello. He was talking about the tough series coming up.
It'll be a great series, great baseball games, great teams. I want to focus on our dugout and take care of our business. That's what we've been doing lately. We've been playing good baseball. So, we're not flying across country to get our butts kicked. We're going across country to play some baseball. And I'm looking forward to that.
Love it. When guys are about to curse and they decide not to, he was gonna say something else, right? Like he was just gearing up to say something else, and he decided to back it off. He probably his mom's voice in his head was probably saying, "Torey, you curse too much. Don't use that word. You're going to use it. Don't use it." All right, fine, Mom.
The Diamondbacks came into this year with a payroll of $190 million, right? Mm-hmm. Highest ever. This team right now, if you added it all up, their payroll is like $90 million. It's like $90 million.
Yeah.
It's $100 million gone.
Makes sense.
It's just gone. Between trades and injuries, there's $100 million gone. Torey Lovello's got a $90 million payroll. Here's another thing. I think 18 of the players on the roster are close to minimum guys.
Does he manage better when he's got a lower payroll roster?
He does manage better with a younger team, I think.
Because it's more teaching. It's more. Is his style better suited for a younger team like that than? And we were not planning on talking about this. It's just where my brain went. Is his style of managing better suited for a team built like the one the Diamondbacks currently have, as opposed to the one they started the season with, where they were breaking a record for payroll for a franchise?
There's a belief that he does better with younger team. With a younger team.
Because it certainly seems like they've responded since the trade deadline, and some of that salary has been shed.
That's what saved his job 3 years ago, was all the young kids came up, and he coached them all so well.
Yeah.
It saved his job. They were going to fire him.
No doubt.
And he came in, young kids came in, he rejuvenated them. But you're talking about a team right now that's got 18 players that are right around that minimum mark in a contract. So they're playing. I'm saying that, but they're not the Pirates, but they got a lot of guys on minimum contracts.
This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Text the word character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. Again, text the word character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. The ASU football season starts this week, but the Big 12 season kicked off this weekend. What can we expect in the Big 12 this year out of ASU? We'll talk about that coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. Right there. Fastball, strike 3 called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, I tell you every day about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership. Tell you all about the big savings and sales that they've got going all the time. And then I also mentioned that they've got a collision shop. And my wife got hit. Some girl turned into oncoming traffic while my wife was driving straight the other day while she was in my car and I was in her car, and she collided with my wife. So now I've got to take my car to the collision shop of Sanderson Ford. Yes, they've got a full-service collision shop at Sanderson Ford. They've got everything. They've got 65 acres of cars, 2 service departments, a giant's parts warehouse, a collision and custom shop. I want the authentic Ford parts on my car, so I'm bringing my car to Sanderson Ford. Plus, I got the Starliner Diner, so when I go in to pick up my car, I can sit down and have a great meal. America's most awarded Ford dealership is going on at Sanderson Ford. And right now, you can save a lot of money on a brand new Broncos Badlands or new Escape at Sanderson Ford. Online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, shade, shade. Call All Pro Shade, shade, shade.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, I didn't do a side-by-side comparison, but is this similar to the question that Doug Howler asked in his piece on The Athletic about the... Okay.
I changed the answers to be slightly more dramatic in fashion.
Okay, so
but besides
you
that...
injected it with a little bit of melodrama?
Yes.
Is what you did? Other than that, so we want to thank... And we're going to talk about Doug Howler's story on The Athletic coming up at 3 o'clock. So all credit where credit's due. Doug Howler over at The Athletic was the inspiration for this thinly disguised adaptation of his poll question that he had on Twitter. I was going to call it a ripoff, but I'll call it an adaptation.
That's a very nice word for it. I really just put my producer hat on and went, how can we make this as extreme as possible?
Okay, hit me. What we got?
All right.
Hit me with your best shot.
Oof. All right.
Benatar.
Cool. Here it is. Yeah. Which of the following options best captures your thoughts on Kyler Murray going into the season?
Okay.
On the right path. He is the franchise quarterback. You're on the fence, or they should move on from him.
I'm on the fence.
On the fence.
Of those answers.
But I'll tell you this. You got a blank or get off the pot. It's like we can't be on the fence after this year. There can't be an on the fence anymore. There's the expiration date on the fence is at the end of this year.
Your butt's starting to hurt sitting on the fence. You got to get off.
4 months of being able to use on the fence as an excuse.
Yeah.
There can't be, after this season is over, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, you can't be on the fence anymore. You're either all in or you're all out.
Everything he said, I agree with.
All right, and so does our audience. 51% are going with on the fence. 24% say move on from him. 14% say on the right path. And 11% say he's your franchise quarterback.
Okay, that is the thank you, Lauren, poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where you can find it. We saw the Big 12 make its debut. 3 Big 12 teams played over the weekend in what they were calling Week 0 in college football, the big Farmageddon game.
So funny, because I was looking Week 1 for scores. I'm like, there are no scores.
Week 0.
I didn't know there was a Week 0.
Dave Pasch kept calling it Week 0 when he was calling the game in Dublin, in between all the beautiful commercials for Dublin, Ireland, when they were televising.
Visit us.
Every other commercial was a come see us, come visit us, come see us. It's beautiful
Dublin.
here. Yeah, it looks very nice.
It's a great place to walk around.
Got off to a really sloppy start in that game. I was thoroughly entertained by the fourth quarter of that game. There was a lot going on between two teams that I thought both looked very worthy of being contenders in this conference where it's kind of wide open. I thought both of those teams looked like they could be challenges and threats to ASU, I thought.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I was watching the game too, and then Iowa State goes up 24-14, but then all of a sudden Kansas State comes right back. You got that incredible long touchdown pass, the 65-yarder to Bradley. Now it's a 3-point game again, and then Iowa State was able to just hold on to the ball and run that thing out. Now, one of the key running backs for Kansas State, he got hurt on a punt return early, so that hurt them. But, that was one of those litmus test type games to see who was going to win. Both teams are right up there. They were both ranked in the top 25, and Iowa State's able to come up with the game. They had a big fourth down conversion, a 4th and 3 that really helped them to ice the game late and put that game away. So that was great. So it was just a good game overall. I know it was a little sloppy, but we expect that in the openers.
Yeah, it was nice. And we'll see some games next week too that have like big dramatic implications. But it was really nice seeing a game that had such big Big 12 implications that earlier in the season. That's a big game for the conference, and it almost, if you're an ASU fan, and I was texting with some of my buddies after that game was done, it almost forced you to watch it if you were an ASU fan. You kind of felt compelled. Like, that's a big game in the conference, and it's nice that it was scheduled early like that.
Yeah, I thought it was an entertaining game. I'll tell you, I felt like once Iowa State got up by 10, they had it. But then, right down the sideline, the quarterback sneaks left, and he throws a 65-yard touchdown. And then Iowa State's able to, that 4th and 3, that was the game. It was 2.5 minutes left. If you're Kansas State, you get the stop there. You get the ball back. You got a chance to at least tie it. Instead, they convert the 4th and 3 down at the 1-yard line. They end up running out the clock.
Kenny Dillingham met with the media today. ASU is going to open their season on Saturday night at Mountain America Stadium against the Northern Arizona University Lumberjacks. Kenny today was talking about attacking Mondays as opposed to Saturdays. I'll let him explain.
Our team meeting today, the message was, how hard is it to attack 12 Mondays? Oh my God, how that's difficult. Great teams cannot attack today with everything they got and then wake up and do it again, then wake up and do it again consistently for 4 months. it's so difficult, and that's what separates teams. Some teams are wired to do it, and it doesn't matter anything other than being your best. And I think that is the constant challenge here. Is this our best Monday that we've ever had in program history? Can we say we were more focused today? And if we can do that, and we can have a Tuesday, right? Then who knows where it's going to end up? It's all about today.
You look baffled. If you're watching on the YouTube video, that's what confused Gambo looks like right there. That's confused Gambo.
What did he say?
He's
Sunday, Monday, Blue Monday, just another manic Monday.
No, it's not a manic Monday. No, it's not. It's just a basically.
Saturday's all right for fighting.
No.
I got Fridays on my mind.
Just went right over your head. You're just gonna go through every song.
Everybody's working for the weekend. What the hell did he say? Something like a word salad to me.
All right, how about I play this one for you then? How NAU forces you to communicate. You ready for this one?
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Wright, being an offensive guy, he knows what give offenses problems. And they do a lot of things that give offenses problems. And I think that's just a testament to him having a say on multiple sides of the ball and him being able to, allow his defensive coordinator to play blitz cover 0 on 2nd and 10. And being able, most head coaches, they play the game a little bit more scared. You don't want to play blitz 0 on 2nd and 10 because you're scared of what can happen. You look at, they had one of the most successful seasons in the last, 10, 15 years there. They're a top 25 team. They were a playoff team because they don't play scared. And I think it's a testament to their head coach. And both sides of the ball create a lot of pre-snap confusion. They do a really good job making you communicate.
As an NAU alum, I'm smiling at all of this, not because it's true.
Pump
it
'em
might
up,
very
Kenny.
well be, but
Pump 'em up, baby.
Kenny is pumping them up.
Pump them up. They can beat anybody in the country on any given day.
Kenny is pumping them up.
The Lumberjacks show up to play.
But this is gonna be Kenny's task.
Biggest task.
All
Biggest
year.
Last
right?
year you didn't know how good you were. You weren't sure. It took a while to figure out how good you were. I remember the Rose Bowl season, one game at a time. You kept thinking, are they really this good? Last year you take down Wyoming 48-7 in the opener. Good game. Just a really good game. Then you play Texas State. You overcome some adversity. You win that one. You're 3-0. That was after the Mississippi State game. You're 3-0 non-conference. You're happy about the way things are going. But we still weren't sure what you had as a football team. Now, you've got a target on your back. You got the bullseye. Everybody's gunning for you. You're good. You're good. You're not coming out of nowhere. You pick to win. A lot of people think you're going to go back to the playoffs. So now it's up to Kenny to find a way to make sure that these kids are ready for each and every game.
Yep.
Doesn't matter who you're playing. If you're playing BYU or you're playing NAU, he's got to get the team up.
No doubt about it. One thing that we haven't talked about because we didn't have a show on Friday, too, and I'll just bring it up real quick. Graham Rossini, he was on with our morning show on Friday. And he said it's not an if, it's a when we build our indoor practice facility. It is going to happen. We're going to build it. It's just a question of, it's not an if, it's a when. And they're already talking about what parking lot they're going to demolish for it, where they're going to put it, and things like that. ESPN has ASU as a 31-point favorite this weekend. Keep talking up those Lumberjacks, Kenny. Keep talking them up. Talking them up.
I don't need them to win by 31. I don't think it matters. Don't win a close game.
Yeah.
If you win by 17, 20, 23, it's fine.
Don't go into the fourth quarter with it being under,
right,
in single digits. If you go into a fourth quarter in single digits, there's not good. Take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, wherever you get your podcasts. It is the Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. The questions surrounding Kyler linger on. How do we feel about the quarterback heading into the start of the regular season? We will tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53.
It's tough, and we got really good guys that pour a lot into this thing, so it's hard. It is. The human side, and like I said, they sacrifice a lot, and they're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. So if you are looking for one of the premier SUVs, one of the premier trucks on the marketplace, there's only one place for you to go, especially now that it's the week going into Labor Day weekend. Now, the pre-Labor Day sales event's been going on all month long at Liberty GMC, but now it's here, Labor Day, and if you've had your eye on that Sierra, if you've had your eye on that Terrain or that Hummer EV, go to the place where you're going to get the best selection, the best inventory, the best deals, and it's at Liberty GMC. Hummer EV, SUV, as I mentioned, $849 a month. Right now, you can lease it with $7,788 down. You can get a great deal on a Sierra 1500 right now, $12,750 off when you go to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Oh, the Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through August 25th. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. You work hard, Basin Orleans, and you deserve to sleep easy during the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are in the process of making roster cuts, and they cut 12 players earlier today. The biggest names of the players cut was quarterback Clayton Tune. The Cardinals' 53-man roster will be finalized tomorrow at 1 p.m. And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Diamondbacks. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Wi-Fi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Clayton Tune is among the first batch of Cardinals 53-man roster cuts. The Saints will pick their starting QB in the next few days, and they're deciding between 2 Arizona high school products to face the Cardinals and a final Cardinals 53-man roster prediction ahead of cutdown day. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Wi-Fi.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for hanging out with us, as always. You know we appreciate it. Cutdown day is tomorrow, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Arizona, it's about an hour before we get on the air. We should know the final cutdowns for the Cardinals, but that doesn't mean we'll know the final roster. Obviously, they'll have to sift through everybody else's kind of leftovers and see if they want to add anybody or if they're good with their roster. Then we wait, and then we count down until the season starts. And as we've talked about many times, Gambo, I don't know. You know, in terms of job security, I don't really think anything's on the line for Jonathan Gannon this year. I don't think anything's on the line for Monty Austinford.
Not on either.
I mean, both those gentlemen are very secure and very set. I think when the question comes to Kyler Murray, this is the year for Kyler, and it feels almost non-negotiable at this point.
A lot of quarterbacks, you could go through a history of watching quarterbacks play 7, 8, 9 years with a team and not have any success, and then eventually they move on. Jay Cutler's of the world, the Ryan Tannehill's of the world. And, at some point, I think, you've got to decide if, is it time to move on from Kyler, or do you keep Kyler? Because at some point, we talked about this last week, it's fascinating to think, like, you're not that far away from doing it. If you're going to keep him, having a contract extension with him. You're not that far away from saying, I wonder if we should even extend him and then, push some of the money out and things like that. I feel like we've said this is a big year for Kyler for like 2 or 3 years now. I do. I feel like we've been there. The problem was the contract made it impossible to move on. Like, you were stuck with Kyler and Kyler was stuck with you. It was just, that's the way it is. Now that you look next year, not this year, but next year would be the ultimate, okay, let's get off of Kyler. It's not going to cost a lot of money. But you could do it this year after this season if you want to. Now, what you hope is that you don't get to that point. You hope that Kyler Murray wins a playoff game. You hope that Kyler Murray gets this team back to the playoffs and has some success and the team's better. He's never had great defenses, right? I was in Doug Howler's story. He's never had great defenses behind him. Maybe this will be a much better defense. He's got weapons now. Hopefully Marvin Harrison Jr. steps up. He's got a great, hopefully 1-2 punch in the running back. Got a great tight end. Not sure about the other receivers, but there's a lot of weapons out there. Now it's up for Kyler to just elevate the level of play around him.
Yeah, and you're right. It does feel like we've had this conversation about Kyler for the last few years, and I think there were always a bunch of mitigating circumstances. There are always a bunch of buts when it comes to, but he's coming off the injury. But he's got a new coaching staff. But he really didn't play a lot of games under the new offensive coordinator. But the defense hasn't been really that good, and it requires him. And it feels like all the buts. You talked about an expiration date earlier on the show. Yeah. It feels like all the buts have reached their expiration date. It's bad milk in the refrigerator. Okay, it's time to throw out all the buts. They don't exist anymore. You mentioned the defense, and we do want to thank, because he's a colleague of ours, Doug Howler over at The Athletic. He wrote a really good story about Kyler that served as kind of the inspiration for this conversation. Over Murray's time in Arizona, the Cardinals have never fielded a top 10 defense. 32, 13, 11, 21, 25, and 21. Say it again nice and slow. 32, 13, 11, 21, 25, and 21. So, given the additions they've made defensively, you would think that but is out the window. Given that this is now year 3 of Kyler with Drew Petzing, that but should go out the window. He's had a whole season to know Drew Petzing's offense. The but about Marvin Harrison Jr., this is his second year. He should be a much better player this year. Kyler has run out of buts. And if it doesn't happen this season, with all the things that we've talked about, then it's going to be time to move on from Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. And then you hold your breath and hope that it doesn't come back to bite you when he goes somewhere else and finds that success that eluded him here.
This is the 5th year for Trevor Lawrence. This is the 6th year for Tua Tagovailoa. There's a lot of quarterbacks that I think are going into this year. You know, Tua's been the starting quarterback for the Dolphins since 2020. He has one playoff win. That's one more than Kyler Murray. But I'm sure they're debating whether he's the right guy or not. Just Trevor Lawrence has been the quarterback there for 4 years. This is his 5th year. I'm sure they're starting to think, is this the right guy for us? I'm not sure. So there are other quarterbacks out there. And you just have to make the decision, do you move on or not? Like the Giants, after a bunch of years with Daniel Jones, decided to move on. Philly with Carson Wentz decided to move on.
This is a tale as old as time itself, right? I mean, Jared Goff with the Rams, Carson Palmer with the Bengals, Carson Palmer with the Raiders, Kurt Warner with the New York Giants. I mean, right? Like, I mean, just can we?
Geno Smith,
Matthew Stafford with the Detroit Lions. For years, he was, just okay. You just can't get anywhere with him. You just had to put him in a better system with a better coach, with better talent, and bang, it happened for him. This is nothing new. Just about every franchise in the league has gone through something like this when they're quarterback. Now it's our turn. Now it's our moment to have this kind of moment with him. But there's no doubt the fans, and that's another piece to Doug Haller's story. He conducted kind of an impromptu survey on Saturday night, just talking to the fan base in and among the crowd at State Farm Stadium.
Yeah, he was like up in the upper deck. What do you guys think of Kyler?
He tells about an hour before Saturday's preseason game, Jerry Douglas stood in the upper level of State Farm Stadium. Douglas wore a red Kyler Murray jersey, which made him the perfect person to answer a simple question. Where does your confidence with Kyler Murray stand as the Arizona quarterback approaches his 7th season? Douglas didn't need a whole lot of time to think. Quote, there's some doubt there, he said. And I think that is where, based off of our poll question,
everybody,
Doug's poll, that's where we're all at. We're all there, right?
But you're hopeful because, it is the scary thing is the percentages probably say that you'll do worse rather than better when you change out the quarterback. That you're going to do worse. So Kyler Murray's, you're not going to get a top 5 pick. He's going to win more games than that. So you're not going to get the top quarterback or the second best quarterback in the draft. So if you move on, what are you getting? The 4th best quarterback in the draft? The 5th best quarterback in the draft? We talked about how there could be 6. Okay, you want to take a chance
unless you move up.
That's somebody. You want to go get Anthony Richardson? You want to go get the Colts quarterback that they've just decided to bench? You could do that as well. And sometimes you catch lightning in a bottle. They did with Palmer and Warner. Tampa did with Baker Mayfield, who's ended up being a good quarterback with him, but he was moved around a little bit after Cleveland. So it's a crapshoot trying to figure it out. I think you got to take the risk, though. You got to take the risk because you can't just sit there and be like, me. Do you want to be great or not? Mediocrity, you're not going to get great. You can keep hoping and hoping. The key is that Kyler elevates the program to the next level, that he's not mediocre, that he becomes more of a top 10 quarterback than a guy that's in the middle of the pack and proves that he can win enough games and get you to playoffs and win there, and then we don't have to worry about this anymore.
But I think, to Doug's point, for me, the key is that defense. The key is that defense good enough to give Kyler the support necessary so he doesn't feel like it's all on him all the time, every game? Because Kyler, I don't think he's a good enough quarterback to have everything on his shoulders all the time. Some quarterbacks in this league are. They're wired to be just fine even when they don't have that great of a defense. I don't think Kyler's that guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he is. And so have the upgrades around him been good enough so that Kyler doesn't have to be awesome every week and you can still win? If the answer is no, then we all know what the answer is going to be in the offseason.
You got to move on. And the cap hit is, there's a cap hit there.
Oh, it's substantial.
There's a cap hit, but you got
doable.
Yeah, you have to. Gannon and Monty want Kyler to work, but he's not their guy. And if they have to move on, I think they would.
Cardinal fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands. Starting 1 week from tomorrow, we're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Hit subscribe. Click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, go to the Arizona Sports YouTube page and hit subscribe. Who are the winners and losers of the Cardinals' final preseason game? And the first batch of roster cutdowns are out. We'll tell you about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2. I mean, right there. Fastball, strike 3 called. That's another 1-2-3 inning for Gallen. He's starting to heat up 6 in a row. He's struck out half of them.
Dbacks at the Brewers. Game 1 of the 3-game series this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big believer in working with a fiduciary, a financial advisor that can help you not only with your financial plan, but also put together a retirement plan and an estate plan for you, but also a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way. You've got questions, you need answers, because life changes, right? You cannot have a financial advisor that checks in with you once or twice a year. Okay, that's a guy that's just making sure that you don't take your money and put it somewhere else, but they're really not doing their job. Things change in your life. Think about what a year from now, how your life's going to be different. How was your life different 1 year ago? Things change. Kids, you move houses, you change jobs. A lot of things change in your life. You need a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way, which is why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Local, 5 companies, 5 locations right here in the Valley. He's done a great job helping me with my plan, and I highly recommend you call him and get a plan together for yourself. The number is 602-877-PLAN. Just say, hey, I heard Gambo talking. I know he uses you, so I want to give you a shot. I want to see what you can do for me. I want you to put together a plan for me and see how it works. The number, again, is 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Summer plays on with Toyota's national sales event with best-selling cars, trucks, and SUVs like the popular Camry and RAV4 or the rugged and dependable Tacoma or Tundra. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals preseason. Now.
That was a gotta have it too. That was fourth down, right? That was fourth down to touchdown. I think so. He's done a great job in camp, and he missed about a week there. He didn't play in the first preseason game. He's been awesome, man. He can play all three spots. He makes plays in practice, catches the ball, and he can play on fourth down. He had a hell of a camp and a preseason.
Jonathan Gannon Saturday night after the Cardinals preseason win against the Vegas Raiders, talking about Simi Fehoko. And pretty much any doubts there might have been about whether he was going to make this roster or not, pretty much eliminated with his second straight touchdown in his second straight preseason game. He had a couple of big plays on special teams. He has clearly locked up a spot. He is clearly a winner of the preseason. If you want to divvy him up into winners and losers, there have been others, and clearly Gambo, one of the losers of the preseason. Got handed his walking papers today by the Cardinals. Clayton Tune was like, oh, no, doesn't mean it's done. Doesn't mean his career as a Cardinal is over. But for now, he was among 12 roster cut downs that came down today. He was by far the most recognizable name on the bunch.
Makes sense. With all the decisions they have to make, do you keep an extra linebacker? Do you keep an extra wide receiver? Do you keep an extra running back? Do you keep an extra cornerback? They weren't going to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster. There will be a quarterback on the practice squad. Sure. There'll be 17 players that end up on the practice squad, 17. The majority of them will be guys they cut that aren't claimed by anybody else, guys that they like, that know the system, and those guys will be on the practice squad. There will likely be a quarterback on the practice squad. The question is it Clayton Tune, or do they think that they could do better? Is there somebody else out there that, I mentioned the Hendon Hooker, the third-round pick. He was just released, So do you feel like you could do better on the practice squad, or you like the guy because he's been in the system for 3 years and he knows the system and you're comfortable with him?
And probably a lesser question, I find it difficult to believe, but maybe it happens. Does somebody else look at Clayton Tune and say, sure, we'll take a chance on him and we'll sign him as well? I don't think so based off of the preseason that he's had. But, yeah, it just becomes a matter of upgrades and who's available. And can you get that person with a claim, or are you just better off bringing back Clayton Tune? He clearly, and I know he played a little bit better on Saturday night. He made some plays with his legs. He did have a nice fourth down touchdown pass to Fehoko that Jonathan Gannon referenced there a second ago. But for the most part, Clayton Tune, I thought, was a big loser of this preseason. Boy, the Cardinals just looked 3.8 yards per attempt, I believe, is what he had in the that's hideous.
I know.
That's terrible. It's terrible.
Well, but here's the thing. Any team, if you've got to end up going to your practice squad quarterback, you're in a lot of trouble.
Sure.
Murray goes down, Jacoby Brissett goes down, the season goes down. Okay, down the tubes. So, what's the purpose of keeping...
Well, you're telling me that Ryan Lindley can't go on the road and win a playoff game as the third-string quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals in the 2014 playoffs? You're telling me he's incapable of that?
How bad was that game? He was terrible in that game.
He wasn't good.
He was so bad. I'm just trying to remember how bad he was in that football game.
I think he had 93 yards passing. I don't know why that number just popped into my head.
That was
2014, I think.
2014. I'm going to look this up because I remember how bad it was. He threw for 82 yards.
Okay, it was close, 93.
With 2 interceptions. He had a quarterback rating of 44.3. They lost the game 27-16. Ryan Lindley threw the ball 28 times for 82 yards. Oh, boy.
Yeah. If you're down to your third-string quarterback,
you're in a lot of trouble.
You're in a lot of trouble.
You are in a lot of trouble.
There was Teo Mackey had a story on AZ Central, the winners and losers from the preseason finale. He mentioned Clayton Tune as a loser, and we've covered that. Another guy that he mentioned, and I couldn't help but notice this myself, when Geno Smith, the starters for the Raiders played one series each. Yeah. And, boy, Geno Smith was going right after Denzel Burke, wasn't he? And I mean right after him. There was a pass interference penalty. There was a touchdown catch he gave up. Denzel Burke struggled a little bit in that game.
And this is the fear right now, right? This is why I'm going to really take a look at the cornerbacks that are released and see if Monty Ossenfort's going to pull the trigger on a veteran cornerback. What these teams are going to do is they're going to find the weakness in your secondary. And there's a lot of young guys in that secondary, especially at the cornerback spot. And you're going to try to find out if you can continue to go at one guy until they make a change. And that change could be, okay, we got to bring safety top over the help. We got to help there. We're going to play more nickel package, whatever they're going to do. You've got to make that adjustment. Because if they're going to continue to go after one guy, you can't allow that. So whether that guy comes off the field or you do some other things, that's what you're going to look at. These coordinators on offense are very smart, and they're going to test these young guys. They're going to test them early, and they're going to test them often.
Now, you can sit here and say that, and I'm not saying you're saying this because you're not. Okay, Denzel Burke, fine, but he's the 6th corner on the roster. He's the 5th corner on the roster. Okay, fine. But if Will Johnson gets hurt, if Max Melton goes hurt, Denzel Burke's going to play, right? And so this is where Sean Murphy-Bunting being hurt, and this is where Star Thomas being hurt, the Denzel Burks of the world matter, and the Keitrell Clarks of the world matter, and Elijah Jones, and whether he makes this roster or not, this is where it matters, because you could have said if everyone's healthy and fine, okay, it really doesn't matter that much. Let's stick Denzel Burke on the practice squad, or let's put Elijah Jones on the practice squad. You got no Sean Murphy-Bunting, you got no Star Thomas. You're gonna have to ride with that young depth, and I think you're right. This is where a veteran cornerback should one become available through cuts. There are still, crazy as it is, still some out there in free agency that haven't signed yet, maybe waiting for an exact moment like this or a team like this to say, okay, come talk to me now and meet my price because you guys need a veteran backup that you don't have on the roster. This is where Denzel Burke struggles. And he hasn't struggled. He struggled in that game. I thought he's had a decent preseason, but he really struggled in that game to the point where Elijah Jones was kind of a winner in the preseason. Yeah. He played well, and he looked good, and he might have risen above Denzel Burke just based off of that game.
Yeah, listen, there's no doubt about it that we talked about it. 4 or 5 spots were up for grabs going into that final preseason game. Elijah Jones might have grabbed one of those spots. But again, this may come down to who do you think you could get on the practice squad? Who could you squeeze through to put on the practice squad? But yeah, there's no question that there were definitely jobs that were up for grabs. Would I have liked, take the wide receiver position. We talked about Simi Fehoko, who's been around. He's played for like 2 different teams in his NFL career, if I'm not mistaken. He played for the Chargers and might have been the Cowboys or somebody else, but he's played for a couple different teams. Like, he really popped and did a good job. But, that's the number 5 guy. I would have really hoped that the number 2 and number 3 guy would have blown me away, and that didn't happen either in the preseason.
The other winners, as Teo Mackey saw it, Jordan Birch, he called him the quote-unquote star of the preseason, the 3rd rounder out of Oregon.
Yep.
Michael Carter, he really popped on Saturday night, and that's kind of created this, do they keep 5 running backs conversation with cut down day tomorrow. Fehoko, we mentioned, and then once again, the guys who didn't play, who seemingly kind of established themselves as not being on the bubble. John Gaines didn't play. L.J. Collier didn't play. Akeem Davis-Gaither didn't play. The fact that they didn't kind of indicates they should be fine. They should be fine. They don't have anything to worry about. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, another offseason trade rumor involving Ketel Marte has been proposed. You're not going to like where it has him going. I'm just telling you that right now, but please keep listening anyway on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This is the last look some players will get as they fight to make the final 53.
It's tough, and we got really good guys that pour a lot into this thing, so it's hard. It is. The human side to you, and like I said, they sacrifice a lot, and they're all team guys, so it's not like you're dying to get anyone out of the building. You know what I mean? I wish we could keep them all, but you just can't.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. I let everybody know last week I had to use Christian Brothers for my electric. Yeah, my pool pump was only getting 120 volts, so it's supposed to be 240. They had to go up through the attic, rewire it down. There was a dead wire underground, and so my pool pump wasn't working. But Christian Brothers to the rescue to take care of my electrical needs. They also take care of my plumbing needs, and they do a great job on my air conditioning as well. Now, for a lot of us, we just want to get through the summer with our AC units. We don't have to buy a new one. Get me through the summer. If you need a repair, I want you to call Christian Brothers. If you're hearing a lot of noises, if your house isn't cooling the way it should be because the temperatures are so hot, call Christian Brothers. Let them come out. Let them diagnose it and then properly fix your AC unit to get you through the rest of August, all of September, all of October, and you know this, into November, running our AC units. Christian Brothers can get after you quickly. They have great, honest, fair pricing. They've been around since 1976. The name says it all. Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are in the process of making roster cuts, and they cut 12 players earlier today. The biggest names of the players cut was quarterback Clayton Tune. The Cardinals' 53-man roster will be finalized tomorrow at 1 p.m. And after back-to-back series wins, the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game set tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Diamondbacks. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Why are we doing what's on tonight at 3:32 in the afternoon? Because Diamondbacks baseball is what's on tonight. 4:40 first pitch, 4 o'clock pregame coverage. Not quite, but close. You're close. About 28 minutes from now. They'll be taking on the Brewers. You'll hear the game here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. So we're a little bit short today and tomorrow and the next day, but we hope we've provided you 2 hours of quality sports broadcasting from 2 until 4.
George Scott's not walking through that door.
George Scott?
Neither is Pete Vukovich, Gorman Thomas, Robin Young, Paul Molitor, Cecil Cooper, Sal Bando, Raleigh Fingers.
Yeah.
Go on and on. Jim Gant.
I know you could go on and on. And you would. You would go on and on if you could. That's what's on tonight. The games we're going to watch this evening. Diamondbacks and the Brewers, 4:40 first pitch. Before we talk about this Ketel Marte thing, just real quick, I do want to pass along. I just saw this on Twitter. Zach Gershman from the Arizona Cardinals, and then was retweeted by our own Tyler Drake.
Okay.
Apparently on Elijah Jones's Instagram page, it reads year 2 OTW on the way. So he posted a picture of himself breaking up a pass in the game, year 2 on the way. Does he know? Has he been told? Is everything okay? Or is he just saying in general, hey, year 2's on the way, preseason's done?
He knows he made the roster.
It seems like he knows he made the roster.
He knows he made the roster.
So just
what else could OTW stand for?
Over the water,
over the rainbow,
on the waterfront. Yeah, Marlon Brando movie
on the waterfront. The year 2 of watching On the Waterfront.
I'm assuming
I could have been a contender.
I'm assuming year 2 on the OTW means on the way.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he's been told that he's good or that he's going to make the roster. We'll see. We don't know that for sure. That's just what he put out there. Originally, this article appeared on a website called DodgersWay.com.
Here we go.
So take it for what it's worth, okay? I'm sure DodgersWay.com is a perfectly unbiased, not leaning one way or another, good factual accounting of what's going on in Major League Baseball. But the headline on that Dodgers Way website reads as such: Diamondbacks drama could open the door to another Dodgers blockbuster this offseason.
Here we go.
Making the point that the Dodgers certainly can assimilate any salary that Ketel Marte is owed. They've got a deep, rich farm system. And sure, the Diamondbacks want to move him. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll listen. Let's make a deal here.
The only thing that I want to bring up with this is get ready for a offseason of speculation. I mean, the speculation we had with Durant and Beal, I think it could be similar for the Diamondbacks unless they shut it down. And I don't know that they shut it down because I don't think that Ketel Marte is untouchable. Like, I think that they want to work things out and they want to make it work, but I'm not saying he's untouchable. Last week, I sent you a story. Ketel Marte blockbuster. Tigers suggested as suitor for All-Star. So there was the Tigers being mentioned. Fansided's Christopher Klein suggested the Diamondbacks could trade Marte to the Tigers in a blockbuster deal. And now you've got the Dodgers. The Dodgers have a great farm system. You know, could the teams, two teams in the division work together and make a trade? And, you know, even on the Tigers story, they started to talk about here's their number 4 prospect, the number 7, and number 9. They've got all this talent. It's going to be on Major League roster. So I do think, without saying specifically, I think we are open. We're going to get to the offseason, and there's going to be a lot of speculation. And the Diamondbacks, I don't think are going to come out and say, look, we're going to put an end to this. We're not trading Ketel Marte. I don't think they will. I still think they're going to keep him. But they can't say that they're not going to listen to offers because there's nobody untouchable on this baseball team.
No, they can't say that, and quite frankly, nor should they say that.
They shouldn't.
You're
right.
No, I mean they shouldn't.
Right.
They should listen. Now, I don't think they should listen to the Dodgers, and I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. If they present to you the best opportunity to trade Ketel Marte, you trade him in this circumstance. I would say you cannot trade Ketel Marte to the LA Dodgers. You can't, even if they have the best offer for him. You just can't. You just can't. I know. I know.
So the Dodgers make the best offer.
Yes,
they have the best offer.
Yes,
it's the best. You're going to trade him to a team that doesn't have as good an offer?
How much worse is the second best offer from the first offer? If they're close, I'm not trading them to the LA Dodgers. It has to be so not close.
What are you afraid of? Babe Ruth from the Red Sox to the Yankees?
No, I'm afraid of Ketel Marte haunting my dreams for the next 5 years. And
He was 22 years old. I could understand a little bit more than 31.
I still think he's got good years
left. He does. Of course he does.
I don't think he's knocking on the door of being old. Besides, I don't think that the Dodgers would be the only team that would make a great offer for Ketel Marte. I would have to assume there'd be a couple other teams that had similar offers.
You did say if that was the best offer, you still wouldn't trade him.
I qualified it by saying unless it's close. I qualified it.
Okay.
But I know you. I know
understand.
that you say if it's the best one. I would bet Mike Hazen would not be inclined to send him to the LA Dodgers. I would bet. That just would not be his cup of tea.
You hope that somebody has a better offer, but man, it's hard to go to your staff and say, who's got the best offer? Dodgers? You guys all agree it's the Dodgers? Yeah, we're not going to trade him to the Dodgers. Well, why? They're giving us like their number 2 pitching prospect. The guy could be no, we can't trade him to the Dodgers. And that guy ends up becoming a superstar. I know. I'm leery of passing up on what you believe is the best value.
You're arguing the head. I'm arguing the heart. You know what I mean? You're arguing logic, rational thinking.
Heart. I get it.
You're arguing just cold, emotionless, Captain Spock kind of thinking here, where you just man, logic says you send him where there's the best offer. I'm going heart. I'm going hard here and say the idea of Ketel Marte in a Dodgers uniform makes me want to vomit. It makes me want to vomit.
I mean, Luis Gonzalez wore a Diamondback uniform.
That was different.
A.J. Pollock wore a Diamondback uniform.
Different to me. Different in the sense that both of those players I felt like just didn't have that much left.
Yeah,
great to offer. A.J. Pollock still had decent years, but I was never. Ketel Marte is quite literally one of the best players in baseball.
One of the best players in Diamondback history.
Okay, and Luis Gonzalez, love you, Gonzo, but when you went to the Dodgers, you weren't that anymore, right? When A.J. Pollock went to the Dodgers, he was a very good player. He wasn't one of the best players in Major League Baseball. Ketel Marte is one of the best players in Major League Baseball. You're going to send him to your division rival that you still hope to contend with? I get it. I understand what you're saying. But look, here's
it's not like they've never made a trade before. Like they have. What
do you mean?
Like the Diamondbacks and Dodgers. It's not like in their history they've never made a trade. Right?
Oh, I know. I'm not even saying that.
Sean Green was traded.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that.
You're just saying you don't want to trade one of the best players in Diamondbacks history to the Dodgers. I get it.
Has Mike Hazen ever made a deal with the Dodgers?
No.
Right?
No.
I don't believe he has.
No. Mike Hazen has never made a trade with the Dodgers.
Has he? I'm trying to think if he's made a deal with any division rival. I want that would be. I'm just off the top of my head. I can't think of one.
I think the Padres.
Something about the Giants is standing out to me. Like he might have made one with the Giants, but I don't. Maybe the Padres. I don't recall. Anyway, look. Honestly, and here's my point. I think it's kind of a moot point. I don't think Ketel Marte's going anywhere.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he's. But I think you're absolutely right.
Wow, the Diamondbacks and Padres have never made a trade together.
No.
No.
Huh.
It's just Seattle. You guys want Ketel? I like trading with Seattle.
You want him back?
Nobody pays any attention to them.
You're right about one thing. Mm-hmm. It is going to be
an off-season
obnoxious
speculation.
It's going to be obnoxious.
Yes,
it's going to be a lot.
Everybody's going to be like, okay, who's available? Hey, can you get Marte away from the Diamondbacks? And everybody's going to be coming up with trade proposals.
And I'll say this too about Ketel real quick before we take a break.
Yeah.
Ever since it really hit the fan with the Nick Picoro report.
Yes.
He had been scuffling quite a bit. He until he had that big hit Saturday night, right? The one in the 10th inning that tied the game. Didn't he foul off like 8 straight pitches? And that was a 13 pitch at bat, I think, on Saturday night. Yep. He had, and I just looked at the numbers. He was hitting about 233 from the minute Nick's story came out until Saturday night when he had that big at bat to tie the game in the 10th inning, or Friday night, not Saturday night, Friday night against the Reds when he tied the game in the 10th. He had been scuffling a little bit.
He has been scuffling a little bit. He has. I don't want to give you the key, a hint to the key to the game. But you're right. And he also went 0 for 4 yesterday.
Lord, I just went third rail there.
Yeah.
I veered into the key to the game lane, and I'm going to veer my way right out. Take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast from. We're the Burns and Gambo Show podcast that is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Gambo's key to the game and the other stuff to help you preview the D-backs and the Brew Crew next on Arizona Sports.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, the only mortgage company I have ever used since I moved to the Valley. Is the Lund Mortgage Team. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, truly one of the best companies out there, family-owned. Only in Arizona can you find the Lund Mortgage Team helping people with refinances, new home loans, and, of course, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. House prices have dropped. We've seen interest rates start to creep down a little bit. We're seeing a lot of sellers start to panic and lower the prices because their houses aren't going as fast. We're seeing a lot more houses on the market today. All of that adds up to a good time to buy. A good time to buy. If you're renting, this is a great time for you to make a purchase of a house. Call the Lund Mortgage Team. Get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free by calling 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Oh, the Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through August 25th. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the elite collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. You work hard, Basin Orleans, and you deserve to sleep easy during the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic's Snacky Hour will get $1 corn dogs, $1 mozzarella sticks, and $1 soft pretzel twists. And now to make it really, really official, I'll chisel into stone that you can also redeem half-price drink rewards in the Sonic app. Sonic Snacky Hour, 2 to 5 p.m. every day. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time offer at participating locations.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is the go-to place for
truck. So what kind of pre-Labor Day truck deals are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? August has some amazing truck deals, and right now we've got $12,750 off in savings on the all-new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 and $7,000 off in savings on the all-new 2025 Sierra HD. We have plenty of inventory. It is definitely the right time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks baseball, they open up a really tough 7-game road trip tonight with the first of 4 against the team with the best record in Major League Baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers. The first of 4 on tap tonight from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Then after that, it's 3 against the LA Dodgers, who are tied for first in the Diamondbacks division with the San Diego Padres. Tough week. We'll tell you about the standings. We'll preview the pitching matchup. Gambo's got a key. This is D-Backs on Deck here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Diamondbacks, lefty Eduardo Rodriguez. He gets to start tonight for Arizona. He is 5-7 with a 5.40 ERA. Brandon Woodruff, the 32-year-old right-handed pitcher, 4-1, 2.47 goes for the Brew Crew.
Yeah, I think of Brandon Woodruff, and it reminds me very much of Corbin Burns. Brandon Woodruff, he missed the entire 2024 season. He was recovering from shoulder surgery, not elbow, but he missed the whole season. They are 7-1 in his starts overall. Opponents are hitting just 167 against him, and he does have 5 quality starts. So this is the guy, all-time franchise leader in ERA. He's got 843 strikeouts. He is 7th, right behind Corbin Burns, by the way. But he did have that surgery in October 2023, missed all of last year, and now he's back, and they seem to do very, very well when he starts. They win a lot of games.
Back-to-back good starts for Eduardo Rodriguez, leading some to wonder if there's been a little bit of a mini corner that has been turned. 2 starts ago against the Rockies, he went 7 innings, gave up 1 earned run, struck out 6 and walked only 1. Wasn't a quality start against Cleveland, but he went deep into the game against the Guardians, 6 2/3, gave up 4 earned runs, walked 3, struck out 4 in reaching 96 pitches. So, we're looking for any encouraging signs we can out of somebody who's still under contract for the next few years and hasn't delivered on it. And so any sign that makes us think maybe he's turned the corner, we're going to take as a positive with it.
Yeah, there's no question. Look, he's in the rotation next year. He's in the rotation. We could compare his numbers to Madison's Bumgarner, which we did a few starts ago, and say, well, why wouldn't they cut him? But they're not going to cut him. They need pitching. We don't know if Gallen's going to be back. We don't know if Kelly's going to be back. We don't expect Burns back. I mean, you've got Ryan Nelson, you got Brandon Pfaadt, you got Eduardo Rodriguez. Okay, that's what you have. So whether he's the 3rd starter, the 4th starter, or the 5th starter, he's very, very likely going to come back and be in the starting rotation next year.
No doubt. And so any success he can have certainly helps with something like that. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The latest when it comes to Ryan Thompson and his lower trap strain. He is scheduled to pitch for AAA Reno on August 26th. That's tomorrow. That is considered to be the final step before he would be activated. So Ryan Thompson could be on his way back. Of course, the big injury news over the weekend was the return of Gabriel Moreno, and
so
it was
great to
so good to see him.
So
back
great
out
to
there,
see him hit the home run, and then the great play. Corbin Carroll with the throw, the incredible tag by Moreno at the plate. Great throw by Corbin. That's just a terrific play. Great to see Gabby back. I still have the belief. as that Cal Raleigh set the home run record for catches. I still have the belief that Gabby Moreno could be a top catcher in this league. I really do.
Yeah, he was terrific to see him hit the home run. You mentioned the tag. It was fantastic. Jose Herrera was designated for assignment to make the move. If he's able to clear waivers, they could bring him back. The Diamondbacks are the only organization he's ever known. So the Diamondbacks opting for the 3 catchers that they kept, Gabby Moreno, James McCann, and, of course, Adrian Del Castillo as the 3 catchers that are on the roster. But good to see Gabby back in the lineup. He was hitting the ball well before he got hurt. Good to see him continuing to hit the ball well. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. The Arizona Diamondbacks start the day 64-67, Gambo. 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot behind the New York Mets. Only the Cincinnati Reds are in between the 2 teams. There is 31 games to go for the Diamondbacks. They have the toughest strength of schedule remaining over those 31 games. The Mets have the 4th toughest. The Reds have the 2nd toughest.
It's gonna be a chore. They're within striking distance. There's no longer 4 teams to pass for them to get there. It's 2. It's 2 teams they've got to pass. One is the Reds, the other is the Mets. Good news, the Reds and Mets are going to play each other. Bad news, the Reds and Mets are going to play each other.
Right.
Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. They've got a 3-game series coming up in a couple of weeks.
The Milwaukee Brewers, meanwhile, 81-50 on the season. That is the best record in Major League Baseball. 3.5 games better than the Detroit Tigers, 4.5 better than the Philadelphia Phillies. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you here on Burns and Gambo.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
Well, that was a tough homestand for Ketel Marte. That was a tough homestand. 6 games in the homestand. He had 5 hits and 25 at-bats. Only 1 extra base hit, a double. 4 singles, 1 double in 25 at-bats. Only 2 RBIs. Home runs, 0 in the homestand. Matter of fact, the last time he hit a home run, you got to go back to August 13th. That was 10 games and 40 at-bats ago. Hasn't hit a home run in like 40 at-bats. Your key to the game tonight, Ketel Marte is going to hit a home run. I'm calling it. He's going to hit a home run. I'm going to tell you why.
Ooh.
I'm going to tell you why. Ketel Marte on the road since August 1st is batting .361 with 4 doubles, 3 homers, 10 RBIs. On the road, he's got a .361 average. Get him away from Chase Field, the distractions. Get him on the road. He plays much better. .361 average, 4 doubles, 3 homers since August 1st. So I'm going to call a Ketel Marte home run tonight.
That's why Gambo wanted me to give him an extra 20 seconds for the key to the game. He's calling his shot for Ketel Marte. It's going to do it for us. Steve Zinsmeister is next. We'll see you tomorrow. Straight up 2 o'clock right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
I think he is lined up to be that real MVP candidate next season, if the Diamondbacks can put together a decent season, which I think they can. I think Corbin Carroll has been emboldened by the results from all the work he's put in. How could you not be? He's been terrific. So I think he's one of the big bright spots going forward. Him and Geraldo Perdomo, and depending on where the whole Ketel Marte thing goes, you still have some good star power at the anchor of this baseball team.
I totally agree.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dr. Jay Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. I say to this day, one of the best things I've ever done. You watch me on the YouTube feed, no glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great. I'll be 59 years old in a couple of months. 59 years old, no glasses, no contacts. The LASIK surgery worked for me. Now, most people, when they hit their 40s, their eyesight starts to change for the worse. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the leader when it comes to LASIK surgery in the Valley. He's performed over 60 1,000 LASIK procedures. He's the most advanced and the best eye doctor you could have for you and your entire family. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses, eye exams, whatever you need, make it the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Team Eye Doctor for your Dbacks and Sons. Locations, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES. Ask about 2 years of interest-free financing for your vision correction procedure. That's 480-483-EYES or online at teamidoc.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks,